voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch and YouTube like Hasan Piker or other kind of promoters of hate.
Maintain revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Tuesday. It's Newsday Tuesday, and I hope everyone's having a great one. I know currently Egypt was having a great one. Mo Salah, shouts out to Mo Salah. Unfortunately, it's not so great right now, because it's at 91 minutes with 6 minutes remaining plus 7, and it's 2-2 against the Argentina team after a 2-0 game. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, is the current predicament in front of the Egyptian team. There are a lot of you that are in support of Messi, Lionel Messi, as opposed to the good Muslim man, Mo Salah. Many of you have shown your real allegiance is not with the Ummah, and instead is with the Argentine team. It's 3-2. Oh, fuck. That's crazy. That's crazy. No! 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 Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking, god damn it. Is this why people, you live early and now Egypt is bottling it? You spoiled it for me. My TV is behind. Fuck! Why did you go live early? Fuck you, Messi! Ah! Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. I always root for the underdog. It's principle. Fuck you for going live. End your stream right now. My husband says that's you in a diaper behind you in the wall. Yes, it's a fan art. It's an old school fan art. Many people don't know this, but back in the day, I used to have a P.O. box. And that's a OG. You've got your British accent ready? Want to start with another resignation in the UK? Since you went live, everything went wrong? Yeah, I did this. You got me. I did this, bro. Straight up. I'm responsible for everything. Egyptians are gonna riot. LCC is fucked. True. Okay, so this is is Mitch McConnell dead yet account is having a hard time. Yeah, that makes sense. They about to announce that Mitch McConnell's not double alive because of you. I know. If you're the underdog supporter, let me send you a Los Angeles San Diego football Chargers hat. March has said on stream. If he had to pick, he would be a Chargers fan. Hashtag fuck Larry Roden. Yeah, that's why we push for Turby Derby around these parts, because he's the true underdog champion. South Dakota is the underdog state, and Larry Roden is a power center in South Dakota. Anyway, folks. 3 minutes and 10. Yeah, 3 goals in 10 minutes is unbelievable. Fuck that. That's crazy. All right, so this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but honestly, nothing has happened. Literally nothing has happened. And I spent the night just talking shit, reading, and doing nothing else really. Going to bed early, waking up early, played some basketball this morning. That's why my freckles are coming back. Outdoors, spending some time outdoors, trying to up my cardio game, because my cardio is definitely a lot worse because I've been traveling a lot more. I haven't been working out as much. Like, I'm weaker than I've been at this point in my life last year. But I'm touching grass, The suit is just like sucking up my power, I feel like. But other than that, not really much has happened. I did an interview earlier this morning. That's part of the reason why I'm live early, because I did an interview at like 10 a.m. And that's it. That's honestly it. The suit demands more hockey. Sure. But yeah, let's just get right into it. There's a lot of news to cover. Obviously, we got the PLATNER fallout. We got Bernie out. KIRK trial. Trump in Turkey for NATO. As NETENYAHU complains. USMNT loss after Trump touch. PLATNER, Stevens debate later. Reacts are back. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Do we have a you add that you ruined? Did I say PLATNER? Oh my God. I got PLATNER on the mind. Shit. Jesus Christ. Good call, chatters. Not PLATNER. Yeah, Graham PLATNER. Graham PLATNER is now. Graham PLATNER is now running in Michigan. He's going to ruin another fucking Senate race. I stopped watching Stop's most recent podcast episodes of this. Anyway, no socials banner. You've changed. Boom. It's back. You're early today? Yeah. So we're going to do FD Victory Lap. Not even the FD Victory Lap. We're going to watch the FD video about Graham PLATNER. We're going to watch that, and I'm going to do a special call out to all the people that I talk to both publicly and also talk to in private about my disagreements on, or like my assessment on the main race. But yeah, big shout out to FD Signifier. Big shout out to Sean the Black, especially, who was, day one, was a day one. I'm not with this shit. Big shout out to a lot of the HasanAbi heads who were skeptical on the PLATNER tip. No shout outs to the fucking third worldists who were up my asshole being like every troop should be murdered. You know, obviously we can have reasonable disagreements, and it's important to understand what we identified as like, you know, support versus what degree of support. Turns out Platinum was a little too on brand for appealing to the hogs. Yeah. But yeah, Chris Rabb, even AOC, even the Chapo guys weren't high on him. It doesn't matter. They've been literally saying that me and the Chapo guys were like the number one defenders of Graham Plattner, that we endorsed them and we were unbelievably supportive of Graham Plattner. Yeah, shout out to Oni Spumoni. We'll get into that. Textures on that suit are on point. Definitely a good use of normal map. Normal map. Textures on the suit. I don't even know what you mean. Yeah, also why don't you ever have a take as brave as this? Toby Durden, rights come from God, not from the government. Fire every politician that doesn't understand that. Yeah. Toby Durden for Ayatollah of South Dakota. Toby Durden is going to be elected into office by 88 clerics. Not the Muslim ass style, but clerics nonetheless. All right, where is the Hasan Piker is a white supremacist. AOC is a white supremacist. AOC and Zoran hired actress Jennifer Rasico, who does not have any public profiles. AOC is Spain, not Puerto Rico. AOC is a white supremacist. AOC is a white supremacist. White boy Hasan. Hasan Piker is a white supremacist. Wallahi. Bro, I was going to say take your meds, but honestly, I don't even think medicine will help you. I don't know what planet you're on. Anyway, does anyone have a fucking... Bro, does anyone have a blast off meme? Totally normal chatter. Little parting gift for the USA getting eliminated. Okay, we'll talk about the USA getting eliminated. We don't have a blast off meme, it seems. Okay, I'll just use the Austin Ox Zoran meme. Fuck it, why not? I want written apologies from all the freaks that called FD and Sean liberal wreckers, you fucking racist hacks. Look, one of the things that I maintained. Oh shit, this would have been a perfect blast off meme, but I missed my chance. This is awesome. Look, obviously the first story of today is going to be on Graham Plattner. It's the major news story of the moment. We're going to be talking about that. Obviously, there have been a sequence of red flags that some valid, some not so valid, regular politics, regular political actors actively coming after what was a Bernie-crat anti-Israel candidate who certainly wasn't thoroughly or properly vetted at all. But this last allegation, hot girls for Toby Doby for South Dakota. I need y'all to be serious for a moment, man. Can we be serious for a moment? Can we just do that? Can we be Toby Derby for South Dakota? Vargentina, VA Argentina. Okay, listen. Yes, the first story that we are going to be talking about today is Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner, 4-term What happened to supporting Graham Plattner? I don't know. Were you not paying attention to what took place yesterday, where there was a credible rape allegation that came out from not that long ago as well, like from 2021? Gonna talk about that right now, as a matter of fact. So, credible rape allegation comes from credible rape allegation comes out on Politico. It's one of the victim was actually someone who had given a statement to the New York Times, but had not said that it was did not want it to be reported that it was rape, and she changed her mind. And yeah, it's done. It's over. Put a fork in it, right? The campaign is done. Now, obviously, I'm going to be talking about like what this means for the Senate majority and what this means for Maine in general. Legitimately, what were Plattner's qualifications other than endorsed by Bernie and says the right things? Fetterman was the same and Plattner could have done the same thing. Qualification sounds like a liberal candidate requirement, but we had no demonstrable history of leftism or advocacy, even normal non-Blackwater work that would ensure he wouldn't just stab you in the back while he got into office. I think that it mostly just stemmed from his, private profile, like his statements in private. But I did talk about his like lack of. There were some people in my community that made it seem as though Graham Plattner was, potentially going to run for president or whatever the fuck, and or was the face of this movement, which to which I pushed back on. But none of that matters. Okay. Majority Report enjoyer. Yeah, Graham Plattner talked about how Michael Brooks had one-shotted him and changed his worldview, all this stuff. I'm not here to say we told you so or anything like that, and you're not performative or a coward, but is there anything to say about the fact that the character issues were clearly there from the beginning? He invaded Afghanistan 4 times and did Blackwater. Those people are rapists usually already. Here's what I will say. What I will say about Graham Plattner is what I've said from the start about Graham Plattner. The red flags were there, but these red flags were totally immaterial for the voters in Maine, and that my assessment on this was the silver lining, which is something that I tweeted, I think like right after the Graham Plattner announcement, or right after, like this was months in the past. And I've talked about this extensively. The silver lining always was, it seems like people are invested in a candidate that will say those things. Because the reality of the matter is, it's Graham Plattner's background and his personal moral failings that did him in. But his campaign outside of that was a phenomenal campaign. That's precisely the reason why he put up insane numbers against the fucking existing centrist hand-selected candidate that is the governor of the state. That's important. That's important analysis. And I'm never going to shy away from giving you that analysis. My job is twofold. And I feel like there's been a lot of crosstalk on my perspective versus my analysis on the race and what this says about the appetite for change. Okay? Trump's 2016 campaign was good, though. See, this is the problem. Why do people do this? Like, why? This is my issue. And then it, like, 98% of the clip compilations out there are always people making like a totally ridiculous comparison, and then me going back to Graham Plattner's like policy perspectives and what that means for the overall race, what that means for races all around the country. Many of the candidates you have actually excitedly endorsed and supported and fucking door knocked for, like Maylak Giros, Chris Rabb, Claudia Elisa Avila Chevalier, Claire Valdez, candidates that I actually fucking went out, not only endorsed, but went out, fundraised for, actively campaigned alongside of, and am proud to have played a role with this community in getting elected into fucking office. Okay? Like, here's the difference. When you say something like this, of course I'm going to fucking retaliate and be like, that's a stupid argument. And then people will clip it and be like, Hasan is defending Graham Plattner again. I'm not. It's very frustrating. The issues were there. It can't be all about the campaign. It can't be all about the Mainers like them. You know, I'm not shitting on the rest of your work. You do know that. Yes. Okay. In any case, can you look at Tom Tiffany smears on you after having Francesca on? I'm worried. Rural racist Wisconsin is real. I don't know who that is, but we'll look at it in a second. So, I think it was one of my first, one of the first tweets that I had on the Graham Plattner issue was more so about like the broad, the broad appetite that people had all around the country, including in a state like Maine. That's a very old state, very white state. And I asked the question that I repeatedly asked over and over again. Does this mean that people have an appetite for the policies, or do they simply like that Graham Plattner is a white guy and looks the part? And this was a question that I had for the Mainers. And that question remains to be seen, because the comparison I always made was between Plattner with obvious red flags versus Abdullah Syed. So it's seeing a lot of libs defend Plattner over establishment pick Janet Mills because he has a leftist platform, and it seems like they're tired of the status quo electability arguments of the Dems. Now imagine if you had a candidate who didn't have a Blackwater CV and a totem cough. Okay? But many people will take the advantage, take the time out of their busy days, they're not usually doing anything else, to make it seem as though I did not have a much more scrutinized opinion on Graham Plattner as opposed to many of these other candidates. And I will tell you exactly why. Okay? It's totem, not totem. Okay, whatever. I know. There's a difference that I have, a difference in opinion that I have with many of the people that don't work on these sorts of campaigns in any way, shape, or form with other candidates who will go out and maybe door knock, go out and maybe phone bank, but they're not looking at the situation with a broader vision of winning the Senate majority. There are plenty of people in this coalition in the Democratic Party that are dog shit. Okay? Policy-wise, background-wise, just horrible overall. Many people that I'm not going to actively go out and endorse, but many Democratic senators, for example, that have to be a part of this coalition, regardless, just to have the numbers and the seats. Okay? Because at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, a Democratic representative or a Democratic senator is going to be better than a Republican one. Okay? It's that simple. And Graham Plattner was no different. But to simply say that this was just a lesser evil harm reduction attitude would be also incorrect. For Graham Plattner's race, what I was interested in always was the fact that he was an unashamed left populist. Now, the problem that comes along with that is that his stink and his background and the things that he did will now be slammed into every other Bernie endorsed candidacy, which is devastating. Okay? 100%. Actually, now just a shamed left populist? Yeah, well, that's true. So, am I wrong to have made the assessment that Graham Plattner, given his policies, regardless of his red flags, was still a better choice than Susan Collins and Janet Mills? No. Okay. with the current information that we have on Graham Plattner, obviously that's an entirely different predicament. If Graham Plattner had credible accusations of conducting war crimes in the same way that he has a credible accusation of rape, then that would have been irredeemable as well. Okay? But for a lot of people, their assessment directly stemmed from the fact that he went and did 4 tours in Afghanistan and Iraq and then joined Blackwater. For me, the Blackwater thing was the biggest red flag. Okay? The Blackwater thing and the Totenkopf tattoo was major red flags, should have been seen in the vetting process, and it should have absolutely been a red flag that was, that would have stopped him from running. But I think, and I can only make this assessment because I have no connection to these people that hand-selected this candidate, they saw a guy who was capable of delivering a charismatic speech, which, for the record, regardless of his immoral nature, that part still remains to be true, especially in a state like Maine, that he was a candidate that was capable of exciting a lot of older white voters. Okay? Now, there's varying degrees of support that were thrown in the direction of Graham Plattner. I myself, of course, were at times talking about how ridiculous some of the campaigns were coming from people who were openly pro-Israel and were taking that position because they were pro-Israel. It wasn't because of it wasn't because they had seen red flags or anything. It was very clear that they were like, he's anti-Israel. Or Graham Plattner is what do you call it? Graham Plattner is anti-Israel. I'm pro-Israel. That's it. I hate it. Right? Why are your chats being modded? Because you're fucking linking a psychopathic cyber stalker of mine's manifesto in the chat. And as a 7-month subscriber, you should know better than to do that. That's why. That's why you're getting modded. If Plattner were a Republican, his rape allegation would have helped his campaign. If Plattner was a Republican, he probably would not drop out. No one would demand he drop out. What makes him a psychopath and a cyber stalker? I don't know. His last 6 years of social media footprint, day in, day out, endless coverage of every little thing that I do from a negative framework. That's a pretty good assessment of the situation, I think. His cyber stalking and also his psychopathic behavior. What does this mean for the Dem majority? We don't know yet. I don't know who they're going to put forth. But what I will say is this. My position on this issue from October 21st, 2025 is the exact same right now. Okay? My position on this is the exact same. The fact that there is a lot of momentum, the fact that there was a lot of momentum behind this guy, a unknown entity who was able to defeat in the primaries the governor of the state, okay, the establishment hand-selected candidate that the field was cleared for, regardless of those red flags, like the Totenkopf tattoo, the Blackwater CV, and some less favorable things that he had said on Reddit many years ago, right? Regardless of all of that, he actually fucking destroyed. He destroyed Janet Mills. Pills Mafia till the bitter end. There's an important lesson there. Okay? That's what I'm interested in. That's what I've been interested in. And that's what I will continue being interested in. Now, the lesson could be one of two things. One, it could literally be because he's a white guy who said that, he had redeemed himself. He had gotten better. He had issues with PTSD. Like he was capable of telling a really good story. Okay. Why you stick with Morris Katz for Plattner and Brand Lander? Who is Cyberstalker? Why do I stick with Morris Katz? Why do you get your information from insane people? I have no connection to the fight agency, and I have maintained the position that fight agency makes banger ads. That's it. They're an ad agency. They're not a political organization. I don't know why people are trying to tie me to the fight agency. It's an ad agency, and they make really good ads. Like, I stand by that. They make really, really great ads. Okay? But they're an ad agency. They're not a political organization. They're not a political movement. They're an ad agency. And not only are they an ad agency, they're an ad agency. They've worked with like the likes of Michael Lasher. Okay. Perhaps that's the best that's the best proof that they are not like a part of a political movement, but more so just an ad agency, right? There is a level of mercenary work that you do in that situation. And I'm sure there's plenty of great people. And I think there are some great people there, some wonderful people that work there, but ultimately it is an ad agency, right? And before people say like, oh, the main DSA endorsed Graham Plattner, they did not. They suggested him. Okay? DSA never endorsed Graham Plattner. They simply suggested him on the ballot as an acceptable substitute to Janet Mills and to Susan Collins, which is my position as well. Okay? Recommendations are not endorsements, and even endorsements do not mean that someone is a DSA candidate in general. You could be a DSA endorsed candidate like Troy Jackson was for governor. That doesn't mean Troy Jackson is, I don't think Troy Jackson was a part of the DSA. Right? But I think the important lesson here is, once again, to demand more proper vetting and not to go out to bat, even to the degree that I did on campaigns like Graham Plattner's. Even though I hedged my commentary over and over again and had many private and some public disagreements with the likes of even FD Signifier, Cavernickel as well, and defended certain people like Chris Rabb when they criticized Graham Plattner, defended FD's criticisms of Graham Plattner. I still thought that he would be a better substitute for Susan Collins or for Janet Mills. That's it. Hedging doesn't work in clip chimp land. Of course, it doesn't matter. But if you're thinking like, oh, you showed the same level of support, you lend your entire audience and your whole ass level of support to Graham Plattner, it's not true. As people have seen already, and as I talked about as well, there was a point where I wanted to interview Graham Plattner because I had certain questions of Graham Plattner. And here's one of those clips. I'm glad that someone at least found it. Okay. This is the reasons why people like him. When are you having him on? He's not. I don't think he's going to come on. He wanted to come on. Initially, his team wanted to bring him on, but y'all yelled and cried so much and pissed in your pants and farted that I couldn't even have a conversation with him about his background and get to know him better and get to understand where he was coming from. I don't think he's ever coming on because we're like 100%. See, but this is it. We made fun of a Nazi. Brother, you have to be a little bit more tactical about this stuff, okay? You have to, you know, I would have liked to have a one-on-one conversation about that and numerous other things. I wasn't going to like glaze him. And that's now the reason why he's not coming on. It's all good, you know? I mean, I don't really give a shit. Like I said, it's out of my hands. We're Pills Mafia, baby. We're Pills Mafia. Graham Plattner is literally the liberal Donald Trump people have been looking for. Yeah, that's still true, by the way. He is. Yeah, no, he is the candidate for the moment. He is the leader of the American woke chud movement. Anyone who actually watches the coverage can see the difference. No, there's plenty of people who are in this community as well who came in here and would regularly yell at me, but they would make it seem as though like my level of commentary or support for Graham Plattner was the same as like Abdul Al-Sayed. You know what I mean? Like that's, or my level of support for you know, Daria Lisa or Chris Rabb, people like that. That's just not true. And there's varying degrees of social democrats, leftists on the internet that did offer a lot more support. Not that it matters. Like I certainly made my position known, which is that Graham Plattner was a preferable candidate to Susan Collins and Janet Mills. None of these guys ever actually countered that for some reason. And it's still fucking true. You know what I mean? Well, it's not true any longer, but it was like, it was that conversation that consistently led to people clipping shit to be like, you defended him a lot. You defended him a lot. No, I didn't. I defended the idea that he is, at least at the time, for the information that we had, a better candidate pushing for better policies than Susan Collins and Pills Mafia. So that's where we're at, or that's where I was at. Okay. As a longtime fan, I think you need to reflect on how you take criticism, especially from the left. Not everyone is a wrecker or a Maoist third worlder. Sometimes they just disagree with you. I know. But we're playing a little bit of rewriting of history here as well. Because the people that were coming in here with criticisms weren't like Sean the Black's criticisms. They weren't like FD Signifier's criticisms. Their criticisms were Graham Plattner raped and ate children in Afghanistan, specifically did torture in Abu Ghraib, and you love doing torture to the Iraqi children. You have the death of 1 million Iraqi babies on your hands. You love when Iraqi children die. You love when Iraqi children die. That's why you're supporting Graham Plattner. That's why you want Graham Plattner to be your father. What the fuck? Sean never says shit like that? Yeah, exactly. Which is why I'm saying we can have reasonable fucking criticisms and disagreements amongst one another. Okay? But of course, if someone comes in and says that, I'm going to be like, you're an insane person. That's the whole point. And for some weird reason, people do this like weird Mott and Bailey where they go, well, there was some reasonable disagreements in chat with you. And not like me yelling at the people who were like, every person who's been a troop at any point in their lives deserves the death penalty. Okay? You're creating a non-existent person? Oh, come on. Come on, brother. That's not a straw man. It's like under normal circumstances, I like embellishing and I like exaggerating because I'm supposed to be someone who's an entertaining figure. this is the one instance where there is a very specific tendency in this community, a very specific slant. Because, like, look, Dylan Saba, who is my friend, who was very critical of Grant Plattner and kept repeatedly saying over and over again, this guy's a fucking Blackwater mercenary from 2018. Of course he's got fucking major red flags. I don't know what the fuck people are saying. I agree with him. I respect his position. I agree with him. I agree with the red flags myself. But for me, as far as like a potential for a broader coalition, as far as pushing for a left populist that I did not think had this many irredeemable qualities, let's be real, you know, it was fine to hedge for me to say, hey, look, it's out of my hands, as I did back then. It's out of my hands. If the people of Maine like them, the people of Maine like them. Okay? That's it. Yeah. And it's so strange that there are a lot of people who are running victory laps as though like Grant Plattner is currently dropping out because like he is Bad Empanada said Morris Katz was my handler, my Jewish handler, Morris Katz. Is that the argument that we're making now? Bad Empanada? Come on, man. It's ironic because they also, on the one hand, say that I'm like working with Fight Agency, which is not true. It's fucking ridiculous to say that. And not only that, but also, like Morris Katz is 23 years old, okay? When I started doing political commentary 13 years ago, Morris Katz was like 10. Okay? What are we talking about? He's not 23, he's 24. Okay. And not only that, but I think he's a great ad guy, for the record. I think he's a great ad guy. I think most people who are good faith are coming from the argument that obviously a war piggy who made like 5 tours and didn't have enough, so much that he enlisted as a mercenary and got a Nazi tattoo, was bound to come out as a rapist or something. This is obvious for a lot of people, and apparently it is not to you. That's not saying all veterans need to go through the gallows. No, I agree. But the problem is, I also shared that same level of skepticism, but it wasn't enough for me to just like come out and be like, fuck Grant Plattner, fuck Bernie Sanders, fuck the entire broad left populist movement. They're all a bunch of Zionists. Okay? And no, it wasn't obvious that he would be a rapist either. Okay? That's the difference. And now that we have evidence that he is, it's over. But do you understand, like, do you understand where I'm coming from? Because it's not like I didn't hedge. It's not like I didn't it's not like I came out of the gate swinging and was like, he's the greatest thing that has ever happened. He's the face of this movement. He's the best guy of all time. Okay? It's just like there are varying degrees of support that I offer certain candidates. Grant Plattner didn't get any of that, with the exception of whenever people would come and tell me that Janet Mills or Susan Collins would be an acceptable substitute, I said, no, I don't think that's the case, with the evidence that I had, with the information that I had at the time. And when new information comes in, we change our perspective. Yeah. And when the Nazi tattoo came out, I spent a good deal of time talking about how that paired up with the Blackwater mercenary thing was a bridge too far. Okay? But that's it. If you were expecting me to stand in opposition with one member of this, one candidate that they put forward that I had no say in whatsoever, while, taking somewhat of a taking somewhat of an arm's length while still clearing the air on, some of the more ridiculous attacks. Not the Blackwater stuff, but the more ridiculous shit, calling him a commie, this is bad, all this stuff. I was always going to do that. I'm always going to tell you what my actual honest to God opinion is. It's that simple. I think the support for Plattner and Valdez were vastly different, and I don't know how obvious criticisms of Plattner weren't plain to see. Yeah. I have a 20-minute screen record where you were telling chatters to have charitability for being a soldier and how many people in this community have changed. Yes, that's a stance that I will always maintain. I believe that. And a lot of people don't agree with that. And they're using Graham Plattner as proof that, it's just veterans are not to be trusted. Okay? I'm not a troop fucker in the way that Democrats are, where they're like, oh my God, Amy McGrath is going to be a wonderful candidate or anything like that, right? I'm not one of those guys. I'm just agnostic. No one will mention Adam Hamawi, though. No, these are the same people that also were shitting on Adam Hamawi. In any case, there's still, this is still up in the air. The real point of the conflict is that military vets cannot debate. That's really it. People don't really give a fuck about Plattner or the victim. Exactly. And it's interesting because a lot of the conversation, a lot of the anger and resentment is not even coming from in this community. It's coming from, people who are like, we told you so. Why didn't you listen to us? You should have just outright shit on him from the start instead of, having your criticisms, but still saying look, he's a better candidate than Susan Collins. He's a better candidate than Susan Collins and Janet Mills, right? You shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have said that at all, which is not the case. I mean, with the information that we had, he had a lot of red flags, but even outside of that, without any sort of credible accusation, he still was better than Susan Collins at the time. And also, Susan Collins and also Janet Mills. So, I wish you and other progressives had treated the Plattner race like New York 12. Oh, that's a fair shake. I mean, if you're talking about the rest of the online progressive left, I can't speak for their varying degrees of support. I'm just simply telling you where I'm coming from. Okay? But I am understanding of where they're coming from as well. I know what their assessment is. New York 12 was the Michael Asher race, for those of you who don't know, which we just did not talk about at all. I think the level of support I gave Plattner was even less than Brad Lander, honestly. And I'm fine with Brad Lander being a part of this broader movement, despite my disagreements with Brad, right? On certain issues. It's tougher though because it was a Senate race. Yeah, it's a huge deal. At the end of the day, I don't know where this will go. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know where this I don't know who the replacement is going to be. I'm going to obviously continue working on the candidates that I have been working with. But if you are trying to understand like what my assessment is, or if you saw what my skepticism was, but also saw a bunch of clips of me being like, I'm riding with riding with Grant Plattner or whatever. Well, I'm here to clarify my position. And I know that no matter what I say, there's going to be a fucking barrage of misinformation out there. Especially because no matter what, when I try to offer you any sort of nuanced critique or any sort of nuanced analysis, people want black and white. People don't want to hear what the nuanced perspective is on this. Morris Katz apparently has not reached out to the New York Post. His team is delusional, this person said, noting that Katz, a former campaign advisor to New York City Mayor Zohar Mamdani, is still recommending Plattner remain in the race. Morris Katz says, to be very clear, no one in campaign deliberations or familiar with my thinking is talking to the New York Post. Hasan Piker tells me Plattner should drop out as sees Troy Jackson as a clear replacement that satisfies the needs for credentials and embodies some of the populist policies. I mean, Troy Jackson is not a great replacement for Grant Plattner. Like, I will be honest with you. I just don't know what the alternatives are. We'll see what they put up. We'll see who pushes for what. And we'll see where it goes. Choose me, I'll move, buddy. Yeah. As someone from the global south, I appreciate everything you've done. P.S. You are not going to get charitability from the people who are just looking to score internet points. I know. Yeah, I mean, all the fucking accusations that I'm like, a mercenary for the DNC or a mercenary for a fight agency. These are fucking ridiculous accusations coming from the schizo left conspiracy theorists. And there's not much else I can say. You can see the deliberate actions that I've taken. And it's really funny because those very same people will then turn around and will literally be like, oh, Hasan wanted to work desperately with Grant Plattner. It's his campaign that didn't want to work with him. And then they don't work through the motions of that. Like, they don't work through why that didn't actually happen. They don't ask the question why the Plattner campaign had no issues working with like David Sirota, Majority Report, numerous other outlets, but for some reason they just chose to avoid being interviewed by someone like myself. They don't actually, because if they were to investigate a little bit further, they would understand exactly what I said. They would arrive at the same conclusion that I suspect the skepticism coming from their camp was because I was going to ask him about his background in Blackwater, his tattoo, the decision-making process there. And they didn't want that. They didn't want to have that conversation at all. And in that conversation that I had with Chat, where I'm like, you guys have to be a little bit more tactful. I'm saying like we have to be a little bit more tactful as far as like how much we yell about certain things, because then it undermines the opportunity to do proper vetting for a campaign, proper vetting for a candidate in the process of an interview. Okay? That's what that statement is about. That's why I say we have to be a little bit more tactful. Your haters don't even defend Daria, Claire, Corey, Rab, Hamawi. They're unserious people. Yeah, it's all a gotcha attempt. So yeah. Bro, you just showed a clip on which you were complaining they canceled because of chatters, not because of your opinions and doubts. See, this is what I mean. Brother, do you not understand the words that were coming out of my mouth, even in that fucking clip? What are you talking about? Yes, I said, you guys chirp too much. You wouldn't let me fucking cook. Hello? How do you think... Are you stupid? How do you think a campaign views a potential interview as like maybe contentious? They look at... They obviously look at the way that, you know, my community reacts to the fucking candidate. And no, I didn't even want to fucking cook him. I just wanted to investigate further, like ask some serious questions about like where he stands. Okay? What the fuck is this? Gasparino? Is Hasan Piker the one who calls the shots in the Democratic Party?
That Hasan Piker has a voice. I mean, have you ever listened to that guy? Some of his theories about everything from Marxism, economic Marxism, to cultural Marxism, to Israel.
He's way.
So this guy is their standard bearer, and I just found it fascinating. People said, "Oh, it's all over for Platinum," because Hasan Piker came out against him. I'm like, Hasan, he's the guy that calls the shots in the Democratic Party.
I'm not.
Well, the people Jackie's talking about in the primary.
It's so funny that these guys have like invented this alternative reality. I'm not this person. Why does nobody give a shit about my perspective on this? Ironically enough, I'm not this fucking person, man. You guys keep saying it, and then you're like, I'm scared about the alternative reality that I have envisioned in my mind.
I think to a large degree,
but a lot of people, yeah, but that's what I mean. They are controlling. The left is controlling. The left has replaced the establishment as the driving force.
Did you just say that Troy Jackson isn't a good option because you said yesterday that he's him? I'm saying that he embodies a lot of the populist qualities in his legislative track record. But ultimately, I mean, he's not a very charismatic guy. I don't know what's going to happen in Maine. I have no idea. I have no understanding. I'm just telling you, you know, this is all happening in real time. It's not that he's too old. It's just that he reads as too old. But when you look at someone like Troy Jackson, who has a legislative track record that's very good, like fairly reliable in a state like Maine, but then you look at the way he carries himself, and then you look at the way that Graham Plattner was doing all these fucking rallies, and you develop a better understanding of why so many people in Maine fucking voted for this dude, okay, regardless of the red flags. And that is important to identify because what comes next will need to muster up those very same forces that propelled Graham Plattner into the top slot in Maine. Okay? Do you understand why I'm saying this? Because the reality of the matter is, while a lot of these establishment Democrats have been flexing, have been talking about how, you know, it was actually the stupid consultant class wearing Carhartt for vibes that convinced everyone to vote for Graham Plattner, what they fail to recognize is Mainers voted for him, okay? White, older Mainers voted for the dude. Do you understand? I said, I'm losing my mind. The consulting class and establishment Dems cleared the field for the governor, and the people of Maine voted for the dude with a Totenkopf tat who was anti-Israel and pro-Medicare for all instead. I agree he should drop out, but this argument is so unbelievably stupid. And you have to identify why that happened, okay? Analysis does not equal endorsement. You have to identify why that happened. If you simply say, my least favorite characters in the establishment or my least favorite characters that are anti-establishment content creators are the reason why this guy fucking won, you're a moron, okay? Why is no one taking this shit seriously? I know why a lot of people on the internet want to score cheap political points by using a real instance of rape to do a gotcha moment. But what I cannot comprehend is why serious people who are supposed to be serious analysts are not looking at the situation and recognizing the changes that have taken place within the base of support for the Democratic Party. Okay? I genuinely asked this, and I don't mean to be an ass, I promise, but why is it fine that he committed atrocities abroad because he later said it was bad, but when he's raped someone, that's the red line? Because okay, do you want my perspective or do you want the actual, adult analysis, the sober analysis of how people view someone who's a veteran? Because no one fucking cares in the United States of America when someone is a veteran. That's not seen as a negative thing, okay? That is just a negative association in this community and this community alone. That's it, okay? Like, no one associates someone who went on 4 tours, even as a machine gunner for the Marines, as someone that has done atrocities, okay? That's it. That's it. They see veterans as heroes. They don't see veterans as war criminals. They see veterans as heroes. So if you're asking me what my assessment is on every veteran, I treat every single person, including every single veteran, as an individual. I don't treat them as a monolith. I don't treat them as all baby-killing warmongers. I look at it on a case-by-case basis. That's it. That's it. And with Graham Plattner, the biggest red flag, wasn't the fact that he did 4 tours, even though that is, not great, obviously. But the biggest red flag was that he, as recently as 2018, joined Constellas, the private security firm, to do embassy security, which is like the lowest level. Ironically enough, probably less war crimes took place as he was doing embassy security, as opposed to like potentially being a machine gunner and a grunt, right? Having said that, the decision-making process there is what matters to me. He saw Blackwater and he saw the war crimes that Blackwater had engaged in, and he was like, this is it. This is I'm going to go and join this. I'm going to join this group. That was a huge red flag. The other red flag, obviously, was, again, the decision-making process that caused him to go and get a fucking Totenkopf tattoo and keep that shit on his body for a very long time. Okay? In some respects, I feel like we are doing the same thing that, like, Neera Tanden does, right? When we say, why the fuck do the Mainers not care that he was a mercenary, is almost the same, like, demand for disciplining the base instead of understanding where the base is and trying to, find a more acceptable substitute. It's the same disciplining operation that Zionists do when they're like, why do people hate Israel? Just because we're morally on the correct side of this argument does not change that reality that, like, you have to, what do I always say? You have to go to where the masses are. You have to speak the language of the masses. And you have to appeal to the needs of the masses if you want to build a mass movement, okay? You can't sit around and be like, why do people not see every veteran as a fucking child murderer? They should see every veteran as a child murderer, which, by the way, I don't do that regardless, okay? That's it. A lot of this conversation still goes back to please be normal. It's ironic that people are mad about a guy who got banned for being a person who got banned on this platform for discriminating against a protected class. Unfortunately, on this platform, veterans are a protected class. And I did discriminate against a U.S. representative at the time in 2019 who happens to be a veteran. People think I got banned for saying America deserved bleep. I actually got banned for discriminating against a protected class, which veterans are. Okay? In any case, yes, on Twitch, the terms of service is so that veterans are seen as a protected class. For those of you who don't know, now you know. This combo pisses me off so much. Like, Maine voters chose Graham for the left position, and all you did was say the truth that eating bread, Graham, is better than eating shit, Mills or Collins. And it turns out that the bread was moldy, and now the moldy bread is just as bad as eating shit, and you're throwing it away. Yes. So, that was good. Can you define what exactly is normal? You were describing it like an abstract concept, which is difficult to grasp. Can we get like a checklist or something? Chatter. That's funny. That is the most autistic question I've ever received in my entire life. Respect. No, I can't give you what a checklist of normal is. Okay. Sometimes we just got to mask it. Okay. I do it all the time. And I think you can too. I believe in you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have like a checklist of what normal is. I think it's something that you just learn by being out and about and being around people. Obviously, and just like getting a better grasp of how the average person operates, how the average person thinks, where the average person is, right? Like, Nick Pollum is not a normal person. He's a Twitch streamer, right? We are far from the, we are very far away from the normal individual. Now, having said that, Nick Pollum's conversation I had with him yesterday and his opinions on politics are probably closer to the uninitiated, politically uneducated normie. A guy who's just kind of like, I don't really understand what's going on, but I feel like there's some corruption and some foul play taking place in American politics. Like, that's closer to the average person's understanding of politics than every single individual in this chat. And sometimes it's important for us to recognize that when we have conversations in the real world. Okay? Yeah, Evan had a good take on this, but he said people talk about media literacy, but I think we need to start talking about moral literacy. Hasan has made a few edgy jokes here and there, but Asmongold's daily, unironically talking about why killing people is great. There's no comparison here.
Well,
be honest. Do you think Asmon knows?
Well,
be honest. Do you think Asmon knows a single thing that I just explained to you?
Maybe, but the thing about Asmon, he does have a memory that, like, if he sees something, he'll remember it. Like, he has like a photographic memory. So I don't know.
There is fucking 0% chance that he knows a single damn thing that I just mentioned to you.
I mean, he's talking about it all day. So what's he talking about then? He must know.
He's just fucking rehashing whatever he's seen on Twitter and then grokking it.
I don't know. I think he might know. One of these days, you and him have to have a conversation.
I would love that. I
don't want to be there, but I think
balls in his court. Balls in his court.
You know, I really do.
Also, people can talk. They can just talk out of their ass. He knows.
I mean, he's good. You and him both. And that's why I put you guys in S tier. You guys have the ability to talk about things and keep people interested more than most people. I can't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't deny that. You keep people interested.
I guess I'm not denying that I can do that. Here's my struggle when you say we can't just tell normies that veterans are baby murderers, is that babies did get murdered by American soldiers, a lot of them. I know, dude. I know. But ask yourself, is this the appropriate vector for advocacy? And if the answer is yes, please reconsider. Okay? This is why I say you have to come at this from a point of understanding of where the masses are, what is normalized in American society, in American culture, and work your way through that process. Because there's never been a moment where I'm like, join the military. It's great. They are, the most important defensive force that's ever existed. I don't do any of that shit. I tell people all the time that the recruitment practices are unbelievably predatory. The American military is not a force for good around the world, and that we should dramatically reconsider the way we approach these sorts of conversations. We approach these sorts of concepts. Okay, the output of the U.S. military is not to be the world police. That's an overall good thing, but to advance the interests of the capitalist class. That's clear. Okay. But that doesn't mean you can run around and be like, they're murdering children with regular frequency all the time. Like it's insane. Not untrue, but think of how many vets have done absolutely no reflection on their service and continue to use their discount at Denny's like they did a good job. I know, but that's not who you're trying to talk to. You're trying to talk to other people. You're trying to talk to other people that are not the relentless hog veteran who thinks he actually did the awesome thing of like murdering Muslim children or whatever. Okay? That's not who you are talking to when you're having these conversations. And you have to always remember, other people hear you. Okay? Other people hear you and go, ugh, what the fuck did he say? That's crazy. They don't go, wow, this guy is clearly on the right side of this argument, and now I'm going to seriously reconsider my worldview. A lot of people, unfortunately, never do that. They don't want to push for a vision in the affirmative by, just going through the motions a little bit, moderating your messaging a little bit. It's fucking crazy. And I wish people would do that. And many of you love the guys who do that, right? Who do that even better than I ever could. Zoran Mamdani is a great example. You guys all love him. He does this perfectly well. He liberalizes his worldview to make it appealing and to be at the forefront of this movement. And you guys love it when he does it. You love it when I do it as well, or when I see success in this thing that we've been trying to fucking build for years. But you never want to think about the work that and the messaging that it took to get to this point. You see what I mean? That's it. I want to watch the FD Signifier red flag video and see what lessons we can learn from it, as he was, alongside Sean the Black, a very loud critic of Grant Plattner, which many people, I think, misunderstood his point as well. I talked to FD privately many times over leading up to this video as well. Okay. We got Benjamin Netanyahu speaking to CNN, by the way, on the docket too. We're going to get to all of that and more. But look, there were a lot of people who said these red flags are irredeemable. Okay. I was not one of those people until recently. Okay. You're not going to like the lessons because it's about white supremacy. No, first of all, see, this is what I mean. A lot of people misunderstand my position on this. I have made that argument all the way back in fucking November 2025. What did I tell you? You have seen me talk about this, especially in comparison to a candidate that I actually was very excited about and had endorsed and have been working with versus Graham Plattner. The Abdul El-Sayed versus Graham Plattner argument comes to mind instantly. This is something that I said on the Pod Johns' podcast all the way back in November 2025. Let's run the tape one more time. We shall see if the liberals are more forgiving of guys like Graham Plattner because he's a white dude, and they think that is like the primary version of electability for liberals in general.
Yeah.
Or is it because he came out of the gate swinging with very leftist, like left flank policies, and that's the reason why they're forgiving of him. And I think the contest I'm paying close attention to is Abdul El-Sayed, a person who has none of the red flags whatsoever. Another person that basically has an infallible reputation and has actually more experience in politics as well. He's run for the governors. He failed to defeat. I think it was Whitmer that he failed to defeat on a Medicare for All campaign, and he is the real deal, right? And he's also another early Bernie pick. He's also anti-Zionist. We shall see if liberals are just as forgiving of a brown guy that is running on a very similar campaign to Graham Plattner.
Without the tattoo.
Yeah, without the Nazi tattoo, but he's a brown guy. Does that mean that it's like scarier? My point is a white dude with a Nazi tattoo.
I think we know the answer, don't we?
Well, I
think we know the answer.
No, I don't.
As a brown person, I think I know the answer.
No, I think that's defeatist. And that's, I don't abide by that. I recognize that there's a hurdle, right? There's a hurdle, there's a higher threshold, but you can climb it. And you can make up for that higher threshold by instilling messaging discipline and then not stepping on any landmines to the best of your ability, and also just focusing on issues that the largest base actually care about. That's why I always say center the working class, because the working class, even if they don't self-identify as the working class. Pro Master says, I was a child in Iraq during the war. I didn't like Plattner and didn't support him, but I also didn't mind flipping one voice to be pro-Palestine / anti-Israel. We need all the support we can get. My thought was maybe he is bad, but a bad person against Israel is better than Collins. That was my assessment as well. That's it. And a lot of people treated that assessment as an outright, like, he is your favorite person. And there's so much evidence to suggest that I had tremendous scrutiny for Graham Plattner's campaign. But if you look at just the clips of me arguing against chatters who were making insane points, like much broader points about every fucking veteran being a certain way or all this shit. Dog, I'm sorry, but you just white-splained work twice as hard for half the reward to a woman of color. Dog, don't you think maybe I have a little bit of background in this too? Yeah, I'm saying that because I fucking believe it. Yes, I know it. What do you mean? Hello? I'm doing that in defense of Abdul El-Sayed. I'm like, look, we know how it is. I understand how it is, but it's not unfixable. It's not unsolvable. I said this about Kamala Harris too, when people were like, oh, she's a black woman. Kamala Harris is a black woman. It'll never work. And I was like, no, it doesn't matter. That's a hurdle, but it's one that you can climb. It's just going to be a harder hill to climb, but it doesn't matter. It's still climbable. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, Zahra Mamdani is proof that you can do that, right? I don't think we just cut, great candidacy short, like Abdul El-Sayed, specifically because he's not a white man. That's it. But yeah, all jokes aside, lesser evil voter across the board, right? Leading up to the recent allegations, obviously, recent allegations aside, and I think, as I've said over and over again, I think he should drop out. You literally brag about the Rhodes Scholarship named after white supremacist Cecil Rhodes, and you ignored our criticism of Plattner. You have anti-blackness. You do work on it. I'm pointing to the credentials of a brown Egyptian Muslim man. This has got to be a joke, right? You can't be this Jay Sakai pilled. I don't think. This is a joke, right? Please, Esme, please tell me you're fucking baiting and you're joking. Like, there's no... Like, you think that has anything to do with my assessment of Cecil Rhodes? Or Rhodesia? Or white supremacy when I point to the credentials of a person by naming the scholarship that he received? I can't understand. There's no way. I don't think you're being serious. I'm just going to move on from this. Especially because I'm literally talking about Abdul Rahman El Sayed. Okay? I'm talking about Abdul Rahman El Sayed. And how white people oftentimes will overlook the background and credentials of a person just because his name is Abdul Rahman El Sayed. Chatter bringing back Secret Woke 0.1 Alpha. Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed. It's not a joke. It's coming from a black woman. Please stop uplifting that scholarship. Okay. Sure. I apologize. I did a Bodies and Spaces. I apologize. I should have never brought up the Rhodes Scholarship that Abdul Rahman El Sayed has when talking about how he is unbelievably credentialed, far more credentialed than any other person running right now. I have a lot of learning to do. Thank you. Yeah, it's true.
Senate Prime.
So Noah Rothman, this is from the National Review. Noah Rothman went on the Jake Tapper CNN broadcast talk about Mallory McMorrow. This is like right before the Plattner stuff happened. And we're gonna get to this in a second. And I also have an interesting take on this too, but we'll do that in a second. Does anyone have the FD signifier video? What gifts? Here.
Someone said, why are we talking about Grand Plattner? Because I've been hearing about this.
No, not this one. Not this one. Doesn't he have another video on it? Not a recent one. No, this is the recent one called White Fatigue, right?
What I'm trying to make clear here is that
No, this is from 3 hours ago. I'm not. Isn't there one that's like I think, yeah, this is the one. Why I left the white left.
I'm putting all white leftists on timeout until further notice. I've been hanging around y'all too long, and now I have lice. And black people shouldn't get lice. That it doesn't work like that for us. Lice in America cannot survive in black hair. Y'all probably don't realize that because a lot of y'all don't be knowing shit about us, but we already off topic. And the fact that I be explaining black people shit is kind of why I have this problem in the first place. We're going to start out talking Grand Plattner a little bit because he's a great framing tool for everything I want to get off my chest. I want to be really clear. I'm going to say that a lot in this video. I don't like this dude. He feels like a seasonal villain from a prestige political drama like House of Cards or Scandal or something. I'm not saying he's a Nazi, but he's at least like Hydra or Order of the Cyclops for those of you that watched Watchmen all those years ago. He just is that guy, and it's incredibly obvious to anyone who isn't some of y'all. And this isn't just taking issue with his military service. I don't have a purity politic toward anything, really, if you know me, but definitely not ex-military people on the left. I am anti-American military. Like, I don't want to misconstrue that. But there are also Black Panthers who were ex-military. The American military spends billions of dollars marketing and propagandizing young people across this country. So I try to hold a nuanced position for how that works. But I wouldn't apply this to Plattner. 4 tours and Blackwater and a Nazi tattoo is a lot. And I know that's not a hot take. I know even more moderate folks would agree with that. So I have to wonder, why and how is Plattner being pushed so hard by the establishment and the online left in general? Plattner is the latest project out of the Fight Agency. The Fight Agency is a political consultancy that was started by some ex-Bernie Sanders, ex-John Fetterman folks. And in recent years, they've been behind the success of Zohran Mamdani, as well as people like Dan Osborne, Bob Brooks, etc. And aside from Zohran Mamdani, you kind of see what's happening here. All we're missing is Hank Hill. Like, the main, mostly valid argument that I will get about Plattner is that he's one of the few folks amongst the Democrats that vows to pull military support from Israel.
Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent.
By the way, a lot of people consistently point to me talking about Graham Plattner being an exceptional communicator as like defense. That's literally the reason why he won. Okay? He is very good at telling a fucking story and playing a role. I don't know if FD will agree with me on this, but like, that's why he fucking won the goddamn primary against the established name that is the fucking governor of this state. Okay? That's just true. It's objectively true. Okay? I don't think this should be beyond the fucking pale.
On arming and defending a country that commits a genocide.
And that is extremely important for Palestinian liberation. But I do have to ask, why are we being asked to not just tolerate Plattner for that reason, but to see him almost as the future of the Democratic Party and maybe even the left? Why has he become the darling of the online, predominantly white left in this time frame? Why did the Fight Agency scout him in the first place? It's because the Fight Agency knows that this image of white American exceptionalism and especially masculinity is still highly valued amongst the white masses. He's doing a reskin of the Marlboro Man, or better yet, like Don Draper, Joel Miller from The Last of Us. Literally, he looks like Walter White. And I want you to remember, all of these characters were villains. And historically, it's always straight white men that...
No one ever said that on the left side? No, I mean, I think there were a lot of people who were glazing the shit out of Graham Plattner, and that's what he's referencing. Like, look, and FD will attest to this, both in private correspondence, but also my public statements, that like I always hedged my Graham Plattner commentary with his red flags, but you know, there were definitely a lot of people that were very excited about how charismatic he presented himself as.
Fail to realize that fact about those characters. And when you're not a straight white male,
like you've been glazing Plattner for months. If there is no difference in my commentary on Graham Plattner versus what I've said and what I've done for Daria Liza, Chris Rabb, Claire Valdez, Adam Hamawi, Abdul Al-Sayed, why have I been doing any of this? Why have I been doing any of this? You hedge, but come on, man. But like, why have I been doing any of this shit? Did you see the same level of excitement, the same level of support that any number of different people received? Or was it just me arguing against chatters like yourself that would sometimes make very stupid comparisons? Like, oh, well, why not Kamala Harris then? What did I tell you? If Kamala Harris had the same platform as Graham Plattner, she would have won, okay? And yes, I would have fucking door knocked for her. Like I said, if Kamala Harris came out swinging against Israel's genocide, what did I tell you? I was like, it's too significant of a race to just fucking ignore.
You always take note of those types of fans. They may not be the worst people in the world, but they're people to observe. But the left falling for the same trick like this is not surprising when you realize that white leftists in America have never consistently had a halfway decently developed racial analysis. And this is just a historical pattern at this point. Again, shout out to a book I've been reading from Brian Quoba, Hubert Harrison, The Forbidden Genius of Black Radicalism. Hubert Harrison was a lesser known Black socialist who worked and wrote in the same eras as Booker T. Washington, Du Bois, and Garvey, and was to the left of all of them during that time, including Du Bois.
I don't think Platinum's popularity up here is due to his Israel take as much as it's due to his healthcare take. No, I agree. For sure.
But in this, he also found himself confounded by the challenge of organizing with white socialists who at the time could not see past their anti-Blackness to form effective solidarity and build a functional coalition. And this pattern has never stopped repeating, which is illustrated by this excerpt from Eugene Debs that's in the book. In capitalism, the Negro question is a grave one and will grow more threatening as the contradictions and complications of capitalist society multiply, Debs allowed. But this need not worry us. Let them settle the Negro question in their way if they can. We have nothing to do with it, for that is their fight. Debs here exemplified the way in which even radical white people who called for a working class revolution against capitalism could simultaneously distance themselves from the specific challenges facing the most oppressed segment of the working class. I'm bringing this up because I want to show that this is an infinite loop at this point. White leftists with little to no racial analytical frame can't help but censor their sensibilities, even in the face of obvious red flags. Or
this is 100% accurate. Okay, it's true. What do I always fucking say? There is no path to socialism, to developing socialism in this country without Black socialism. Capital B, Black socialism, straight up. That's it. Black people are a obviously fundamentally important part of the American working class, but beyond that, they've also been at the forefront of every civil rights and every working man's struggle in this country historically. Okay. And yes, given the unique nature of anti-Blackness in this country, because the white supremacist shape always takes the form of anti-Blackness at the end of the day. This doesn't mean that like anti-brown behavior is not also baked into the system. Islamophobia is also not baked into the system. But anti-Blackness is very specific. It has been a fundamental plank of American culture, American existence, and therefore it needs to always have its own care and consideration.
Clearly better options if they don't appeal to their aesthetics and need to censor themselves. Why have we centered Graham Plattner when we have Chris Robb, who, from what I understand, is the furthest left candidate the Democrats have ever had in any political race? And he low-key still fits the gruff leftist daddy kink that so many of y'all seem to like. Another face that I haven't seen on my feed at all and I had to get from somebody else is Charles Booker. Booker has as progressive an agenda as you can have in mainstream politics and is in a very vulnerable red state that could use a lot more attention and support from the online left. And
the only thing I'll say here is the electoral calculation for Graham Plattner looked far better than Booker. That's it. I mean, Booker's dope. I've talked about Charles Booker. I've talked about how, I would love to go and work with him if he wants my help. But Booker's in Kentucky. It's a far, far, far more difficult hill to climb than like what seemed to be an easy lock state in Maine, because Susan Collins is like finally going to get taken out.
Not there. Booker's not just anti-sending weapons to Israel. He's Medicare for all. He's for universal basic income, stopping data centers, decriminalizing poverty, and reparations. Is everything you can want from a mainstream politician, but he's invisible compared to Plattner. I don't follow elections much unless it's local, but I have seen Plattner's face a million times more than either Rob or Booker. Rob did spend some time with Hasan. Booker, he's got nothing as far as I can tell. Meanwhile, Plattner has tons of interviews, Majority Report, Mehdi Hasan, New York Times. Why is this happening? Why is that viable? From my perspective and experience, a lot of white leftists understand that it's bad to be racist, but they don't actually understand why racism is bad or how it works. The absence of a critical understanding of how whiteness works is why a lot of them fall for the same trick over and over, to the point where the fight agency clearly has this type built out just for y'all. If you want to vote for PLATNER as an odious candidate that will help end military support to Israel, go ahead, but it should be treated as a tainted compromise for the sake of a free Palestine, not a vision for the future of the left. He should not be in our faces as much as he is. He should not have the defenders that he has that I know will show up in his comment section. He should be the online left's sneaky link that you never see in the light of day and never talk about in public. And the fact that so many white leftists don't feel this is sadly par for the course. The red flags that he has don't bother some of y'all because those red flags have never been weaponized against you. But when you're someone who's historically been targeted by this archetype, you pay attention to those patterns. You don't compromise with that. For reasons I won't get into, I've had to spend the last few weeks arguing that normalizing Nazi terminology, but wokely, is bad and that no one on the left should be doing it. And I've had some, not many, I want to be clear, but plenty of white leftists try to argue that nobody cares about Nazis, as if a couple of Nazis didn't just shoot up a mosque in San Diego just a few weeks ago, or the fact that that exact type of Nazi.
Why are we watching this victim mentality? Dog, come on. Come on. You are playing the fucking stereotype, man. This is not victim mentality, motherfucker. This is critical analysis. And also, it's correct. Like, this is the moment of vindication for FD Signifier. It's kind of ridiculous to still double down on your blind spot instead of just being like, you know what, maybe this is a good opportunity to reconsider some of the biases that I might have. It's not an accident that the people that were far more critical of Graham Plattner were people like FD Signifier, Sean the Black, Chris Rabb. Okay. Even AOC shied away from an endorsement. And if you recall, there were a lot of people who were yelling at Chris Rabb when Chris did that interview with Crystal Ball. And I had to come in with a little bit of course correction, even in this community, where I said, look, Chris Rabb, as opposed to Graham Plattner, is someone who I have lent support to, who I have actually, gone and campaigned with and put the weight of this community behind. And there's a reason for that. Okay. Like, his skepticism turned out to be correct. My limited amount of skepticism was not correct. Notwithstanding the conversations about broader issues about like how, veterans are this or that, I'm not having that conversation right now, even though many people will take those conversations, will slam it in, or even, what kind of attacks you receive if you come out as someone who is critical of Israel. Because if you recall, like Zay Squirrel also immediately was like, this guy's a fucking no good candidate and is bad, Blackwater mercenary. But even Zay Squirrel, alongside myself, had the same exact assessment with the New York Times report, right? Where they also said the same thing I did, that this kind of feels like a hit job. It turns out that there was a lot more evidence that the New York Times did not report on for one reason or another. It's remarkable that they did not report on those reasons and simply left the assessment of this allegation as someone who had one weird moment with Graham Plattner, but ultimately was fine with Graham Plattner. It turns out she wasn't fine with that, right? Don't throw a Majority Report under the bus. I'm never going to throw a Majority Report under the bus. I'm not going to throw Kyle Kalinske under the bus. I think it's important to recognize blind spots, myself included. Having said that, I totally understand why they were in support. A lot of these people that were in support of Graham Plattner were also in support of Kamala Harris in ways that were far more meaningful than, my assessment of that race, right? They were doing harm reduction and lesser evil voting arguments. This is consistent with their principle, right? If someone is going to do harm reduction arguments for Kamala Harris, then of course they're going to make, of course they're going to be in the tank for Graham Plattner. FD was in support of Kamala too. Yeah. Did you not hear him literally also do? Yes. FD signifier is also a harm reductionist. Okay. He literally said, look, you're going to vote for Graham Plattner. Just don't make him the face of the movement. That's all he's saying. And I think a lot of people don't listen to the nuanced criticism here. He is quite literally saying, look, if you're going to vote for Graham Plattner, that's fine. But like, there's obviously a lot of red flags and you shouldn't make him the face of a movement. You shouldn't be giving him this much coverage. You know what I mean? I think you didn't go as hard on him as the same reason people get scammed because you wanted it to be true. Of course I wanted him to be the base, like, commie former veteran that is like anti-imperialist, but he's like hiding his fucking he's hiding how radical he is. Turns out he was hiding his real experiences, just not in the direction that I hoped he was. But once again, the skepticism still remained. It was something that I wanted to make a personal assessment on. And unfortunately, well, I guess not even unfortunately, I guess I fortunately never had the opportunity to do so, especially considering, holy shit, the amount of cooking that I'd be receiving in this circumstance probably be even harder than that, regardless of the fact that I didn't lend him the same level of support at all. You had chatters in here saying that FD was calling you out for making him the face of the movement. Nobody listens to what they watch anymore, man. I know.
Terrorism happens like every 6 to 18 months in America. And it's impossible to remain in community or struggle with people who don't seem to mind that, who always put themselves first, especially when the struggle isn't about them in the first place. And after half a decade online, I'm tired of seeing this pattern and repeating these same complaints. But the problem is that this entire space has always catered to a specific type of white guy online. And that's what it was built for and what it always probably will be. See, BreadTube emerged as a venue to rehabilitate right-wing edgelords into leftist progressives, all after the rise of the alt-right. It has always had an extremely high tolerance for what Graham Plattner is, because he's just like them for real. And while not every aspect of BreadTube has catered to this reformed edgelord Reddit troll archetype, it's clear that this element of the space remains influential and often sets the tone for the space. Because even if these types don't make up the largest part of our audiences, they're almost always the loudest part, always the most online and the most active of the bunch. So let's talk about some drama for a bit. For years, I have not responded to drama publicly, and any drama from other creators whose opinions I don't care about, you haven't heard me talk about it publicly. And the reason for this is people don't care. People don't care about petty squabbles between creators that agree with each other 90% of the time. None of this is really material to any useful action toward a free Palestine or any social issue that you might care about. So rarely do I dedicate time to it.
And also people will couch a lot of content creators, like their entire thing is just their output, right? Which is content. And if they actually swing in the direction of drama, if they start swinging their content in the direction of drama, they start generating a lot of value. They start, generating revenue off of that. And obviously, if they're a political commentator, they can't simply be only the drama channel. So they have to put a layer of political criticism on top of the actual drama that they're engaging in. And there are a lot of people who do this. I try to stay away from this all the time. Unfortunately, YouTube monetizes it. But let's be real. There are a shit ton of content creators. I'm not going to name any fucking names, okay? There are a shit ton of content creators who almost entirely focus on drama. And they simply add a little bit of political shine to it to make it seem like there are serious political disagreements here, and this is a serious advocacy, and these are very important disagreements that must be addressed. when in fact all they're doing is shit stirring, lying about the background of individuals, and adding a good deal of like click chasing and clickbaiting into the process. Okay.
In a serious sense.
They moralize the drama, and oftentimes the drama is not even about political disagreements. It's about personal grievances that they cannot that they cannot simply come out and admit is a personal grievance. You do this too. There's not a single person that I've ever done this to, and as a matter of fact, the evidence of that is even at times when I've agreed with something that Destiny has said. And that motherfucker has spent the last 7 years of his entire life trying to focus every single bit of his political output on doing exactly what I just said. If someone, even if I despise them, if someone is on the right side of an issue, and they come out and it's a broken clock situation, I will say it. Okay. Yeah, you don't do this to Ben Shapiro? Yeah, I don't.
Just thrive off drama, and they can't attract an audience. Otherwise, I am not one of those creators. So I want to apologize up front to the vast majority of people who will watch this and have no clue where this is coming from. But with that in mind, I won't be naming names. And to be clear, a lot of the things I'm going to say aren't going to be intended explicitly towards a few people. And it's more so me responding to a problem I've been seeing forever in the space as a whole. But before I even go there, let me clarify some things. I am unequivocally a supporter of a free Palestine. I see Palestine as a colonized nation, and no, I do not think Israel has a right to exist because it is an imperial project and cannot exist as anything but an imperial project. I do not even condemn Hamas. And I've had this stance on decolonization for years. If you pay attention, I don't know if this is a shocking thing to hear me say. It's only that probably if you haven't been paying attention, but a lot of y'all only, we'll get there. You cannot put limitations on how colonized people fight their oppressors. So no, I won't condemn Hamas the same way I wouldn't condemn the Mau Maus in Kenya or the Nat Turner slave rebellions or the Haitian Revolution or the IRA in Ireland. All of these entities were called terrorists at the time of their existence by their oppressors, and all are recognized as liberation movements today, despite the ugliness those movements may have existed in. And I believe Hamas will eventually be seen in the same light. I would love if violence didn't have to occur. And there are anti-colonial movements that do happen to occur with minimal violence, but it's not fair to call any anti-colonial violence senseless, because it is a direct response to the condition that the colonized are living under. And the thing to keep in mind is that Palestinians didn't just start getting genocided by Israel on October 7, 2023. Now, I've seen people say that I've said nothing about the genocide in 3 years, and those people do not watch me. I've expressed my support for Palestine in multiple videos across multiple channels. One thing I'm really interested in with Palestine right now is because there's very obviously bad faith actors trying to involve themselves on all sides of the issue. Oh shit, it's 4,000 people in here. What the fuck? Let's talk about Palestine, motherfuckers. There are students across the country at college campuses protesting and putting their personal lives and futures in jeopardy for free Palestine. There are professors getting arrested and detained right up the street from where I live at this point at Emory University. Limbaugh's a racist, Glenbeck is a racist, Gaza Strip was getting bombed, Obama didn't say shit. Did Lupe Fiasco, one of the biggest rappers in the world, low-key say free Palestine way back in 2011? Yes, he did. But my content is made for Black people, and the people I'm talking about usually are not Black. And so some of these newfound critics will just lie and say I've been silent, and this is being used to paint me as a person who is both sizing a genocide or a liberal Zionist or a Philo-Semite. I have very purposely never presented myself as a key voice on Palestine, which I don't think anyone sincerely is asking me for, but that has allowed for, I'll say, unprincipled people to make up narratives about my position when I dare to say something as bold as,
hey, maybe don't use Nazi dog whistles because you had a disagreement with someone on Twitter.
And instead of acknowledging that reasonable and extremely low bar of decency in this space, folks would rather accuse me of being a liberal Zionist. And I think the only reason why this FD doesn't care about Palestine narrative has gotten legs, because I didn't make a definitive FD signifier Palestine video on my main channel. And some may see that as a lack of conviction, so let me clear that up as well. First, I want to engage with this idea that a video on Palestine would have been bad for my channel in some form or fashion. And this is just not based in reality. In fact, the opposite is true. Palestine videos, especially 2 years ago, were very popular. Sean's Palestine video 2 years ago is the second most watched video of the last 5 years. And even today, videos on the genocide can pull in good views. You never know how the
How much longer does he talk about like his own personal background? Because I know FD's takes. I know his position on this. He's just like addressing the drama, and I don't know if it's like pertinent to the conversation that we're having about Graham Plattner. And you guys should watch the video. I mean, it already got almost 500,000 views. Is the rest of it just drama, like related, where he's just like discussing his perspective in general? What are you looking for? I'll give you a timestamp. Oni, oh yeah, Oni edited this. Oni, is the rest of it just? Is the rest of it not about Plattner? Racism isn't drama. No, racism isn't drama, but he's talking about the racist attacks that he's receiving. That, and I'm watching this video specifically on his accurate assessment on Graham Plattner, the red flags, and why a lot of people don't see it. A lot of people stream on here just watching you. I don't get why they even stream. What? I don't know. Like,
multinational data mining platform so they could advertise AI girlfriends and PragerU in between me talking about political prisoners and black revolutionaries. It's just felt gross. Further, in the aftermath, I was somehow branded as a prison reform expert. Like, I remember having people reach out to me to play themselves, but don't tell
Oni says, go back to 21.
People to make up for his past sins. And my rehab is, trying to say distorted, and you literally cannot fix it. I know that a lot of these white leftists have zero shame, zero self-awareness, and zero interest in actual coalition building on this platform if it means they might have to decenter themselves. And that brings me back to Plattner. Plattner is popular because he's BreadTube personified. He is the former edgelord rehabilitated into the hero for oppressed people to make up for his past sins. And mind you, every piece of anti-colonial liberation theory that you will ever read will tell you that the colonized must free themselves, but don't tell that to your favorite BreadTuber or favorite BreadTube fan, because they'll swear that it's them that's the key to liberation for insert other group here. But further, Plattner shows the failure of the American left presenting a principled anti-Zionist stance to a larger general public. I've noticed in my personal life and online that there's been a rise in what I'm going to describe as America First anti-Zionism. And normally when I make up a new term, I want credit for it, but please do not repeat. I'm positive there is somebody more worthy, some actual Palestinian scholar that is saying the exact same thing I'm saying. So find them and give them credit for that term. But Plattner is a perfect example of what that is.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is this: we are all victim to our environment, okay? And what we see and what we do, it shapes our reality, it shapes our worldview, and sometimes we end up engaging in analysis that might betray a broader systemic factor that's not being seen. I will stand by the notion that I have over and over again, that I've repeated over and over again. Graham Plattner is not a product of the online left. Graham Plattner was hand-selected by, I guess, the fight agency. But having said that, what made Graham Plattner popular was not the online left. The online left, Majority Report, myself, if you consider me to be a major booster of Graham Plattner, Pod Johns, these people have a lot of influence, but they cannot make or break elections, no matter how big or small. Graham Plattner became a national figure because people in Maine voted for him. Liberals in Maine voted for him. And this is very important to identify and understand. We have to recognize this, because that is who voted for Graham Plattner, and that's who might even still to this day want Graham Plattner to remain in the race. Okay? I don't think Graham Plattner was carried into victory by bread tubers or Majority Report or myself or any number of different people, right? Unless you personally think, like, if your argument is, Hasan, you've done Graham Plattner, you're the reason why Graham Plattner ran, you're the reason why this issue is happening, you found him, you hand selected him, you work for the fight agency, whatever, right? If that's like your assessment, and there are some who are maybe leaning into that direction a little bit, okay? What you have to remember is, do you think I have, or do you think Majority Report has captivated the minds of every 65-plus-year-old college-educated white suburbanite in Maine? Do you think that's the reason why Graham Plattner is successful? Because they were all locked in on the Majority Report? Or do you think that there was genuine momentum behind his candidacy at a time when people were looking for someone to express their left populist rage? Okay? The reason why this is very important, to identify is because the replacement has to, in some way, shape, or form, embody that left populist rage. Because if that doesn't happen, a lot of people are going to be very frustrated and they're not going to vote, and they're going to think, oh, they rat fucked him. And I think that there are a lot of people in Maine that probably don't even want him to drop out. We've seen that. On Twitter, everyone's like, Graham Plattner, you got to drop out. On Blue Sky, they're doing victory laps, okay? But on Instagram, on Facebook, where the normies are, they fucking love Graham. On TikTok comments, people are saying, you shouldn't drop out, King. This is an Israel concocted narrative. Okay? They're saying that shit's fake. Politicians are calling him to drop out, but the voters are saying, remain in the race, King. Okay? That's important. That's important to understand. That's important to identify. I'm not saying this is correct. I'm not saying this is good. Okay? What I'm saying is this. That's how much legitimacy he was able to garner. That's how much there is an appetite for a change candidate that people, paired up with their lack of interest due to patriarchal constructs, their lack of interest in recognizing a rape victim when they see one, right? And the amount of influencing power a white man has, the amount of Teflon that a white male candidate clearly has, especially when they come from a veteran background where people are just like, that's my fucking guy. I will ride into the depths of hell. That's why I've said, ironically enough, this is the true liberal Trump. Okay? This is the true liberal Trumpian candidacy. That we have to take note. We have to take note of where the success came from. And we have to factor that into who the replacement should be.
Because while he does claim to want to stop aid from Israel, he also wants to improve military recruitment. So he is not against American imperialism like you might think, which undermines any anti-Israeli stance he holds. And that's typical of pretty much all the Democrats right now. The sad reality is that the Democratic Party and the alleged progressive leaders in America have allowed themselves to be outmaneuvered on Zionism by the likes of Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, unlike anti-Zionists on the left, are in fact obvious anti-Semites. Tucker Carlson is a crypto white supremacist who has spent years trying to normalize the Great Replacement theory, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is a former QAnon adherent who brought us Jewish space lasers and believes in blood light. Yet both are being mainstreamed in a way that I wouldn't have thought possible just a few years ago. People like Carlson and Greene have infinitely more reach and influence than any of your favorite bread tubers, and thus they have been able to frontline this American first anti-Zionism, and it's become a popular position. It feels like for the first time ever, and this is a good thing, and I'll explain why in a second, anti-Zionism is a popular sentiment to hold, but anti-Zionism that is America first is letting America off the hook for its role in that genocide. I've had a lot of people, both online and in my encounters in real life, smart people, say something along the lines of, Israel is controlling America, and no, the tail does not wag the dog. Israel is a settler colonial project built on genocide and mass murder. America is a settler colonial project built on genocide and mass murder, among other things. Game, recognized game. There are, of course, Zionists in American government and plenty of Zionists who are at the helm of powerful American institutions. And our current president does seem uniquely compromised in his ability to not be influenced, not just by Israel, but everyone. Like, everybody gets a piece of our president. But please believe that confluence of power between Israel and Zionists in America is not some secret, like, mystical thing. That's just how power and capitalists have always worked. One example of this America First anti-Zionism is, like, people often say America was forced or tricked into a war with Iran due to Israel, but this ignores the history of hostility America has had with Iran. Iran, as a sovereign, strong nation, has been able to withstand American influence and thus impedes on America's dominance of that region and the resources that Iran controls, even with Israel sitting at Iran's doorstep. And Israel, because of its Zionist nature, has always wanted to attack Iran, along with everyone else in that region for years. But for the longest, America has not allowed them to, because most American presidents fully understood that we probably can't win a war with Iran, which, if you're paying attention, is clearly correct. But that doesn't mean that we didn't desire to do the exact same thing Israel did. This is why you see so many other American politicians wanting more action from America in Iran, low-key on both sides of the aisle. America has not just allowed, but has encouraged Israel to be exactly what it is for decades at this point. It's just that this time around, Palestinians were able to show the world what is happening to them. And I want to be clear, Palestinians do not care and should not care how they get free or who in America is going to bring them to that point. If they get free because of a right-wing regime ushered in by Tucker Carlson decides to act on their innate hatred of Jewish people and pull support from Israel, that's an us problem. That's not a them problem. There's a great short essay from Laith Marouf, again, I apologize if I got that wrong, where he's responding to a recent interview where Norm Finkelstein basically says exactly what I'm saying here. But Marouf comes back to reiterate that none of that is the Palestinians' concern. Marouf says literally, why is it so hard to believe that America first could actually be Israel last? So if the left, and by that, I don't just mean us here on YouTube, although we are somewhat to blame, if the left can't present a crystal clear principled stance against Zionism to combat the nationalistic and ultimately fascist version that's taking a hold everywhere, including somewhat on the left, then we're fucked and we deserve it.
I don't like how Hasan is framing the situation as the online left has no responsibility in platforming PLATNER in a positive way, regardless of how main voters voted. It's just a lack of accountability. It's my least favorite statement. It's my least favorite word. And I know people will clip this and be like, oh, yeah, see, he hates accountability. It just doesn't mean anything. Okay? It just doesn't mean anything. Like, what do you mean? Hold, like, I say it too at times. But, like, what does it mean? What would accountability look like? Like, what would you want me to do? What would you want, I don't know, like Majority Report to do? Because I saw pieces of Emma's takes earlier where she did hold herself accountable. Like, she said, look, I apologize. I was duped by this person to a certain degree. I really pushed for this person. But, like, in my situation, it's like, what do you want me to not cover the fucking main Senate race at all? Calling out the Nazi tattoo? Why did so many people minimize that? Wait, but I did do that. So what I did numerous tweets, numerous extensive hours of coverage. So what do you want me to do about that? Like, answer clearly. Use your words. Like, what would you like me to do about that? That was actually a big part of my criticism as well. So I think for a lot of people it turns into I think for a lot of people it basically turns into like this whole thing where it's like, I want you to satisfy my needs. Like, I'm watching this video because there were red flags that I myself also overlooked in terms of in an effort to maintain some kind of like stable left populist momentum, right? Not overlooked necessarily, because I did bring them up, but it wasn't enough for me to be like, fuck this guy. And if you're asking me to say fuck this guy when the alternative was Susan Collins or Janet Mills, I wasn't going to do that, right? There is a level of buildup that we had to reach for me to say that. Okay? Does that make sense? I mean, this is something that I've made, I think, very clear. Something that I've made very clear over and over again is that, like, there is a level of there's a level of like accusation pile on, especially where it's coming from is also important, because a lot of these accusations weren't just coming from the anti-imperialist left flank, some of the ultras in this community, some of the wreckers in this community who were actually saying unhinged things, as opposed to like reasonable critique. But yeah, I mean, this is me talking about his tattoo. You know what, Platter being a Nazi? Yes, of course I'll be speaking about that as well. Dude, you think this community is going to let me live that down? Are you kidding me? My most ethical voting decision in Maine. It is to me, okay? I've already made my most... So, I think people are rightfully mad that you dismissed the New York Times allegations, especially considering Rascott is mentioned in the name in the article. No, I stand by that. You actually did defend the tattoo at the time, but there isn't anything I or any of us should demand you do. I stand by that. The New York Times report. Should we go back to the New York Times reporting on Rasico? And no, I did not defend the Nazi tattoo. Should we go back and read the New York Times report on Rasico? Do you guys want to go through that again? Because the New York Times literally said it was worrying. That's it. That Rasico had a troublesome. The New York Times report said Rasico had a troublesome experience. They did not put down the credible accusations of rape that Rasico made in the Politico report. If the New York Times, as a matter of fact, ironically enough, at the time I said, if the New York Times report had a credible accusation of rape, that would be an irredeemable red line. I don't think you remember my coverage of the New York Times report. And it wasn't just even about Rasico. I said that there was a Republican operative, right, Fifield, who had made accusations, the primary accusations of the New York Times report anchored around. And those accusations, according to the New York Times' own assessment, did not reach that standard. According to Fifield's own assessment, did not reach that same standard. And at the time I said, look, regardless of whether Fifield is a Republican operative or not, if she had contemporaneous conversations at the time with a serious accusation of rape, then that would be the red line. That would be considered irredeemable. I was very clear on this. It wouldn't even matter that she is a Republican operative at that point, because that would be a red line. That'd be an irredeemable red line. Hold on. Sorry. In any case, this was the white fatigue.
Clear here
FD
is that
streams.
Rob, myself, Sean DeBlack, a lot of other black folks, we have explained this to y'all before. That's the real black fatigue. That, like, literally, that is what black fatigue actually is. Is black folks being tired of having.
He literally had rape allegations before this. Why are we being obtuse now? No, he didn't. He did not. What are you talking about? I said what I said, y'all. This was a blind spot for y'all in the space. I'm speaking from my experience as a black man who sees shit like this and understand why the space struggles with POC. Where is the rape allegation? No. You can say you were skeptical because you've seen, charismatic white men dupe a lot of people. That's fair. That's what FD Signifier's assessment is. Okay? But you can't say there was already like credible rape allegations and people just overlooked it. Where were the credible rape allegations? You can't just like drop that in here. The Politico article that actually solidified this reporting unironically also reported that there were no rape allegations against Graham Plattner up until that reporting. Up until yesterday, up until 24 hours ago, there were no credible rape allegations or rape allegations at all. So where are you coming from with this?
Having to explain racism to white people. Let's get into this nonsense. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So I haven't actually watched any of the coverage. I've just seen the aftermath.
Okay, this is 48 minutes long. And it's just it's just a stream comp, right? I'll wait for a cleaned up version of this. But I will be watching the debate live. Whoever said Plattner was the face of the movement, that's Mamdani in my head. Yeah. As a black woman who's skeptical of him the whole time, he did not have rape allegations. As soon as the New York Times article came out, I knew it was coming. I knew he likely did it during his time terrorizing people in the Middle East. It needs to be okay for people to say, I found out more information, I was wrong. I'll be more cautious in the future. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm watching the FD Signifier video, right? Anyway, Zara Mamdani was asked about Graham Plattner earlier today, and he, of course, also said that Graham Plattner should drop out, obviously.
To ask, given that you have a sort of ascendant role in the Democratic Party, could you talk about the Maine Senate race? Do you think that Graham Plattner should drop out of the race? And do you have any intention of endorsing any candidates in competitive races outside of New York, El Said, or anyone else?
No, I believe that it's time for him to drop out of the race. And when it comes to my own endorsements, I've made 8 endorsements at the state and federal level. They've all been right here in New York City. I'm incredibly excited at the fact that they won their races, and that's where my focus is for now.
This motherfucker's always got some shit to say and drip to wear, okay? I'm sick and tired of it. I'll say it. I'm sick and tired of it. You got to redistribute the drip, my man. You can't just be wearing the drip just by yourself, all on your own lonesome, okay? What kind of socialism is this shit? What kind of socialism is this shit? It turns out I am now a reactionary conservative. It turns out they were right. Okay? It turns out they were fucking right. The Republicans were right. Socialism only means the tippy top gets the drip. Nobody else. Yeah, drip for me, not for thee.
You know, I think the focus of today should be to respond to the gravity of what so many of us have read. And I think that the only appropriate response is for the campaign to come to an end.
We turn now to a stunning new allegation rocking a pivotal contest for the U.S. Senate in November. Maine Democratic nominee Graham Plattner is accused of rape by a woman he once dated, a claim Plattner denies. At least 13 Democrats are now calling on Plattner to drop out of the race. Caitlin Huey-Burns is on Capitol Hill. Caitlin, good morning.
Good morning to you, Natalie. Well, Graham Plattner is vigorously denying this allegation, but he did say he is taking time to reflect on the path forward. And Democrats in Maine and across the country are calling on him to drop out ahead of a key ballot deadline just days away.
Graham Plattner, once considered a rising star in the Democratic Party, now facing an allegation of sexual assault from a woman he alleged to have dated 5 years ago. Jenny Rassicott told Politico she first met Plattner in 2019 and that their relationship...
Isn't it fucking weird that there wasn't this level of outrage from people like Shannon Watson, Neera Tanden, and Eric Swalwell? I wonder why. Yeah, because for the record, Neera Tanden is a massive Clinton booster. She worked with the Clintons her whole life. Okay? They don't give a shit about rape allegations if it's their guy. We care about it, right? They don't have any fucking consistency. Get the hell out of here. What are we doing? They rode for Andrew Cuomo against Zoran Mamdani. Speaking of Zoran Mamdani, new AP polling on Jewish Americans, Mamdani, 44% favorable, 39% unfavorable. Mamdani is at a +5 with American Jews. Netanyahu is at a -27 with American Jews. And Trump is at a -42 with American Jews. Interesting. Yeah. Replace Zoran Mamdani with the word Israel, and it's not so funny, is it? That's right. Replace the name Zoran Mamdani with anti-Semitism, and all of a sudden, you see a very different picture. Not so funny, is it? How about that? %30 of Jewish adults say Israel has committed genocide, although about half, 49%, say it has not. This is being base boosted generationally. Easy explanation. 30% of those surveyed are imbeciles. This guy says. How crazy is it that about 1/3 of Americans in massive erosion? AP NORC poll, about 3 in 10 U.S. adults believe Israel has committed a genocide against the Palestinians. Devastating numbers, by the way, for the truth. Devastating numbers. Americans are still, by and large, the most propagandized population. Like North Korea levels, straight up. Like what we perceive as happening in North Korea is unironically happening in America. And it's far more sinister in some respects because it's not so like direct and deliberate and flagrant, right? It's just like people genuinely think that there is no propaganda that's at play here, which makes it somehow more insidious. Also, speaking of propaganda, we haven't carried the flame in a couple days. We're at level 3 on the hype train right now. If you want to carry the flame, please subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free. Okay, you can subscribe for $6 or for free, or by gifting a sub. Level 3 hype train at level 10 hype train. We carry the flame as always. Let's continue.
Was consensual. Until one night in 2021, when she alleges Plattner came to her home uninvited, forced her to have sex after she repeatedly told him to stop. She told Politico Plattner was, quote, almost blackout drunk and said, quote, I remember the specific moment where I thought to myself, like, this is no longer my choice. In a separate interview with CNN, Rassicot claimed she feared for her safety.
He violated multiple layers of consent
Kaya.
that night by
Kaya,
coming into my home
what are you doing?
when I asked him not to, and by advancing on me when I told him not to.
Plattner, after postponing campaign events in recent days, responded in a video Monday afternoon.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorical.
Here's another thing that we found out, okay? You know how we found out that, there is no, like, real viable constituency of anti-Israel, anti-war sentiment on the right? You know how, like, simply being anti-Israel is not going to carry to a victory if Donald Trump is against you, as we saw with the Thomas Massey equation? There is no liberal Trump, at least for the time being, okay? Because this is the liberal Trump moment. And the liberal voters, in my opinion, will probably crater in their support for Graham Plattner after this accusation. And therefore, turns out, you can't have a serious rape accusation as a liberal that is also an outsider too, when the institutions are not defending you, when the institutions have their knives out for you anyway. You're not going to be able to pull a Trump. Okay? You're not going to be able to pull a Trump, which I don't think is a bad thing, for the record. I just want to state my position on this. It's not a bad thing. That is a good thing. New York Times reporting that backs up your claims about the viewpoint of Maine voters. Of the nearly 24 Democrats interviewed in the state on Tuesday, most said they expected Mr. Plattner to drop out of the race. Most said it was the right course. His ideas were great, but he has way too much baggage now, said John Murray, 80 years old, a retired mail carrier from Saco. But several, including Mr. Murray, said they would probably stick with Mr. Plattner, 41, if he opted to remain on the ballot. The deadline for the candidate to formally withdraw from the race is Monday. We'd vote for a swamp frog or anyone to defeat Susan Collins, Mr. Murray said. Is it even fair to say that someone should have known this would happen? I mean, the only people I think that should have known this would happen were the people who did not sufficiently and thoroughly investigate Graham Plattner's background. Let's be real. I think a lot of people that saw Graham Plattner deliver a speech in a very convincing manner they fell in love with him. They were like, this guy has unbelievable talent in comparison to what Maine normally has. He has the look, the build, the CV that is, obviously not great for our perspective, but certainly something that Mainers responded positively to. And that was it. Because I don't see any reason why people try to make it seem as though, like, Graham Plattner was not an effective communicator. I don't know why people make this argument for some reason. Like, he, as I've said time and time again, regardless of skepticism or scrutiny, very clearly was connecting with Maine voters. And the reason why he was able to do that is because he was a very effective communicator. That's it. Yeah, coming out of the gate swinging with a Bernie endorsement day one, obviously frame one also helped him. But guess what, guys? It didn't help him as much as it helped, or it didn't help Abdul El-Sayed in the same way. This was always a tale of two races from my perspective. And I always made that comparison. Abdul El-Sayed also started early. Abdul El-Sayed also started frame one with a Bernie endorsement. And yet Abdul El-Sayed did not get the national attention until Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow, more importantly than Haley Stevens, came out and started yelling at Abdul El-Sayed because he had made the At the time, they thought it was an unwise decision. Turns out it was a very wise decision. Made the decision to campaign alongside a dangerous radical like myself. That's when that campaign became a national campaign. That's when people started paying close attention to Abdul al-Sayed. So why is it that Abdul al-Sayed did not get that national recognition? That is ironically what FD signifier was pointing to. Is Abdul not charismatic? Of course he is. And on top of that, he had the background. He had the experience. So why did he not get the same recognition? 2 candidates, 2 Senate races. 2 candidates, 2 Senate races. What gives? He is no Plattner in regards to charisma. I think you're wrong. Are you kidding me? He's great. Have you listened to his stump speech? It's fantastic. It's just as exciting as Graham Plattner's is. This is also the Abdul story, though he had started with a leg up because he'd run before and had a different resume. Town halls everywhere, making himself much more available and visible to Dems than Stevens. McMurray did this too. It just didn't work as well. No, I disagree with David a little bit, with Weigel a little bit. Okay? I think a large part of Plattner's success in the primary, beyond expressing what his mainstream Dem view on Gaza, was holding town halls, laying out his views, and answering questions after questions. It's rare for polls to do that. He did that 80 plus. Agreed. But so did Abdul. So why was Abdul's chances nowhere near as good as Graham Plattner's was? I think it's because a lot of people don't pay attention to radical candidates that embody that carry that populist rage in their attitude, in their policy, when those candidates aren't white guys. It's true. This was my primary point that I made over and over again. And there are still racist motherfuckers in the centrist democratic forces, the pro-Israel forces, that are trying to say Abdul doesn't have the juice, saying that Abdul doesn't have the credentials, the background. He has too many red flags, they say. What are those red flags? We ask what those red flags are, and there's never a decent answer for it beyond taking the long road home to say he's Muslim and brown. Okay? That's it. That's it. Anyway, let's get back to the story.
False.
The oyster farmer and Marine veteran is no
He's very phillennial coded, to be fair. Abdul, yes, but that's not a negative. That's a positive. I mean, Zoran was too. This is the age of the phillennial, folks. While I find some of those instincts to be cringy, I think wine moms have a very different attitude. Okay? Let's be real. Zoran did a good number, a good deal of phillennial stuff as well. I think it is absolutely the age of the phillennial.
stranger to controversies. During his primary
For good reason, we're skipping generation lead poisoning.
campaign, he faced scrutiny over a tattoo he later covered up after critics said it resembled a Nazi symbol and claims of toxic behavior from alleged previous romantic partners. Plattner has denied those allegations, but said during that time he had been struggling with undiagnosed PTSD and was self-medicating with alcohol.
Regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward.
Now, this is one of those key races that could help determine which party has control of the U.S. Senate. And the pressure is building here on Plattner to drop out. Get this. He has until July 13th to drop out of the race. And then the state Democratic Party in Maine could pick his replacement to take on longtime incumbent Republican Senator Susan Collins in November. Gail.
Well, July 13th is next week. The clock is ticking. Thank you, Caitlin. CBS News political contributor, and Democratic strategist, that's Joel Payne, joins us now from Washington. Joel, many Democrats who stood by him are now saying he's got to go. Elizabeth Warren, Ro Khanna. And then some are looking at the Democrats and saying, why did it take this for you all to finally say he's got to go? What do you think is going to happen now?
Well, look, the hill is very high for Plattner to scale to stay in the race. Not just national Democrats are speaking out against him, but a lot of local voices. The Maine Democratic Party, some members of the Maine congressional delegation have called for Plattner to step aside. And look, these allegations are damning and they're serious. And I think that what a lot of Democrats are wrestling with right now is how did we get here? I think we got here because a candidate caught fire and really built a brand in the state.
This guy's a smaller head than you. I think is really inappropriate that you guys have this kind of attitude every time someone has broad shoulders. Okay? I think it's messed up. You guys see a broad-shouldered individual and you immediately assume that their head size is tiny. It's not. Okay? It's not the case. This is a perspective issue. Okay? And it's a significant issue, and I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it, okay? What is this? Glad you finally got your first lead acting. Wide shoulders equals wide bed from my husband's short film. Okay, this might be literally age restricted. I'm not going to watch it.
And really built trust with voters. This is not a candidate who is someone who was placed in this position by national donors or national influencers. This is someone who really caught on locally. And when you have that, and you have an
thank God someone is making that assessment. Jesus Christ, it's definitely one that is unfortunately lost in the tit for tat shit slinging battle that's been taking place over the last 24 hours of this news cycle. Everyone has taken this credible rape accusation and has used it to pull out their I told you so's back and forth when no one, for some fucking weird reason, one, understands the significance of this, the significance of this problem, right, for the Senate majority, because the Senate majority means investigations, accountability, hurdles in front of the Trump administration, right? Like that's an absolute necessity. I cannot stress this enough, okay? And the other problem is that if you don't recognize what forces gave Graham Plattner his national prominence, if you simply think it's like, leftist Carhartt wearing phonies who know what the working class truly is, if you think that that's the case, then you're failing to comprehend the hundreds of thousands of Mainers that voted for him from not that background, right? It's incredibly stupid. All that remains for Graham Plattner is to make the reasonable and considerate choice and not follow his own short-sighted, selfish desires. Imagine getting rid of your Nazi tattoo for nothing. Bro's probably pissed. He's like, dude, that's my emotional support Nazi tattoo, you fucking asshole.
Untested candidate who's never been vetted nationally. These are the types of things that a lot of Democrats fear could happen.
Well, and he has been leading in the polls against Republican Susan Collins, Joel. And he's already won the primary. But what would the process look like then if the Democrats would choose to go with another candidate? As we said, the clock is ticking. They have until early next week.
Yeah, well, as Caitlin alluded to, he's got until July 13th to decide whether or not to drop out of the race. And then there's a 2-week period until July 27th where local Democrats could choose somebody to replace Plattner on the ticket. Now, there are already rumblings of the types of folks who could potentially replace him. Someone like Troy Jackson, who was a Democratic candidate for governor recently, Narav Shah, who's also a candidate for local office, are some of the names. And of course, there's Janet Mills, who Plattner defeated in the Democratic primary, who's the sitting governor of the state right now as well. Those are some of the folks who people are discussing. I think what's challenging here for Democrats is making sure that if there is a change in candidate on the ballot, that Maine voters are people who have actually the say. This is not a decision that's put upon Maine voters, but this is a decision that comes from Maine voters. And I think that's a priority for a lot of folks who are thinking about what happens next.
All right, Joel Payne, thank you.
A woman who dated Maine U.S. Senate candidate Graham Plattner.
What happens if 1, he doesn't drop out? Does he still win or lose by a landslide? 2, what happens if they put a centrist Democrat back in the race? I suspect that he's using the threat of staying in the race to make sure that they don't fucking navigate. The centrist Democrats don't put like a fucking dog shit candidate who will literally lose the support of the ground. Like, I cannot stress this enough. Look, it doesn't matter. This is not about Graham Plattner, right? He's out. That's clear. But if the Democrats come in and they're like, well, it's Janet Mills time, I cannot begin to explain to you how bad that will be, because it'll be a 2 for 1. A lot of people that voted for Graham Plattner will not vote for Janet Mills because they voted against Janet Mills. They voted for Graham Plattner. Okay? Like, I cannot, dude, this is unique. My unique fresh hell, okay? My unique fresh hell, specifically because this is not 1, but 2 different Kamala Harris 2.0 situations. And maybe even a taste of Hillary Rodham Clinton, okay? Fuck, my hair is out of control. Because there's 2 scenarios here, both in Maine and Michigan, where the Democrats are salivating at the fucking prospect of pulling another operation where they just do a no primary, hand-selected Democratic establishment candidate. Okay? That's what's going on here. Terrifying prospect. Terrifying prospect. New York had his back, baby. Yeah. Anyway. Let's take a look at Senator Bernie Sanders.
After a woman came forward in recent hours accusing Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner in a 2021 sexual assault, several top Democrats asking Plattner to get out of the race. And now we're hearing from Senator Bernie Sanders.
Wait, did something happen with Abdul? No, they're just trying to use the Plattner situation to fucking shit sling at Abdul. It's insane. But they are literally trying to they are literally trying to put Haley Stevens in there, who's basically Hillary Rodham Clinton, basically Kamala Harris. Both of these people lost Michigan to Trump. Okay?
Vermont independent senator who confirms he got on the phone to talk to Plattner today and asked Plattner to step aside. The new allegations reported by Politico and CNN made by Jenny Rassicote. She's a 41-year-old woman who dated Plattner 5 years ago, claims he forced her to have sex despite objecting.
He violated multiple layers of consent that night by coming into my home when I asked him not to, and by advancing on me when I told him not to.
So let's talk about it live to CBS News political director Finn Gomez in Washington. Any response from Team Plattner yet?
No, not yet. As of we do know that, after the story first broke, Plattner issued a statement Monday denying the new allegations from his former romantic partner, Jenny Rassicoat, calling them, quote, categorically false, and issued a campaign video soon after the story first broke. Plattner called the allegations, quote, troubling, serious, and false in a statement, and said accusations of non-consensual behavior as categorically untrue. The candidate went on to post a video to social media after the story broke. Take a listen.
Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false. Regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins.
He also acknowledged what he called the political reality surrounding the accusation, Reed, which I find notable. He's saying it's time to reflect on the best path forward. He didn't say he's dropping out there, but he's also stopped short of saying he's going to stay in the race, and which in turn fueled speculation because Maine law gives Democrats only until next Monday, July 13th, for Plattner to withdraw if they want to replace him on the general election ballot to face incumbent Republican Senator Susan Collins, who's running for a sixth term.
And the hope, of course, by Democrats is to regain Congress and flip the balance of power in Congress. And this is a really crucial race. So what's the status of the race now? Let's play this out. Say Plattner pulls out of the race. What happens next?
Well, look, I mean, right after the news first broke, top Democrats, including Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand, concluded the situation in Maine had fundamentally changed, that the situation had changed there. Even early backers like progressive Congressman Ro Khanna, who campaigned with them last month, and Senators Martin Heinrich and Elizabeth Warren, who were close to Plattner, had dropped their support. And now, as you mentioned, Senator Bernie Sanders, a top backer, weighed in and said that he has spoken with Plattner about the best path forward for Maine in light of these very serious allegations, and he has recommended that he step aside. Also notable, Reed, that New York City Mayor Mamdani also said today that Plattner should lead the race. Many Democrats I spoke to believe that the writing's on the wall here, and it's a long list of Democrats from establishment to the progressive wing who essentially no longer believe the progressive populist candidate can beat Susan Collins, who is running, who was once considered one of the most vulnerable Republicans this cycle. And again, if Plattner withdraws by the state's July 13th deadline, Maine Democrats can choose a replacement nominee through the party process rather than holding another vote. Voters would not be involved. They have up until July 27th to make that replacement. Then that replacement, of course, would then face Collins in November. And remember, as you mentioned, why does this seat matter so much? Why does Maine matter so much? It's because Democrats view Maine as one of their best pickup opportunities, Reed, as they try to regain control of the Senate. Maine is a must-win for them. And there's some new developing news. According to the Bangor Daily News, former Maine Senate President Troy Jackson, a progressive, has filed with the FEC on today to form a Senate Exploratory Committee, becoming the first Democrat to formally campaign for that spot, according to the paper, if Plattner appears to, if he vacates his nomination.
And has a clock to beat to do that. CBS News political director Finn Gomez. This is yet another one to watch. Glad you've got your glasses on, Finn. Thank you so much.
President Trump is in Turkey right now. He said this morning he will.
Oh, yeah. All right. Now let's get to Benjamin Netanyahu, the true president of the United States of America. Plattner can now run and win the pedophilic elite with Trump's camp. Plattner isn't Fetterman, but he's fucking the Democrats just the same. I know. Yeah, the Plattner is John Fetterman conversation. I didn't really agree with, because John Fetterman is not John Fetterman pre-stroke. Okay. Like, I don't know why people always try to tie this stuff together. And I think people will obviously continue doing that. Like, I've seen some people say, oh, you were wrong on Fetterman. You're wrong on Graham Plattner. Like, I've acknowledged that the red flags with John Fetterman, I thought were just him trying to avoid the money cannon from AIPAC. I have mentioned that because I knew that he was like shaky on Israel, but a lot of people, myself included, made the assessment that he's probably just trying to not get attacked nonstop. You know? But as far as John Fetterman goes, like John Fetterman literally has gone back on fundamental planks of his policy platform that pertain to his personal existence. Undocumented migration, for example. His wife is an undocumented immigrant. His wife was an undocumented immigrant. He was very pro-immigrant. John Fetterman post-stroke is literally pro-ICE. The idea that, bro, he said he changed and opposes rape now, why don't we just forgive him? I like that. I know what you're trying to do here. I know what you're trying to say here, right? Like, I think redemption, even for someone like that, is possible. It's just that he has done nothing of the sort. Okay? He's done nothing of the sort. And I know you're going to turn around and say, well, what has he done for redemption in terms of American militarism or whatever? He's talked about his experience and how stupid all of it was and how it was for nothing. He's denying it. Like, I don't know why people always fucking make it seem like Grant Plattner was running around and being like, I loved the experience. I know that he has said something similar in his Reddit posts from many years ago, but when he was running a campaign, he wasn't like, I loved waging war. It was the most exciting and the best thing. I want to send more people to go and fucking murder people overseas. Like that wasn't his output at all. As a matter of fact, if that was his output, I think people would probably be a little grossed out by it. You know? I mean, yes, he did low. No, he didn't. No, he did not. He did not. He said he joined for adventure, and after his buddies died, and you can also get mad about that too. You can be like, well, he only cared about it when, he personally experienced the death and destruction, and that's selfish, and I agree with you. Okay. And you can talk about the inconsistency between saying like, oh, I really didn't like this experience, but then I fucking joined Blackwater in 2018, which is true, right? That's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous claim. It's an inconsistency that I wanted to personally address. His campaign did not want to do this interview. But the idea that he was running actively on how awesome, like you're making it seem like it was hoorah. The Iraq War was great. Nothing to reflect on. It's awesome, and everyone should do it. It's just like, yeah, he had a lot of red flags. Part of the reason why I, pointed out the red flags, but did not say that it was completely irredeemable up until now. I've made it very clear is because of the electability, the electioneering, the unfortunate chess piece that he was in the Senate majority, including the way he communicated on the issue of Israel, on Medicare for all, and numerous other very good policies, which, for the record, are unbelievably popular in Maine, as we found out. And I told you guys at the time, I think my worst assessment. Wait, you're still defending him? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo, Hasan, this is so fucked. This is just so fucked. What can you even say at this point? I don't know what I can say to you that will help you comprehend that I've literally out of the gates said that he needs to drop out. There is no defending. You fucking, what do you want? What do you want? There's no defending Graham Plattner. I'm not defending Graham Plattner. Okay? I don't know how else I can explain this like simple concepts to you guys about populist policies are what actually carried him to victory in the primary. He was a very good communicator from the perspective of Mainers, which is what led him to win the primary with a resounding level of success against the candidate that the establishment put together. Okay? A guy with a Nazi tattoo was capable of getting Mainers to vote for him. Against the establishment aggressively pursuing everything that he did, which turns out was filled to the brim with fucking landmines beyond the red flags. Question, do you think you have to change anything in the future? I think I'll probably extend the arm's length beyond even like coming across as I'm defending certain people that I'm scrutinizing in the future for candidates. Because I just don't want the fucking endless back and forth that's taking place right now. Like I should have just, I literally should have just stuck to just this and never spoke about it beyond this. Because my initial analysis and my initial scrutiny and my initial assessment is correct. I said, seeing a lot of libs defend Plattner over the establishment pick Janet Mills because he has a leftist platform, and it seems like they're tired of the status quo electability arguments of the Dems. Now imagine if you had a candidate who didn't have a Blackwater CV and a totem cough. When I smell something wrong, I should just continuously keep that distance, because there are a lot of people who will come in here. There are a lot of people who will come in here in the process and make like ridiculous arguments, ridiculous comparisons, and I immediately eat the bait, and I immediately eat the bait and start fucking arguing against the bad argument that someone is presenting. And then that gets clipped as like, or that turns into, you have hours and hours of defending Graham Plattner. That's it. Just coming from another autistic person, I truly think part of the reason people get mad at you about this is an autistic tone thing. Perfectly, I understand 100% your perspective about this, including when you're arguing about hypotheticals and making broader arguments using Plattner as an example. But I think it's not coming across to everyone. Yeah. Do you see what I mean? People would have been bugging you literally every day to talk about Plattner if you'd maintained distance. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I still obviously control what we talk about here, and I do fall for the, I do fall into getting into these arguments over and over again.
Consider selling F-35 fighter jets to Turkey, which is a reversal of a ban he put in place. You said yesterday that would, quote, upset the power balance in the Middle East. Have you made that clear to President Trump?
Yes, I have. Actually, spoke to him several times about it. And I think that everybody understands that notwithstanding the personal friendship that President Trump has with Erdogan, it doesn't make Turkey a friendly or a friendly state to the United States. To the contrary.
Like, Benjamin Netanyahu is not on Fox News, but on Dana Bash, CNN, ZNN. Okay? And what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing on ZNN is directing American foreign policy, and specifically American foreign policy that pertains to NATO, while addressing a NATO country that's currently holding the NATO talks as a direct adversary to their interests. Think about how insane this is. Think about how fucking insane this is. Like, this is not weird. This is not a weird situation at all. We got a foreign country that's dictating American foreign policy on the liberal network, the supposedly liberal network, CNN. And this foreign country that is supposedly a sovereign nation that relies on us and our tax dollars and our political cover to do the violent things that it's doing with no scrutiny whatsoever, gets to now dictate American foreign policy around an American ally that is a part of an American security partnership, which I don't like, for the record, just so you guys understand my position on this versus my analysis. I know a lot of people mistake the two sometimes. Okay? He's saying a country with American nukes that is hosting the American NATO conference right now is bad, and America should reconsider giving that country F-35 fighter jets. What is this? This was your brief mention in the Politico video?
Line PLATNER should drop out of the race. I'm withdrawing my endorsement. Hasan Piker, the very well-known Twitch streamer, described it as curtains for PLATNER's candidacy. And looking, I think, specifically at your corroborative work, said, you know, I believe this allegation based on the work that you do. It feels like at the time of recording this, there's really no way back for Graham PLATNER's campaign here.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. All right, anyway. Once again, Hasan is talking about the most moral nation in such a negative way. Yes. Yes, it's fucked up. It's fucked up, I know. This is the most moral nation. There's no other way to do it.
It's a regime that's infected with the Muslim Brotherhood, which hates the United States. He harbors Hamas, the Hamas terrorists. He supports them. He finances them. He's thrown his opponents in jail, all of them. He throws more journalists in jail than anyone can understand. So he's not exactly a model ally of the United States. But even worse than that, he threatens Greece, a NATO ally. He occupies half of Cyprus, another NATO country. And the most important thing, and I put it right on the table, he threatens to destroy my country, the one and only Jewish state. Is number two.
Yeah. Can you believe it, Dana? Can you believe it? The country that currently maintains an oil and gas pipeline that is responsible for 80% of my country, Israel's energy needs, actually wants to destroy Israel. Can you imagine, Dana? The horror. First of all, if that was the fucking case, he could just literally tweak the faucet, okay? He could just go burp, 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 and shut off the oil and gas pipeline from Azerbaijan to Israel. Okay? What the fuck is this guy talking about? If Erdogan was Erdo Goat, okay, if he was a real one, that's what he would do.
Says that we have no place among the nations, and you know what that means. And his number three, the interior minister, says that he's looking forward to be the governor of Jerusalem. Hello?
But,
you know,
but
we're
Prime
a sovereign
Minister,
country.
Yeah, but Prime Minister, the president said this morning
and we tend to stay independent.
President said this morning that they are...
Does Israel want to be in NATO? Fuck no. That would require them to even give troop assurances to any other country. And Israel is not doing that. Okay? Are you fucking kidding me? Pff, Israel joining NATO. Great. Yeah, Israel trying to act like it's more of a NATO than a founding NATO member? Yes. Israel is more NATO now than America. Okay?
great friends, and not just the two of them, the countries of the United States and Turkey, and that Turkey is perhaps a better ally than other so-called allies. So he is considering giving the country these planes, F-35s.
Well, as I said, it would destroy the power balance in the Middle East because Turkey, I think, has aggressive aspirations. I mean, they openly say that. They want to restore.
Wait, you don't say. You don't say. Turkey has aggressive aspirations in the Middle East. Dude, literally any other country leader says this, and there is a valid point, okay? Any other country. Fuck it. Iran says this, and I'm like, okay, not wrong. Israel is the one country that doesn't get to make that argument. Okay? You are the one country that does not get to make this argument. Oh, Turkey is far too belligerent and far too aggressive in its aspirations in the Middle East. That's incredible, dude.
The Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire not only included Turkey, it included many other countries, included Syria, it included pieces of Jordan, included all of present-day Israel, included some...
Yeah, Palestine. Say it. That's what it was called. It was called Palestine, motherfucker.
Gulf countries. So this is not a force for peace and stability. And if you give this kind of radical regime that admittedly smiles to America when it is necessary, or smiles to the president of the United States when it's necessary, when you give him that power, you're going to see aggression in its wake. I wouldn't do that.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, the conversation that the president is having with Turkey today is just the latest in moves that he has made that are not making you happy. He obviously imposed ceasefires in Gaza, in Lebanon, on Iran. He made you turn fighters back from attacking Iran last summer. He's told you what you can and can't do in Hezbollah.
You know how I sometimes say, like, American neo-Nazis that are anti-Semitic and present themselves as anti-Israel kind of come across as jealous? It's like projection where they're like, oh, why do Jews get to do this? Like, why do they get to have an ethno-state? Like, why can't we have a fascist white Christian ethno-state here in the United States of America? Like, that's what it comes across as when Benjamin Netanyahu goes on CNN and is like, Turkey is a very dangerous force, a very belligerent force in the region, unlike me, unlike Israel. And it's like, and Turkey does present a destabilizing factor at the behest of American investment and at the behest of American interests in the region, as it's, done time and time again. However, Turkey also has its own regional ambitions, right? Erdogan, one of his only qualities that even his critics will at least recognize as sound, because they also operate out of a nationalistic framework. That is the fact that he has maneuvered around the regional ambitions of Turkey and has been able to utilize the leverage that it gains against Europe over and over again, the leverage that it has with the United States of America over and over again. The problem from the Israeli perspective here is that is making Turkey an irreplaceable force in the region, and Israel doesn't like that. Israel doesn't like the competition that Turkey represents for America. The difference between Israel and Turkey, however, is that Turkey has the second largest. Turkey, one, has a massive defense industry, and that massive defense industry has actually played a major role in Ukraine, for example, with the Bayraktar drones. But then besides that, Turkey also has the second largest standing military in NATO. And Turkey deploys that standing military. Turkey also trains other troops as well, on top of deploying that military both in the region and potentially anywhere around the world. Israel doesn't have that. Israel does not have that ambition. Israel will never put Israeli troops in the line of fire if it's not something that is related to the greater Israel project. This is what makes Turkey a client state that is technically more valuable than Israel, which is precisely the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu is chirping here. Okay?
Who is calling the shots for Israel?
I think there's a wide misperception of everything you said, because a lot of these things, some of them were not true, and some of them were agreed in advance. And some of it, yes, we had occasional disagreements. Look, he is the president of the United States. He does what is good for the United States. I'm the prime minister of Israel. I do what is important for what is good for Israel. And most of the time, these things are identical. I have to commend the president. He brought a huge American force to counter our common enemy, which is Iran, that chants death to Israel, death to America. Had they developed nuclear weapons, if we hadn't acted, they would have them already. They would eventually use them against America, not only against Israel. So on the big things, we see eye to eye, and occasionally we don't, but we're true allies. They call us, the National Security Council issued a memorandum a few months ago. They called Israel the model ally. And I can tell you...
Oh. Okay, never mind then. My mistake. My mistake, Big Yahoo. Okay, then if they said so. Shit, my bad, bro. Oh, this entire time I was thinking all Israel does is take, and then fucking draw America into conflicts that, you know, they're obviously not totally against, right? But have devastating outcomes for Americans and the region, and you know, broadly the rest of the world. This energy crisis that took place, directed by Israel's own personal investment in destroying and destabilizing Iran, a nation with thousands of years of culture and history and 93 million people. You know, all of that, my mistake. I thought all of that was actually at odds with any sort of greater American project. It turns out I was wrong, because, you know, they said the National Security Council issued a memorandum. The National Security Council issued a memorandum, Dana. Don't you understand? The National Security Council issued a memorandum that said Israel number one. Fuck. Yeah, you would be dead wrong. Never think that again. Exactly. It's cool though. It's cool. It's wonderful. I love to see the truth get mentioned on CNN. Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Thank you for clarifying.
A memorandum a few.
My mom said I'm the most handsomest boy.
Months ago, they called Israel the model ally. And I can tell you that even allies can have their differences, but I think America has no greater ally in the world than Israel, and Israel has no greater ally than the United States. Yeah. And I say that with complete recognition of the fact that we sometimes see things a bit differently. It's natural. You're a big country, you're far away. We're a small country, beleaguered and close to these regimes that want to destroy us.
I want to talk specifically about Iran for a moment, sir. President Trump said the memorandum of understanding with Iran is probably an unconditional.
There's something really funny about Benjamin Netanyahu's two competing interests every time he does a non-contentious interview like this one that might offer slight criticism coming from the base, Americans broadly, or maybe even at times like J.D. Vance, right? On the one hand, he has to sit there and be the reliable puppy, right? The attack dog turned into a puppy because he's on American television. He has to present himself a certain way. But also on the other hand, he is chock full of supremacist values. And therefore, he wants to say what he truly thinks, which is, how dare you ask me such a fucking question? I am the most important figure in American politics. Israel is the most important country on the planet. And you kind of see the cogs turning in his head whenever they ask him a question where, like, they'll be like, so what do you think about J.D. Vance saying that the rest of the world has actually dropped their support for Israel? And he has to just sit there and be like, well, India supports us. What do you have to say to that? India's a big country.
surrender. But the specific question is, under this MOU, the United States terminates all types of sanctions against Iran. Is this a failure for your country, for Israel?
Look, I think it's too early to say what will happen. The president believes that he can stop Iran's nuclear program, which is a nuclear program to create atomic bombs. He believes that he can do this through negotiations.
Do you?
And various pressures. Look, I have my doubts, but I think he should be given the chance, and he's, trying to achieve that.
It's funny to see him like being forced into the cuck chair, even for a little bit, even if it's like symbolic, even if this is beneficial for him, right? Because look, I don't think that these guys are interviewing him and making him sit on the cuck chair because they genuinely think it's his time to sit on the cuck chair because he deserves it. I think it's more so it looks better for the American audience if he just kind of sits there and takes a bruising, right? Like, I think that's the highest priority here. This is a part of the propaganda machine that's still trying to launder Israel's reputation. It's a face-saving operation, right? This is not an about-face. This is a face-saving operation. And it's very, very funny that even then he can't do the fucking damage control theatrics necessary. He can't sit there like a good boy and be like, you're right. Trump is the guy. He's right.
It remains to be seen. But I have said, and by the way, I think President Trump has said too, that deal or no deal, I certainly will not let Iran have nuclear weapons. And that is also the president's position.
In 2015, I was there. I remember that you came to the U.S. and spoke to Congress over the objection of President Obama because of your opposition to that Iran deal, the JCPOA. You specifically mentioned the deal's sanction relief in that speech. What's different about now?
I think Iran, look, our combined action, the U.S. and Israeli action today destroyed, I think the lowest estimates are $400 billion of the regime's infrastructure. And some say as much as $750 billion or even $1 trillion. So I think what is being discussed now are very small numbers. Admittedly, any number is a high number as far as countries like Israel and others see it. But it is not. It's not going to allow Iran to reestablish itself. The question remains: at the end of the negotiations, if there's a deal struck, then you have to see, does the deal actually meet the main goals? The most important one being ending Iran's nuclear program, taking out the enriched material, dismantling the enrichment sites. And there are other things that have to do with proxy warfare and ballistic missiles. If it achieves that, then yes, Iran will get sanctions relief, and that would help the regime resuscitate itself. But I don't see that happening yet. And I hope that the president will do exactly as he promised to do, to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapons program.
The issue of supporting Israel as a Jewish state and just U.S. support for Israel overall, they have become a central issue in American politics, really a litmus test right now in Democratic primaries here in the U.S. I want you to listen to how the mayor of New York City responded when he was asked if he supports Israel as a Jewish state.
I've said time and again that I support.
Oh, shit. Oh, brother. Well, I guess it's important to ask the real president about the only country that matters. The perspective of the fake and phony mayor of New York City. Who gives a shit? You know? You got to hear Big Yahoo's take on this, right? I mean, come on now. You got to hear what Big Yahoo has to say about, ew, Zoran. I can't wait to see what his face looks like.
The state of Israel is a state with equal rights, I believe.
Yeah, they're ratting out a fellow American. This is true. No, literally. Dana's like, Big Yahoo, get in here. I hate this guy. What do you think about him? Look at how anti-Semitic he truly is. Get in there, Big Yahoo.
That any state that preferences...
But as a Jewish state is the question.
I think any state that privileges one religion over the other is one that I can't tell you I support, whether it be Israel or Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. And a lot of that comes back to a fundamental belief that we should all be considered equal. No.
Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna tell you what he's gonna say. Oh, we don't privilege Jewish people over the 2 million Palestinian, or no, he won't say Palestinians. 2 million Arabs. Pejorative. Okay. And that what about the 50 Muslim supremacist states that exist right now, except for little old Israel? Israel is a small nation, a tiny nation. Israel has an Arab, pejorative, on the Supreme Court.
Matter what our faith is.
Your response?
Well, he conveniently forgets that the only democracy in the Middle East is Israel.
Ah, damn it, I forgot the only democracy in the Middle East. How could I have forgotten? How could I have forgotten the most important? The most important. I said tiny nation, but I forgot. I forgot the most important democracy.
20% of our citizens are, in fact, Muslims. They're not Arabs, but they sit on the Supreme Court. They're in the Knesset, our parliament. They share every walk of life. That's the only place in the Middle East where you actually have this equality that he's talking about. But he has supported, or his supporters have supported Hamas, these people who murder people, who beheaded our men, raped our women, and then murdered them. Burned babies alive and so on. He said, the river to the sea, he supports them. This is not mere cynicism. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absurd.
Wait, is he saying... Uh-oh. He's saying Zora Mamdani is Hamas. Uh-oh. Oh, brother. Big Yahoo's flustered right now. I mean, he is pissed. Yeah, you would think that any reputable journalist would be embarrassed to give this man airtime to blatantly lie to their audience, but I guess Dana Bash on CNN is okay with it. Yes, I'm going to be tuning into the Abdul Stevens debate, yes.
Are always imperfect democracies. Israel is an imperfect democracy. The United States is an imperfect democracy. Why? Because we live in the real world. But it's 100 times better than these dictatorships and these horrible tyrannies that...
Dana, don't you understand? We democratically decided to do genocide to the Palestinians. Puh. These Arabs, they don't know how to do democracy. We are taming. We are civilizing the barbarians, Dana.
Mamdani and his supporters support. So yeah, I stand completely with the Jewish state, the democratic Jewish state that fights for its life, but we also protect so many.
Notice how he didn't. Okay, to be fair, he did say like, "Oh, Supreme Court Arab, so many Arabs, Muslims, disgusting. Live in Israel. We let them live there for now." But he didn't even address the whole like Jewish state that privileges Jews, or a Jewish ethno state.
Others by fighting these barbarians will have no qualms whatsoever to murdering their own people and trying to terrorize everyone else.
Some American Jews in Congress who support Israel and support what you just said say that a lot of the actions by you and your government are making Jews in the United States unsafe. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, she's running for Senate in Michigan, said Benjamin Netanyahu has made us less safe. He has frankly put Jews in an uncomfortable position across the country. Have you?
Well, it's made her uncomfortable because she can't stand up for the truth. She's trying to probably excuse anti-Semitism.
Haley Stevens is, 1, not Jewish. 2, what gives? What gives? Bro, Haley Stevens is Hamas. Dude, look, I'm of two different minds here. On the one hand, I think this is a way to try to boost maybe Stevens' credibility as like an Israel critic in a race that I know they are paying close attention to. The idea that Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't know the like maiden name of Abdul's parents and the name of the dog that Abdul had when he was in 5th grade is ridiculous. He knows all of that shit, okay? The level of involvement that Israel has in American elections, especially one that is as pivotal, where there will be an Israel critic going to Senate, okay? They know everything. So on the one hand, I do feel like he's just maybe attacking her so that, because they know their unpopularity, so that they can give like a little bit more credibility to Haley Stevens as a critic of Israel that's being supported by AIPAC for some reason. But the other reason why I feel like he just knocked this out of the chamber, okay, is because any sort of criticism that Benjamin Netanyahu hears from American Congress, whether it be a Democrat or a Republican, immediately has one speed. Okay? I think it could be one or the other. I think it could be either. And I'm kind of leaning on the side of the latter rather than the former. He might have just heard someone who has famously said, Israel comes to me in my dreams, and immediately go, how dare she criticize Israel? How dare she? How dare she criticize the greatest nation on the earth? How dare she? She is Hamas. She is Hamas. We will do away with all of our critics on American soil.
She's not. She's, I just want to explain, she's somebody who supports Israel. She supports funding Israel, which is diminishing big time among Democrats and even some Republicans in the United States Congress.
Well, let me.
By the way, there you have it. I mean, this literally is the reason why Israel is cratering in popularity in America, amongst Americans, even Americans that will say that they like Israel, that they want Israel to one day be a peaceful nation or whatever, right? Like, this is it. This is the reason. Because he straight up hears someone who is like an ultra-Zionist and hears that like Netanyahu is making things harder to defend Israel and to defend unconditional aid to Israel. And his response is, she must be Hamas. She must be Hamas. Who's funding her? Qatar? Qatar is funding her. It's Hamas. It's like, no, sir, you're funding her. Actually, you're funding her campaign to the tune of $34 billion. AIPAC has done that. Hamas. AIPAC is Hamas. Like, the minuscule, tiny, marginal, like unbelievably small criticism of Benjamin Netanyahu is met with this kind of friendly fire. What gives? Matty Maroon is Trump's biggest donor. Benjamin Netanyahu is Trump's biggest donor. What gives?
Let me tell you, we track.
War is back on. It's on. Focus on real shit. Dog, shut the fuck up. The president is talking, okay? I know. We're going to get to that, okay? Calm the fuck down. You can bust your situation monitoring nut in a little bit, okay? Wait like 5 fucking minutes.
The support, and I'm obviously concerned when people raise that. And I've looked at the...
Wait.
support, and I'm obviously concerned when people raise that. And I've looked at the Gallup polls, okay, and they're very interesting, and other polls. And you see the decline in support for Israel, okay? And it's years before, several years before.
Here's another poll. Hamas's investment in TikTok. Hamas and Qatar are investing in TikTok to make Americans support anti-Semitism.
The Gaza war took place, okay? And you ask, why did that happen? Well, the one correlation you see, which is almost a perfect correlation, is the penetration of TikTok and other social media in the United States. And as the penetration increases, the support for Israel decreases. And let me tell you something else. The support for America decreases. The number of people who say they're not proud to be Americans is just correlation. So I think that what has happened here is that there are several countries and organizations that have penetrated the social media, have used them by putting in bot farms and other things to...
Stop giving the president no's. I just know my president, man. I know my big Yahoo, my big, beautiful president, the real president, okay? I know him. I know what he's going to say before he says it, okay? Call me the doctorate of Hosber. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. I got a doctorate in Hosborough.
Especially directed at young
Remember when I said I got a doctorate in racism? A PhD in racism? What do you think? What do you think the specialty was? What's racist? What's more racist than fucking Zionist Hosborough? All right, we got another hype train. We failed to carry the flame earlier today. Maybe we'll be able to carry the flame right now. We're at level 1 hype train. Gift subs. Support independent media. Piker Broadcasting Services sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. No ads. No thrills. Piker Broadcasting News for tomorrow's news today. Jaeger 08 Larson, thank you for the 521 gift
only
subs. I gotta pee.
To hate Israel, but also to hate America. And you know what? Those who say they hate Israel usually end up hating America.
Mr. Prime Minister, I think all things can be true.
Well.
All things can be true. What you're saying about bots and about the internet, no question. But are you saying that Israel and you personally bear no responsibility? Let's just talk about Gaza for 1 minute. Currently, Hamas is continuing to refuse to disarm. The IDF is also carrying out nearly daily airstrikes in Gaza. You've taken over more territory there. And the Palestinian people are continuing to suffer, still displaced, dealing with intense heat, limited care, limited resources. Will you do more to help those suffering in Gaza? And will you concede that the images that people are seeing on their phones as part of social media is very much contributing to the turnaround and the diminishment of support of your state of Israel and of you?
Yeah, look, I think that what you're raising is how do you fight a war in the digital age when when you have terrorists that embed themselves in civilian populations, in schools, in civilian neighborhoods, in apartment blocks, in mosques, and so on. How do you fight them? They send rockets to indiscriminately kill our people, and they hide behind, they're targeting our civilians while hiding behind their own civilians. So what are you going to do? What do you think would happen if this happened to New York City, say from New Jersey? You think if they rocketed you with, with this firepower and murdered about 10,000 of your people, murdered, raped, maimed, disemboweled, 10,000 Americans, what do you think the response of the United States would be?
Let me ask you about
it
right
would
now.
be a lot stronger.
It's just so funny that he's debate lording someone who has the exact same identical point of view. Okay? Like, I know Dana is like offering light pushback here, but let's be real. Like, that is straight up her personal. Michael Fusco art with the 50 bones. Oh my Lord. Go back, CNN folded.
You say bots and all things can be true.
Well.
All things can be true.
I gotta see this. I gotta see this pushback. By the way, this did happen. It's called 9/11. And what we did after 9/11 was insane. And as a matter of fact, many people now recognize how fucked up it was. A lot of them don't recognize how fucked up it was to the region, right? But they, at the very least, they recognize how much of a waste it was, how many lives in America were wasted. And plenty of people also obviously recognize how devastating it was to the lives that were slain in Iraq and Afghanistan. But people even recognize like the surveillance state that it designed in the United States of America. That's how Trump won the election the first time. He literally was like, Iraq was a mistake. We should have never gone into Iraq. That's why Hillary Clinton should lose. And she did. She did. So the idea of like, what would you do? What would you do if thousands of Americans were killed? Like, we're living in it, big dog. This shit sucks. Okay, level 5 hype train, 3 minutes remaining, ladies and gentlemen.
Saying about bots and about the internet, no question. But are you saying?
It's just so funny because, again, Dana agrees with him. It is bots, right? Paladiate, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
That Israel and you personally bear no responsibility. Let's just talk about Gaza for 1 minute. Currently, Hamas is continuing to refuse to disarm. The IDF is also carrying out nearly daily airstrikes in Gaza. You've taken over more territory there. And the Palestinian people are continuing to suffer, still displaced, dealing with intense heat,
Level
limited
6 hype
care,
train,
limited
Mississippi,
resources.
thank you for the 5.
Will you do more to help those?
Mate, feed, art. With the 50 bones, god damn. I'll give you a new song to stem over today. If we carry the flame. Level 6 hype train complete. Only 3 levels remaining in the hype train. Level 7 hype train at 19%, 4 minutes remaining. We'll carry the flame with a new one today. Okay? Again, like I said, it's straight up everything. Everything that Benjamin Netanyahu is saying. Everything that Benjamin Netanyahu is saying, Dana Bash agrees with, right? She agrees with it. And even then, she's like, but don't you think that you're drawing a lot of fucking aggro here for your actions and the way you carry yourself? And he's like, no.
Suffering in Gaza, and will you concede that the images that people are seeing on their phones as part of social media is very much contributing to the turnaround and the diminishment of support of your state of Israel and of you?
Yeah, look, I think that the what you're raising is
Level
how do you fight
50
a war
hype train, level
in
7.
the digital age when
Mythical moderate.
when you have terrorists that embed themselves in civilian populations, in schools, in civilian neighborhoods, in apartment blocks, in mosques, and so on. How do you fight them? They send rockets to indiscriminately kill our people, and they hide behind their
Yeah, and then we heard this already. I already explained it.
of Europe. The response of the
But let
United
me
States
ask you
would be-
about
it
right
would
now.
be a lot stronger than ours.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm going to say right now, but I think
Go
it's
ahead.
important. I think it's important. We have taken unbelievable measures in order to avoid civilian casualties. You know, we send millions of phone calls to the people, millions of text messages and so on. Please leave this neighborhood because we're going to
But, sir,
try
there's
to
supposed to
eradicate
be a
Hamas.
ceasefire
And
right now.
Hamas. I'm
Like, you can't even follow through. Oh, God. It's just like, okay, this is Dana Bash saying these things is a sign that the times have shifted dramatically. Okay. A great way to break Chowder's parent Zionist brain rot. Simply ask what other prime ministers of another whole ass foreign country gets this much screen time in mainstream media. Yeah. Yeah. Like if Iran deployed flyers in Tel Aviv, would it be okay if they fucking reduced it to rubble? Of course not. No one. Would it be okay? Would it be okay if Osama bin Laden was like, oh yeah, we're gonna strike on 9/11, we're gonna strike the World Trade Center? Would that make it any better? No, of course not. It's fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Level 7 hype train. 1 minute and 46 seconds remaining. Support independent media by subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service. Ladies and gentlemen, the People's Broadcasting Service, PBS, is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. Yes, we're going to talk about the U.S. strikes on Iran. I know. While this conversation is taking place, America is already prioritizing or at least advancing the interests of Israel by continuing the war rather than trying to find a manageable conclusion in the memorandum of understanding that they're supposed to be abiding by. Okay, so, no matter what Bibi says, no matter what Big Yahoo says on this broadcast, Israel's needs are still being met somehow. Win or lose, Israel is still on top. Operation Epstein's Fury seemingly has unpaused. Yeah. However bad you think political discourse is on here, TikTok makes it look like the Federalist Papers. Yes. Don't drop out. Highly suspicious that this was dropped right after the other candidate dropped out of the race. Not even confirmed that you guys want him to drop out. Sue her for defamation. This is why I was saying, normies are on a fucking different wavelength, okay? Normies are on a different wavelength. How did this man develop this much popular approval and support? Because he's liberal Trump. How did Trump develop this level of cult-like fandom around himself? Because he saw what the people were demanding and he said he would fight for it. Okay? That's important to identify so that the next time there isn't a guy who fucking has rape allegations is running for that position or any position, really. That's it. That is the level of anger and resentment people have towards the establishment Democrats, towards, pro-Israel politicians. That's the level of scrutiny they have. This is the liberal version. This is the liberal version of Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk. Okay? It's the secret sauce. It is straight up the fucking secret sauce. I'm telling you right now. And those who don't see how much the environment has shifted underneath their feet will always lose. There will be more situations, there will be more instances. There'll be a lot more instances where they end up getting caught off guard. Also, it is a superpower to be a white guy, to look like a chud too, like a chuddy white guy. Holy fuck, dude.
Talking about, I'll ceasefire, I'll talk about in a minute. Well, obviously, there's no real fighting going on. There are occasional actions that they try.
Hype train level 8, only 67%. Hype train level 8 in order to carry the flame. Blonde Bob, thank you for the 50 bones. Level 9 hype train. We're at level 9 hype train. Only one level remaining to carry the motherfucking flame. Level 8 complete. Level 9 hype train at 11%.
Try to do against us and we do against them, but it's not the kind of broad warfare that we had before. Everybody understands that. But I still come back to this point, Dana, and I insist on it because people say, Israel, how dare you? How come civilians are killed? Because Hamas did not let the civilians leave. And when they try to leave...
Mate feed art with another 50 bones. We're at 53% at level 9 hype train. I love that you basically don't listen to any music except Carry the Flame because I carry the flame. A lot of you don't. Okay? A lot of you can't. A lot of you don't. It's just the reality, okay? Carrying the flame isn't just about embodying the values of the late and great KIRK, which is, freedom of speech and things of that nature. But it's also about listening to one song and one song only. And that song happens to be We Are Charlie Kirk. Okay? That's it. That's the reality. Okay, sorry. Oops. I accidentally almost carried the flame. Only the woke can stoke the flames. Yes. Michael Fusco Art with 100 bones. And that's it. There goes it. Phoenix Emoji, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
A voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, honor his name. Rally Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We'll make heaven known. We'll make heaven known. The battle is raging, the darkness will fall. We rise with his spirit, we answer the call. The truth is eternal, the cross is our guide. With God as our captain, we march side by side. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk, forever alive. We are Charlie Kirk, with God we will rise.
Oh, so good. Do people remake this song just for you? Who's actually asking for these? This is like the 5th version I've heard, and I feel like you are the only audience at this point. First of all, my friend, that's not true. Okay, there's an emo version as well that I accidentally clicked on here, but this has 500,000 views from 6 months ago. Okay, people, I assume people throw this on at parties, right? Like they have to, especially because it goes fucking hard. It actually goes super hard. I think it goes crazy hard.
At our behest, they would shoot them. They would actually kill their own people in order to keep them in a place where they would be injured by us. So when you have this cynicism and this horror, you don't support the terrorists. You support Israel because you will end up being in the same place exactly. We're not fighting just our battle, we're fighting your battle, both against Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis. These people are bent on destroying our free societies.
Will the ceasefire take hold and be successful?
Using the media for that end. Well, look, it depends. Every time they try to kill our people, make a move on our people, obviously we act. But I think that the most
Abdullah Sayed, Haley Stevens debate is going to happen in an hour.
Important thing is the disarmament factor in the agreement, the 20-point agreement that President Trump put forward. And the most important one is that Hamas has to disarm and Gaza has to be demilitarized. You know, it's going to happen one way or the other. I prefer that it would happen without the need for the use of force and the need for our use of force, because because now I've been to war. You know, I served 5 years in a special unit. My brother died while saving hostages in Entebbe. I had an 18-year-old fellow soldier die in my arms. That's not something that you forget. And I saw the grief of my parents and the grief of so many others. So I would prefer, if we could avoid the renewal of open combat, yes, I would prefer that. If we could achieve our aims of eliminating the Hamas threat from Gaza with other means, by all means.
I know we're almost out of time, but I really do want to ask one final question about what's going on the West Bank. Violent attacks by Israeli settlers against Palestinians. Over the weekend, Israeli settlers in the West Bank raided and set fire to a restaurant. We have some photos that we're showing. I know, and I've heard you say these are just thugs. But my question is, if they're just thugs, why won't or can't you stop them?
Well, we do actually. It's about 100. It's actually 150 or so. What you would call juvenile delinquents. They're not, by the way, from the settler community. They're overwhelmingly upstanding citizens. They serve in the army. They're law-abiding, and unfortunately, they're attacked by Palestinian terrorists on the roads. They massacre families. So there is. It's not that.
Dude, I'm sorry. That's fucking insane, man. That is so nasty. And I know for a fact, here's the thing, okay? If there was ever an opportunity where Dana would interview someone like myself, an American citizen who has violated no laws, right? Who simply has a difference in opinion with Dana, she would be a million times more critical in that interview, okay? Than the one that she's currently giving to a fucking out and about war criminal. That's what's so messed up about the standards in mainstream media. Okay? Like, he's over here talking about how, like, these children that we're putting in torturous concentration camps in a territory that we illegally occupy is perfectly valid. Saying all the settler violence is done by 150 juvenile delinquents who aren't even from the settlements is one of the stupidest defenses I've ever heard. That's the best you could come up with. Did the Hasbara budget run out? Yeah. Here's the thing. This is the answer that you give when you're not even expected to answer any questions. Okay? That's the problem. That's the problem. Like, he is annoyed that he has to even entertain a response, right? It's like, what do you mean you're asking me this fucking question? What kind of bullshit is this?
Community. It is actually 150 or so kids, teenagers usually, who are brought into.
But you're
the
the Israeli government. You should be able to stop them, particularly given how much of an impact this is having globally on seeing this happen in these images.
You're absolutely right that this is blown up beyond belief and causes a lot of damage. I think it's wrong on its own account. I don't want and don't accept vigilantism, and I don't care if it comes from Arabs or Jews. Our citizens cannot practice violence against anyone. If we have to apply force, it's the law and order, it's the police and the military that has to do that, and therefore we take actions among them. But it's precisely because it's such a tightly knit group that acts according to, they try to skirt the law. And when we bring them to the courts, our courts are very lenient. I don't know why, maybe because they're young. And I've said that we have to challenge that. And I will not, I don't accept it. But I want to put that in perspective. It's not the settler community, because the settler community condemns them. It's not the people.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Yeah, no, definitely. It's not the settlers. It's not the big, beautiful settlers. Not the settlers. I mean, this is... I like that we've moved the goalpost to, like, the settlers are good too, actually. It's just like a bunch of bad apples, but they're not even settlers, even though they're illegally occupying territory that does not belong to Israel. It's awesome.
People of Israel, because we condemn them. It's not the government of Israel. It's a I would say, a violation of basic norms of our country. We don't accept it. I don't accept it.
Okay, and I do have to let you go, but you are committed, for example, to going after and bringing justice to and for the family of Palestinian American Save Musalet, who was beaten to death last year?
I'm not sure that I'll look into it, certainly, because you raised it, but I've tried.
Oh, because you raised it, Dana. I mean, we kill so many people. We beat them to death all the time, and I defend it all the time vociferously. So I didn't even realize that you knew the name of one.
To make sure that, look, every time you have this, you do it.
Him even calling that the settler community is interesting. Isn't it supposed to be Judea and Samaria to these guys? Settler implies the international crime aspect of it. Weird that he's conceding on that name. Yeah, I guess he's just like using that to the best of his ability as fast as possible. He's trying to be, he's just doing the thing where he's using that language on purpose.
Have real investigations. You know, Israel is a transparent country. You can't hide things. You can't hide crimes in the military. You cannot hide crimes in the police. It doesn't work that way. So whatever is the charge, we'll look at it.
Thank you.
And we'll take care of it because that's the kind of country we are. Despite the vilifications, unjust vilifications that are thrown at us left and right. We're a real democracy.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, thank you for your time. I very much appreciate it.
Is this damage control? He wants to get in front of Trump. That's why he's doing it. That's what this is. It's he's already signaled that he wants to get in Trump's ear again. And I guess that he's not getting the access that he wants from Trump right now. Because the American negotiation team is working on the MOU while still violating parts of the MOU, which we'll be talking about right now. So, like, the reason why he's doing all this is because I don't think he's trying to win the hearts and minds of Americans. He doesn't give a shit about that. He wants to win the hearts and minds of one American. And there are at least 7 refuelers active above the Strait of Hormuz. And explosions have been reported in southern Iran as we were watching that TV interview. A second round of strikes reported in southern Iran 14 minutes ago. CENTCOM announced they've begun launching strikes against Iran. They finally were able to announce it before Barack Ravid, says Bonzer Berry. And Iran, I believe, was claiming that they hit cell towers this time. Not sure what that means, but yeah, with 2 appearances on Fox News and 1 on CNN within 48 hours, more and more it appears Netanyahu has no other avenues to get his message to Trump. Barack still gets the details, though. Of course he does. A U.S. official told me the targets included Iranian air defense systems, coastal surveillance systems, surface-to-air missiles, anti-ship cruise missiles, drone launch sites, and port facilities. So, the reason why this is happening, for those of you who don't know, is that a part of the memorandum of understanding on the Iranian side is that Iran still gets to control the navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. They don't, they're not going to impede on transit, but they still get to control it, right? So there are 2 pathways as it stands currently. Okay, there are 2 pathways that you can navigate through the Strait of Hormuz. Either the Omani coastline or the Iranian coastline. And Iran wants all ships to navigate through the Iranian coastline, right? America, on the other hand, for one reason or another, I don't know. I assume it's maybe to posture, maybe to show that they maintain control over the situation, have decided that ships that want to navigate through the Strait of Hormuz without any sort of Iranian control can go through the Omani coastline. This happened last week as well, if you recall, where Iran shot at 2 ships that were passing through the Omani coastline and not going through Qeshm Island. So that is the situation right now. It seems it's the same exact story. America tests the boundaries once again, tells ships to pass through the Omani coastline. Iran opens fire on those ships. And then America comes back and strikes Iran directly. My understanding is that Iran is breaking the MOU when it attacks ships that are trying to go through the route approved by Oman, and then the U.S. is breaking it by bombing. Just the same thing every week after markets close. Yeah, this is what happened. This is what happened last week as well. Speaking of rehashing old metas, Donald Trump is also talking about acquiring Greenland again, this time at the NATO summit. But no, I don't think it's a violation for Iran to, it's a violation for Iran to strike at any ships. But Iran is doing that because they want America to forcibly follow through on the memorandum of understanding, which I believe clearly dictates that the ships have to go through the Iranian coastline and not the Omani coastline. Okay? Can't believe you're this weak. You will gaslight people into claiming you did not support Plattner and will continue. I never said I did not support Plattner in any way, shape, or form. I just said that I did not support Plattner in the same way that I supported actual candidates that I was in the tank for in the way that people are claiming I did. I simply stood by the position that Graham Plattner was a better candidate than, at the time, with the information that we knew at the time, that Graham Plattner was a better candidate than Janet Mills. I did not donate to Graham Plattner. I did not endorse Graham Plattner. I did not push for Graham Plattner. I did, however, push back against ridiculous complaints coming from some people. It's not the main topic at hand, and it feels like you just simply want to, argue with me rather than cover other things that are going on in the world, even though we covered the Graham Plattner situation for the last 3 hours. You are a subscriber or were a subscriber. If you subscribe, you can rewind. I don't think that you care about that, though. I think you just care about getting a clip so that you can plaster it all over your Discord, so that you can keep pumping it in the airwaves to make it seem like I'm the person who brought Graham Plattner to the main stage, hand selected him. I'm the fight agency. I'm in Bernie's ear, begging him to endorse Graham Plattner. I was very excited about him, all this stuff, which is not the case. Yeah, I was looking for cool tattoos online, cool Nazi tattoos online, and I landed on Graham Plattner when I was hand selecting my favorite candidate. More strikes in the last 2 minutes. In Shidik and Keshem ports. You platformed him to start with you, and your tweet claimed you did not promote him. So yeah, carry on gaslighting. You platformed him to start with. Dog, I need you guys to understand something really important. Okay? I'm a political commentator. Graham Plattner is running for Senate on a populist, or was running for Senate on a populist slant. Okay? He was the number one talked about story for months on end. Of course I'm going to cover it. But you defended the tattoo law. No, I didn't. As a matter of fact, I did not do that at all. I said it was a major fucking red flag when we first found out about it. Keep going. Oh my God, this is amazing. Okay, if your entertainment is simply having an argument with a Twitch streamer, then you have already positioned yourself as a deeply unserious person. You don't have any investment in anything, really. You just want to fucking, you just want to continue the drama. And it's not even just drama. You just want to continue the idea that I am I am just a bad person, like a bad commentator, bad analyst, bad person in general, immoral, and everyone should hopefully understand that so they don't subscribe to this broader project. And that's what it is. I should stop getting one guide. That's what I should do. Did you defend his service in the U.S. military, as others claim? I have a broad standard across the board for veterans. I do not immediately and reflexively assume that a veteran is a rapacious, baby-killing monster. That's a consistent position. Farming off of sexual assault as though it's drama is gross. Brother, these communities also literally turned genocide into a drama farming operation. The crime of all crimes. So this is expected. This is not unexpected. Two more Iranian attacks on ships in Hormuz overnight from the Middle Eastern correspondent for The Economist. Again, with the intent of forcing vessels to stop using the Omani route. One of the vessels under attack appears to be Al Rekayat, an LNG tanker owned and managed by Nakilat, the shipping arm of Qatar's LNG industry. Zachary Cohen on CNN says a U.S. official tells Zachary Cohen on CNN that the strikes are punishment and not proportional and won't be over for a bit. I would simply say this. I would urge people to reconsider who they are aligning with. Okay? If you are advancing the same cause as Epstein, a Zionist sex pest currently in court over distribution of revenge pornography, Neera Tanden, or numerous other people, as I've said time and time again, I would urge you to reconsider whether or not what you're doing is productive, or if you have been played a fool. That's it. Anyway, Trump blasts NATO allies and sets sights on Greenland again.
Less visiting
This time in
dignitary
Ankara.
attending a summit. More court of King Donald gracing a grateful alliance with his presence. Turkey put out the bling. President Trump showed his appreciation, announcing he would lift US sanctions on Turkey for buying Russian missiles and is open to selling them billions of dollars of fighter jets. For NATO, though, the near 8-decade-old alliance his nation is a cornerstone of, the tongue-lashing they feared.
We helped them, but I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. And Italy turned us down, and Germany turned us down, and France turned us down. And that's okay. But, you know, why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars and they're not there for us? We've always been there for them.
His core message has never changed. The US is being taken advantage of. Europe needs to step up and defend itself. Last year, NATO allies, including the UK, agreed to raise their defence spending to 5% of GDP by 2035, 3.5% of which must be on core military spending. Last year, the UK spent 2.3%. Keir Starmer says his defence investment plan will boost that to 2.7% by 2029. But he hasn't explained how the government will get to 3.5% in the next 9 years.
That's crazy. Adam Friedland and Clavicular made the New York Times most fashionable list, but you didn't. Did Clavicular actually make that? That's crazy. Modeling his talk show on Dick Cavett, Friedland pays homage to the semiotics of the forum, but one never forgets his intent to subvert those tropes down to wearing cowboy boots, which he pairs with his raffish suits. That's crazy. RFK Jr.? Okay. No, never mind. I'm good. I mean, that's crazy. They put Rama Dawaji right after RFK. That's messed up. Pregnant women in the Trump sphere. Okay, I feel like this is a bit of a diss because this is okay. Chase Infinity absolutely deserves this. Clavicular. Yeah, this is like a meme list. They put like serious people next to not so serious people, if that makes sense. That's, oh, come on. No. This list is ridiculous. Adam does deserve it, by the way, straight up. I will say that. All jokes aside, Adam is a valid pick. He is very stylish. I think he has he very clearly has a look. I hope he never hears me say this. Adam does deserve to be on a most stylish people list. Unlike some of the other people on this list. Oh, come on, John Travolta. Yeah, bro, Clavicular. Have you ever put on a polo before? Yeah. This is the biggest journalistic malpractice I have ever seen. Straight up. It is unacceptable. All right, let's get back to Turkey being at the table, or rather being the table.
For European nations, it isn't just about spending more on defence, but shouting about it from the rooftops and making sure that message is heard on the other side of the Atlantic.
To meet the challenge, we need a transatlantic defence industrial revolution. The hum of machinery must become a roar. Now, that sounds dramatic, but it can be done.
This is a shorter summit. Leaders walking on eggshells, hoping for minimal opportunities for falling out with the US and maximum pledges of support for Ukraine. The most urgent priority? Air defense systems. 50 civilians killed in Kyiv in just the last week alone by Russian missiles.
While this war continues, please help us get more air defense missiles. This is our top priority right now. We are capable of doing everything else ourselves. But when it comes to air defense, we need our partners' determination.
This is a war on NATO's doorstep. The threat of Russian aggression is real, and for some, the US has merely focused attentions.
It is true, it was catalyzed by US, but it's each country's commitment and each country's progress.
And whatever the reason, are you happy to see that increase in commitment?
We're happy to see that increase in commitment because that enables us to have a better deterrence and defense.
Not so long ago, NATO said that all members of the alliance should be prepared for Russia to launch attacks against NATO members by 2030. Is that a fear you live in the shadow of?
it is quite clear, and I think it's a common understanding among us, that we need to accelerate those plans. In our case, there are more than 40 cases where we've seen drone incursions into our airspace as a spillover effect from the war at the border.
While some are clamoring for cash commitments and missiles, others are clawing for relevance. Leaders sitting down for dinner tonight just hope King Trump will deliver.
So much mehter marşı. It's kind of crazy to see on the main stage. I just, you know.
His blessing.
Paul McNamara, well, as you heard there, NATO allies are under pressure from President Zelensky as well as President Trump. Our Foreign Affairs correspondent, Porrick O'Brien, joins us now from Kyiv. Porrick.
Krish, Trump meets Zelensky tomorrow, and Zelensky will have to walk a tightrope here. We all know that Donald Trump loves a winner, and Zelensky will be trying to impress upon him the fact that Ukraine have an upper hand in this war.
Yeah, the problem with that, is Zelensky's victories, and there are some you can point to for sure, like the drone, the peppering of like, the all bets are off drone warfare on oil and gas infrastructure and the ships is giving Zelensky some significant leverage, in my opinion. Okay? The problem is every moment of leverage that Zelensky has is actually hurting Trump's broader goals of normalizing the oil prices around the globe. So anytime Zelensky is actually getting leverage, which he certainly is a moment where you know Donald Trump is probably getting pissed. As far as like allegiances that Russia had, you know, that's been a given, that this has been a lost cause. Meanwhile, while that is disrupting the oil prices in the global market, Donald Trump's actions against Iran now is also going to increase the volatility, especially as the oil reserves in the United States of America hit and the rest of the world hit critical levels. So supposedly oil tankers were hit by the coast of Oman, which is not an approved path that Iran agreed to. So they shot at 3 ships and the U.S. struck Iran as a result. Yes.
They do, but Zelensky's also asking for stuff, and he has to do that in a way that doesn't make him and Ukraine look weak. What will he be asking for, as Paul alluded to in his report? He'll be asking for the missiles that Ukraine uses to take out those Russian ballistic missiles incoming to Ukraine, because he has run out of those interceptors, those missiles, those Patriot missile interceptors. How do we know that Ukraine has run out of them? Because of what happened here in Kyiv on Monday night, this huge barrage of missiles. Among that barrage of missiles, about 20 Russian ballistic missiles which got through. They weren't intercepted because Ukraine has run out of the interceptors. Tonight we wanted to bring you the story of one family, what that meant for one family in a neighborhood, Vishnev in Kyiv, which we visited this afternoon. A Russian missile hit an arms dump in that area. It sparked a wave of secondary explosions that destroyed or damaged homes in a network of streets equivalent in size to about 20 football pitches. And in one of those homes, 91-year-old Valentina Pavlivna, she was not able to get to a shelter or down the stairs to the basement of her house where she lives alone. Her home was destroyed, and her son Alexander found her charred remains the following day. He spoke to us this afternoon.
І тут, як почалося жінам, там було чути і все. А я сусіда позвонив, кажу, будь ласка, глянь, я не можу глянути. Кажу, я не можу навіть з погреба виглянути, каже, я тільки Армагеддон. Я кажу, треба бігти маму якось вивезти, навіть не думати. Загинеш і ти. Тут невозможно було. Такого не було.
The leaders of NATO are meeting today. If you were sitting around that table, what would you say to them about the war in Ukraine?
Хай приїжджають до нас і побачать. Хай би одну ніч цю пережили отут. Я побачив би, як би вони зреагували. Я думаю, що вони не приїхали. Тут ніяка каска, ніякий бронежилет не поміг. Ні натовський, ні наш, ніякий. Жалко.
Now that, of course, just one of thousands of stories of civilians who've lost their lives since the full-scale invasion began, and you would hope that those sorts of stories in some way inform the conversation with the suits at the summit.
President Trump last night repeated his warnings that the rise of democratic socialists represents...
Oh my God. Ugh. Everything's fucked up. Once it hits 150 million barrels, the SPR might start to physically collapse, as in it will not function properly anymore. It looks to me like it will hit that before the midterms unless they pull back on the releases. They play your clip here.
A new communist threat to the United States. Some of those far-left candidates are using the term comrades now to describe their supporters.
Half of the people here are strangers to you all. Just months ago, you didn't know them. But now you have comrades.
You deserve to make sure that your international comrades are actually working with you and getting the benefits that you all deserve.
I gotta give a shout out to my comrades. I mean, we are winning power. It's not just winning tweets or winning messages. We're winning power.
Let's bring in Fox News contributor Richard Fowler. Richard, you're a solid Democrat. You got any comrades out there?
I don't have any comrades, I must say, John. Thanks for having me. Happy 4th to you.
Happy 4th. Yeah, what's going on? I mean,
Dude, what the fuck are we doing? Like, how is this a news story? You ran out of shit? That's what it is? That there's nothing else going on today? Missouri Democrat congressional candidate Hasan Gray tells Hasan Piker he would force taxpayers to fund gender mutilations and abortions. Hasan, is that your childhood's bedroom? Get a real studio, meathead. I like my studio. There's no problem with the usage. By the way, this is a banger. Wide as hell, super tall, blonde. Let's be real. He would have been Div Sheedamet, draft pick #1 in Renaissance era Macedonia. It's true. Cedin deden Nesrin baban. Video from Shahid Haqqani port, validated by network, following U.S. airstrikes on the facility near Bandar Abbas in Iran.
Whoa. Whoa.
It's fucking nuts, dude. Oof. Yeah, CNN already reported that that these are strikes that are meant to be a punishment and will not be over for a while.
is this a sort of a talking point among these so-called democratic socialists? Are they trying to get people comfortable with comrades in the vocabulary?
I don't know about that. I do think the word choice of the president last night actually does matter. I think there's a distinction between communism when you think of the Soviet Union or you think of the Cold War versus what you see many of these sort of modern day American politicians and what they're advocating for. What they're advocating for is the expansion of the social safety net. Many of the programs that the American people, you and I, think are very popular. My mom is on Social Security. I know folks who are on Medicare or Medicaid. There's some seniors who live in my neighborhood who are Meals on Wheels. These are all government programs that at the time of implementation, many folks called those programs socialist, and now some of the most popular programs amongst the American people. And I think when you talk to some of these candidates, what they're saying is, in a world in which we see high rent, in a world in which we see the high cost of health care, in a world in which we see child care, which for many families can average $13,000 a year for an infant, up to $20,000 in some states for just taking care of an infant baby so mom and or dad could go back to work. There's something uniquely wrong with that cost structure. And maybe, just maybe, there should be some more government-run programs that help alleviate that pain on working families so they can contribute to our economy.
I want to point out that on the other side of the aisle, Republicans are watching this rise of democratic socialism in the Democrat Party and making some observations about why it seems to be gaining steam. Here's Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House.
I think quietly, the Democrat establishment on Capitol Hill understands that, but they feel powerless to stop it, because if they stand up and say this is wrong, the problem they have is the energy.
Why would they do that? Here's the thing. They do feel it, but there's a significant problem here. Okay? The problem is Democrats run as comrades when there's an actual election, or at least close to it. When you look at like Democrats broadly, they are very open about how they want everyone to have health care. It's just like the truth gets lost in the minutia. Okay? That's the problem. So they can't actually turn around and be like, no, we never wanted fucking Medicare for all. Shut the fuck up. We never wanted to hold Israel accountable for its genocide. Shut the fuck up. They can't say that, because if they were to say that, they would give the game away. And then no one would ever trust an establishment Democrat ever again. As a matter of fact, many people have actually arrived at that conclusion that they cannot trust establishment Democrats regardless. That's the problem. And that's also the reason why so many of these quote unquote outsider comrades have gained so much success amongst the base. Like, it's not like these are aliens that are outside of the party that are fucking voting for these candidates. They're Democrats, lifelong Democrats, blue dog Democrats, Democrats of all different walks of life, all shapes and sizes. They are the ones who are going, yeah, I kind of like this. They got a little pep in their step, as opposed to the fucking ancient fossil that I voted for that didn't deliver any on any of these fucking promises that they made year over year. No one wants to interrogate or examine why Democrats are voting for these people. Why are they voting for these people? If this is so far beyond the way that the National Democratic Party has presented their platform, whether they were sincerely in defense of it or not, or whether they were using, different terminology in an effort to not give the game away or not, doesn't matter. The people's perception, if you ask the average Democratic Party voter, if they think that the Democrats broadly are supposed to be in defense of Medicare for all, they would say yes. Okay? That's what they would say. The notion that you are voting for a Democrat because the Democratic Party is going to give you the most reasonable policy prescription on maintaining private healthcare insurance is idiotic. No one is making that assessment. They just think one party wants to take healthcare away, the other party wants to give more healthcare. And they go with the more healthcare please party. The problem is the more healthcare please party also needs to please the donors. And therefore, they're not actually invested in giving more healthcare please. Now you got an alternative. Now you got an alternative that actually is invested in fighting for it. So now, of course, people are going to choose to vote for that person. That's the real problem in the Democratic Party. They want to discipline the voters. They want to actually whip the voters into shape to just shut the fuck up and vote for the centrist, for the neoliberal, but they can't. And that's the panic. And the old school methods of consistently claiming if you actually vote for a Medicare for all candidate, a change candidate, then, you know, people in the South are going to be really scared about that. Don't do it. It's not working anymore because the appetite for change is there. Okay?
The excitement, the money, the grassroots is on the side of the insurgent left. And this is a threat that we have never seen before in the elected system of our government.
He calls democratic socialists or socialism, he says it's a threat. What do you say, Richard?
There's a lot of things that are a threat. I don't think the ideal of fighting for lower healthcare costs is a threat. And to be honest with you, I think there's a lot of Americans that are frustrated with the Democratic establishment, and they're also frustrated with the Speaker of the House. And here's why, because they see folks like Elon Musk, like Jeff Bezos, both individuals that have benefited or are currently benefiting from high-priced government contracts, or some of the big banks, John, that in 2008 got big bailouts from this government, corporate welfare, right? And they're saying they got a bailout. Me and my family never got a bailout, and we continue to struggle. And one of the reasons why we feel like we're continuing to struggle is because many of the folks we have elected to Capitol Hill have neglected our pain. They've neglected our suffering, and they've only done the bidding of their top donors. And the result of that, you see it in the One Big Beautiful Bill, which is a tax giveaway to millionaires and billionaires, and it took away money from food stamps.
Do you think about the term insurgent left as an attempt to paint them in the same brush? No, I use that term. I've been using that term. I don't shy away from using that term. I've been most commonly referring to the, you know, left populists as the insurgent left.
It took away money from Medicaid, and it gave it to folks who didn't need that money, folks who are millionaires and billionaires who have tons of extra money left over in the bank after they pay their taxes.
One guy who is not lauding the presence of democratic socialists is Senator John Fetterman from Pennsylvania. He says that anti-Semitism is becoming sort of, well, a norm. Listen.
There's that strong correlation, anti-Israel, drifting into anti-Semitism, very, very intensely anti-American. And now just here, that individual also believes.
This is literally just what Benjamin Netanyahu said earlier on Fox News, by the way. This fucking ogre is just, I assume he's looking at talking points.
America.
Whenever he does this kind of thing. But like, this is straight up, this brain broken ogre. He's not looking at talking points he can't read. Okay, he's just trying to remember the talking points then.
Deserved 9/11. And of course, Israel deserved the massacre of 10/7. That's been, you know, that's been building.
Saying that, Richard, final thought. He's a Democrat senator.
Listen, I respect Senator Fetterman. I do disagree with him, though. Just this week, we saw some of our colleagues at the Roosevelt, the Roosevelt Library. One thing that TR talked about was the idea that the most patriotic thing you can do is criticize the person that's in office, and that's so uniquely American. And I think you can say you have a problem with the Israeli government without being anti-Israel or without being anti-Semitic. And I think the ideal of fighting for more social programs here at home is uniquely distinct from saying that there's problems in our foreign policy. And I think when you try to sort of combine the two, that's indeed problematic, and I often think that's mis and disinformation to many people in the audience.
All right, Richard Fowler. We'll talk more about this down the road, I'm sure. Richard, thank you.
We'll be right here. Good to see you, John.
Good.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
And we are less than 3 hours from tonight's debate. It will be the first of two happening at Wood TV this week. Tonight is a Democrat.
Hell yeah, Wood TV, baby. That's what we're fucking locked in on. That's what we're tuning into. In 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. We are watching. Bro's never coming back on Fox? No, that's no. He is the defender of the Democrats on Fox. He's on Fox all the time. We have a Abdul link, don't we? We have an Abdul fundraiser link, don't we? Like a specific link. We'll pin it. I'm excited to see what Abdul does in a head-to-head matchup, but I'm not gonna lie to you and say that I'm not excited about hearing Haley Stevens. What gives? Abdul, what gives? It's what gives o'clock, ladies and gentlemen.
Primary debate for Michigan's open U.S. Senate seat. And Thursday is the debate for the Republican primary for Michigan governor. Political reporter Rick Albin will moderate both debates. He joins us now live in the studio with a preview. Okay, yes. Rick, the big night is here, debate one. Kind of walk us through tonight what we can expect.
Well, I think this has become a much more important debate than perhaps we thought it was when we first started booking it, because as you know, Mallory McMorrow, the state senator, dropped out of this Senate race over the weekend, somewhat unexpectedly. So now you have two people, one a more established candidate, one a more progressive candidate, and they will be right here at these podiums. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed will be here. Congresswoman Haley Stevens will be right here. My podium is right back there, and we will be talking to them about the issues that are important to the people of the state of Michigan, including, Amber, questions that you have prepared from our viewers that sent questions to us. So tonight is going to be the night. It's the first night of debate week in Michigan, but it's the night for these two candidates to make their argument to the entire state. We're on the air in Detroit, in Flint, in Traverse City, in Alpena, in Marquette, in Lansing, and of course, right here in West Michigan.
I'm an intern for the campaign. Can you please pin this link tonight? I have my link too, intern, for the Abdul campaign. Don't worry, we'll link it. We're gonna link it. Yeah, HP for Abdul El-Sayed 26, AES 26.
All of those markets will have.
Oh, Hasan questions. Hasan condemnation questions incoming. I doubt it. I don't even think Haley addresses that. It would be shocking if she did. I think it's going to be like I don't think Haley Stevens has the charisma to do this, but I think she's going to try to navigate a conversation around a connection between Abdul and Graham PLATNER. The advantage that Haley has here as a woman is to, drive home the misogyny allegations somehow, to be like, well, you didn't see what was so wrong with him because you're a misogynist, probably. But I don't think she'll bring that up, because that demonstrably was a failure for McMorrow. I don't know. I mean, it depends. It depends on the instincts that they have, right? Interesting change. Anyway, there is a national review. Noah C. Rothman of National Review went on CNN. Jake Tapper, of course, invited him on to talk about this campaign after Mallory McMorrow dropped out. Let's take a look. There are some interesting statements that Jake Tapper makes here that changes the tone that he has covered me and this race with, and I find that very interesting. We'll take a look at it.
Michigan got a little bit more intense. On Sunday, Mallory McMorrow dropped out, narrowing the field to 2. It's a must-win seat for Democrats. Democratic voters will now decide between Michigan Congresswoman Haley Stevens, more of an establishment figure, and former state health official Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. He's a candidate running from the Bernie Sanders wing of the party. Does El-Sayed have a chance, a better chance of beating the likely Republican nominee, former Congressman Mike Rogers? What do you think, Jamal?
Well, it's a two-stage process, right? I'm on the phone with some of my friends. I'm from Michigan, some of my friends who have working in the state right now in politics. Al-Sayed does have the momentum on the ground when it comes to activists. However, Haley Stevens does have the money and the attention and the ability to now garner support. McMurrow
She does not have the attention. She just has the money. That's it. And the attention born out of the money. But the many beats the money. That's the only time where we have seen success in the entire history of post-Citizens United American elections, and even pre-Citizens United American elections. For the longest time, I believe it was like 97% of races were won by the side that had more money, the side that spent more money. There have been a lot of defeats by the insurgent left candidates that were not able to outraise. We're not able to outraise their oftentimes AIPAC-backed and outside expenditure-backed candidates.
hasn't endorsed anybody, so her supporters are still out there, so we don't know exactly which way they go. As if one person told me today, it's a jump ball to see what will happen. Against Mike Rogers, this could be the state, I will say this as a Democrat, this could be the state that surprises the country. You could end up having Mike Rogers win the Senate race in Michigan and Sherrod Brown win the Senate race in Ohio. Like, we could end up seeing something very different happen on Election Day than maybe many people suspected 6 months ago.
How do you see the race? The Democratic Senate, specifically the primary.
Yeah, so the New York Times alleged, not me, the New York Times alleged that when the bottom really fell out for McMurrow, who was a rising star in Democratic politics when resistance was the name of the game, fell out when she criticized El-Sayed for campaigning with Hasan Piker, an influencer who has specialized in saying inflammatory things like accusing one anti-Hamas individual of being a pig dog, of saying that the United States deserved 9/11, of saying that he prefers Hamas over Israel, et cetera, et cetera. She tepidly criticized that, and that was where the bottom falls out, which is why it doesn't matter to me that McMurrow is out of this race. The problem is within the Democratic Party's primary electorate.
Of course, the National Review guy is like, the problem is with the Democrats, which, for the record, certainly is an opinion that Jake Tapper also agrees with. Okay? If you're mad about the insurgent left, you absolutely maintain this position. Doesn't matter who this position is coming from. Okay? But yeah, Islamophobia equals tepid criticism, by the way. No better example of the permissibility of Islamophobia. Yeah, just like turning around and claiming that I'm an anti-Semitic terrorist, like terror jacketing your Muslim opponent and then trying to connect them to a synagogue attack, a failed synagogue attack, is perfectly permissible. It's just tepid criticism. It's not tepid.
This is what they want. This is what they're going to get. And coupled with the news that we're getting from Maine, it seems like the Democratic primary voters are subordinating what they understand to be good sense and character in order to elevate individuals who channel their passions. And that's a big mistake.
Well, actually, that's going around, right? The Republicans have been doing that for about a decade. The question now is, people don't trust the establishment. They don't trust the institutions. So for those Democrats who are more establishment Democrats, they need to listen to this. They need to figure out how they can become more vociferous argumenters for the outsider's view about changing the establishment and changing the institutions with policies that fit more inside of the kind of 40 or 35 yard lines of democratic politics, small d, democratic politics, where we can all agree. And we don't see, I think, the more establishment centrist Democrats having that kind of a voice where they put their chest in it a little bit about taking on the institutions.
Do you think that Mike Rogers, assuming he becomes the Republican nominee, will have an easier time beating one of these Democrats more than the other?
I think he'll have a marginally easier time against El-Sayed's candidacy. That is not to say that this is a year that's going to favor Republicans, and it's definitely a swing seat that could go either way. But if Mike Rogers' campaign was choosing the candidate that they would go up against, it would not be the establishmentarian Democrat who's won competitive races in competitive districts before. It would be the outsider who's not really very well vetted, who has a penchant for saying things that are inflammatory, that enliven a very narrow sliver of the electorate.
Yeah, totally. anti-Israel sentiment is just a narrow sliver of the electorate, famously. Okay? Pro-Medicare for all, just a totally narrow sliver of the electorate. As opposed to the fucking carpetbagger who lives in Florida, who is a mercenary for Big Pharma, who's made decisions that have led to the opioid epidemic in this country. Definitely. It's just, oh God, they're just begging. I mean, there's not a lot of differences between this and fucking the debate started, did it? Or are you lying to me? Are you just saying that because it's 3:30? Because usually it takes a little bit.
Committed supporters,
Let's finish
nevertheless,
this, and then
turns
we'll
off
get to
other
the debate.
elements of the electorate. So yes, Mike Rogers is going to have a better time against El Said.
Do you disagree?
I think it's a weird year. I think it's a weird year. And we don't know how any of these things sort out. The anti-Trump fervor that exists is very big. The price problems that people are having where they can't afford their day-to-day lives, that is very significant. We just don't know how this is going to turn out on Election Day. But I will tell you, Michigan is in play. And anybody who thinks that this is something Democrats are going to be able to win should pay more attention to what's happening on the ground.
Do you think in any way, Noah, that President Trump, for instance, having dinner with Kanye West and Nick Fuentes, has set precedents where Dr. Al-Sayed, I'm not comparing Hasan Piker to Nick Fuentes, but they're both controversial.
See, that was an interesting admission from Jake Tapper. Yeah. When I heard that, I thought, damn. Because he has done that in the past. So what's going on? I mean, even, first of all, he is making that comparison, obviously. He's implying the comparison. However, it is interesting that he mentions that he's not making this comparison. I feel like these guys were not so careful with this comparison in the past. They were playing fast and loose with it. It's interesting.
And polarizing, that it kind of has just changed the way that people look at these things.
It's possible not to defend the president's conduct, because I think he has a tendency to, again, subordinate that kind of discretion to anybody who flashes a smile at him or bats her eyes at him. That's not something that it lends itself to steady leadership. However, I don't think Democrats are modeling themselves on anything the president has done or saying that the president has given us some kind of permission structure to be our worst selves. They wouldn't admit that to themselves, nor would they, I think, behave that way in public. What they're responding to is organic enthusiasm from their base voters that all of us can see, that all of us can sense in the water. It's not something that, I don't know if they can thread the needle that you're describing. How is Chuck Schumer going to say, well, we need robust policies that channel progressive enthusiasm, when what voters want is somebody who's going to attack Israeli supporters in anti-Semitic terms, who's going to say, this is what Hasan Piker did, this is what the New York Times said, the bottom fell out of McMorrow's campaign.
I don't think that that's the issue.
Yeah, no, the New York Times didn't say that Mallory McMorrow had to concede because the bottom fell out of her campaign because anti-Semitism is awesome. Okay? I don't think they said that. As a matter of fact, the New York Times also didn't even go so far as to call me an anti-Semitic podcaster or even a controversial one, as a matter of fact. It just said leftist, far left streamer with a history of comments that, a far left streamer that has accused Israel of maintaining an apartheid.
This particular race, I think the questions are about the cost questions taking on the establishment. And yes, it is a problem that they also have these anti-Israeli or in some interpret anti-Semitic views. That is a problem. But for the most part, Democrats just want somebody who's going to take on the establishment and mix things up in Washington.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys disagree. You see the same phenomena. You say they're doing it despite it, and you're saying they're doing it because of it.
Yeah.
Democratic Senate.
Interesting perspective. Where is this goddamn debate, man? Where's the debate? Where is the debate? The people want the debate. Unique insight into this insurgent run as Dhoni been doing for years. Worked on hopefully they'll release it. The bat starts at 4 p.m. your time. I thought it was 3:30 p.m. my time. What happened? What's interesting is CNN has unique insight into this insurgent run as Dhoni has been following some of the work I've been doing for years and worked on a documentary and put it on a documentary for CNN. Hopefully they'll release it. The bot is at the top of the hour. Got it. Okay. This was a good take, by the way. I mean, I've already covered this and you know it was a good take because a lot of people got mad at it. A lot of Zionists got mad at it. Mamdani more popular than Netanyahu among U.S. Jews. The AP poll suggests that Mamdani's positions on Israel have not prevented him from maintaining a net positive image among American Jews overall. Perhaps you meant to say that Mamdani's positions on Israel have helped in maintaining a net positive image among American Jews overall. Yes. No, I have the link. He's Abdul's doing an interview with Wood TV on the link that I'm on right now. Yes, I saw the Gasparino. Yeah, I wonder why Mamdani is 32 points more popular amongst American Jews than Benjamin fucking Netanyahu. Perhaps American Jews are American. They have American interests. Perhaps American Jews are not so single-mindedly invested in the defense of Israel in the way that it is presented in mainstream media. I don't know. What the fuck would I know? I'm presented as a radical anti-Semite. No longer similar to Nick Fuentes, but not so dissimilar from Nick Fuentes, it seems, but not the same. But, you know, perhaps this kind of racialized animus that they're trying to cook up against Muslim candidates who are anti-Zionists, whether they be Zohran Mamdani or Abdul al-Sayed, is complete and utter fucking bullshit. And most American Jews look to this and go, I agree with him. Let's take a look.
I can speak for myself. I love and revere Judaism and the Jewish people. I love and revere Palestinians and their tradition and culture and history. I love and revere the kids that I was supposed to serve, or I've been serving
thank you for the
in
25.
Wayne County, and the 10 million people I hope to serve here in Michigan. And because of my love for all three of these groups, I cannot allow our tax dollars to be misappropriated away from these kids whose parents paid those tax dollars to go bomb and destroy the lives of Palestinian people. I'm just not going to be okay with that. Now, I can't speak for the intentionality of other people. I know that anti-Semitism exists and it's a very dangerous force. But I also know that trying to meld the interests of Judaism and the Jewish people with the interests of a super PAC and a foreign government itself risks exacerbating anti-Semitism. Because just like I don't want to be held accountable for what the Egyptian government does because I share ethnicity with the people who live in Egypt, I don't think Jewish people in Michigan or America want to be held accountable for what the Israeli government does because they share ethnicity or faith with the people who live in Israel. And so we have to be able to create a very clear line between those two. Now, I know what it's like to be discriminated against for how I pray and my ethnicity. And as such, I will always stand forthrightly against anti-Semitism in every form, in every shape here in America. And I've called it out. And I find it deeply frustrating when people use anti-Semitic terms to attack the Jewish people because of what Israel and its government are doing.
There's another even better quote where is this
myself?
No, this is the one. Never mind. So a lot of people got very mad about this. And people were just straight up like, oh, dude, you're fucking anti-Semite for saying this. I will never understand where that intensity comes from. I think some people are straight up living in fucking la la land. When I was in Michigan, I met with people who said the way for Abdul Said to beat Haley Stevens would be to just play her clip saying Israel comes to me in my dreams over and over again. Now his campaign has built a website that does just that.
And in the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future. And in the United States Congress,
There is no way. There is no way. Make it stop. Donate is funny. There is no way that this clip played anywhere in Michigan. Bro, you play this in a normal synagogue in Michigan. Okay, you play this clip in a normal synagogue in Michigan with individuals that are to varying degrees sympathetic to Israel, and they're going to be like, "This is crazy." Actually, this is a crazy thing to say. What gives is what people would say. Okay, because it's insane. It's an insane thing to say. Now I want to see what happens when you click on more Haley. Hold on.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Oh no!
I see Israel's future. And in the United States Congress,
Maximum Haley!
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future. And in the United States Congress,
Oh yeah, William Lawrence. Yeah, I'm down to help out on that one. He's a really interesting candidate himself.
for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams.
What gives? As a United States member of Congress, I will fight for Israel's a crazy thing to say. You don't even have to be anti-Israel to think that's ridiculous. Yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, yo, you're laying it on too thick. Like, that's crazy. What the fuck? Anyway, my girl is on. Sorry, my show is on. My girl is on.
In Michigan, getting it done here. What do you do to maintain, retain, and expand the manufacturing base that has been such a critical part of Michigan's economy?
Yeah. Well, I think the advocacy and the leadership that we deserve, that Michigan deserves in the U.S. Senate, is about focusing on the consistency, certainty for businesses. You know, they can't wake up every other day to another trade rule or another tariff. You know, we had 55 tariff announcements in 100 days. And that really caused things to go out of whack, you know, here in the west side of our state, certainly, you know, in the east side. And then you see it up in the UP, you know, with small business revenues being down. A trade war with Canada, that doesn't work. So those are the complaints. But the solutions about how to do 21st century.
Yeah, this is actually the to counteract her facts website about him. What Abdul said / what Abdul did. See for yourself a growing list of the big claims, brags, and promises Abdul said made and what really happened. We eliminated $700 million in medical debt for Wayne County residents. Fact check. Abdul said overstates claim. He erased $700 million in medical debt. Abdul said he removed lead from Detroit's elementary schools. Detroit public schools shut off all drinking water after test shows. I like that. I like that they're like, no, it wasn't sufficient enough. And then, of course, all the shit that Abdul said he would make sure that folks were safe in Wayne County Juvenile Detention Facility, that he rebuilt the entire facility from the studs. Flooded with sewage and garbage. Michigan's El Sayed said he rebuilt the troubled Detroit area juvenile. This is from Town Hall, by the way. This article about Detroit public schools shutting off all drinking water is from 2018. Interesting. Yeah. Abdul said his PAC Southpaw would harness all the people power from his failed 2018 gubernatorial campaign and put it behind the great progressive candidates. LSAT PAC spent majority of fund on consultants. LSAT's PAC spent paltry sum on candidates big on consultants. Abdul said he was a physician. Abdul did. Oh, they're saying they're hitting the physician line. He had been in public service for 10 years. He spent the rest of his adult life running for office, running a podcast as a graduate student. Abdul said he turned around a broken animal care system in Detroit as health director. They're saying that heartbroken citizens blame Detroit animal control. Wait, half of these are from like literally like during his tenure or before. What the fuck? It's such a sleazy attack. It's literally fundamentally true. It's just how time works. It would have been saying like a 10-year investment bill isn't reaching the funding levels 2 years in. No shit. There's 8 years left. Yeah. I mean, if this is what they got, oof, it's not good. It's not looking too good. It's also not great that you can't click on the articles. Certainly not great that many of the articles are from a time when the timeline is not matching up. You know. Yeah, also doing a whole like here are our lines of attack. This is not the sign of a winning campaign. Running a negative ad, like running a negative attack ad against Abdul al-Sayed is supposed to be issued by PACs so that you have some plausible deniability. Okay? Having a campaign straight up be like, here are the bullet points as to why this guy is bad, failed to reach like a significant standard. One of it is literally fucking saying that he lied about being a doctor when he didn't, right? Having only screenshots of article headlines. Oof. Whereas this is obviously a joking response. If you want to read this one, pretty much shuts down the attack right away. El Sayed claimed to have already erased 700 in medical debt. Untrue. In the comments of the Free Press and a TV ad for his campaign, neither he nor the health department has done so, according to a fact check done by the Free Press, which, by the way, Detroit Free Press endorsed Mallory McMorrow. Just saying. El Sayed did as Wayne County Health Director, a position he held before leaving to run for the Democratic nomination for Michigan's open U.S. Senate seat, helped put in place a program to eliminate that level of debt. An effort still touted on the county's website. Oh, I'm sorry. So he secured funds to eradicate $700 million of medical debt, and the program started, and the program is still continuing. The comment is correct. But nowhere near that level of medical debt has, in fact, been erased thus far. That's awesome. That's fucking dope, man. Thank you. This is reminding me of like Bernie Sanders levels of attack. When they would just like when they would just hit like the minutia, the most like insane, the most insane like, oh, Bernie Sanders says he wants Medicare for all, but what if someone doesn't get Medicare in this plan? What if 8 people refuse? What if 8 people don't even get Medicare in this plan? Could you technically say it's for all? It's like, it's just so bad. You are 1% pretending to be a part of the 99%. Lemau. Dog. You see this? I'm wearing a suit. You can't even say I'm pretending to be of the working class any longer. I got the suit on. Okay? I got the motherfucking suit on, bitch. Fuck you mean? It's big baller time. You understand? Colombia is out. What gives? Colombia's out. I'm going to kill myself by. Don't do it.
I thought it was important to talk to you and get your perspective as somebody who has been a member of the legislature, somebody who has been in charge of the party. How important are primary elections? And as we prepare for this debate, how important are these moments as your party is going to select a candidate for an open U.S. Senate seat?
Yeah, well, I think your first question about how important the primary debates, or excuse me, the primary itself is right on point. This is a hugely important primary. The United States Senate is in play this year, and whoever the Democratic nominee is going to have a real heck of a race in November against Mike Rogers. So the winner of this primary is going to be the standard bearer, and whoever comes out of it is going to have to come out strong and be able to unite the Democratic Party and the base to take on a formidable candidate on the other side.
If memory serves me, in your time as chairman, you were pretty successful in having candidates that didn't have primaries, which there is a certain advantage to that because there are things said in primaries that can't be unsaid in the general. But there is also the other school of thought that a robust primary can really kind of strengthen candidates as they move into the general. Is there a preference from your standpoint?
Yeah, look, you can make good arguments on either side. I think the reality is we have a robust primary. And I think for the foreseeable future, you're going to have robust primaries up and down the ticket, whether it's for United States Senate, governor, or even down here to state rep. You've got different visions of the party. You've got folks kind of represented by Abdul El Sayed who are looking to make significant changes to the party, particularly its leadership. You have other candidates like Haley Stevens, who's I think wants to make change, but might not, represents a little bit more of kind of the establishment part of the party. So there's going to be those fights that come up. I think the important thing for Democrats is that people keep it to issues, positions, policies, beliefs, and not get personal and really focus on what's important, which is going to be winning the seat in November.
Yeah, and as you point out, that's going to be quite a race because we already know that Mike Rogers has an established campaign mechanism out there. He came within that close
yes.
2 years ago, but there are some changes. Donald Trump is not on the ballot, at least his name is not on the ballot. And so that may make some change for Republicans. But when it comes right down to it, this isn't just about representing Michigan, although that's the most important part. This is about control of the United States Senate.
Yeah, it's a national race. I mean, gone are the days when sleepy Michigan Senate races really didn't mean much except to the people of Michigan. This race and a handful of others around the country are going to determine control of the United States Senate. And for Democrats, and I think for independents and some others as well, making a strong message to put a check on Donald Trump and his presidency is something that's very important. So this seat is going to be I'm sure there's going to be all eyes on the debate here around the country here, Rick, and there's going to be all eyes on the race here from now until that first Tuesday in November.
You know, we have had in this state a long tenured set of senators with Carl Levin, who was there for 36 years, Senator Debbie Stabenow there for 24 years. And now all of a sudden, we're going to have a 2-year senator who will be the senior senator from Michigan. I mean, that's unusual for us.
Very unusual.
And so this all kind of happens as the Senate is in play. And as you pointed out,
He did
and I don't want to put too fine a
Newsmax?
point on it, but the Democratic
I'm
Party
sorry.
is
That is a level of desperado I never thought. Dude, Newsmax? Chris Cuomo's outlet Newsmax? Adam Friedland doesn't do fucking Newsmax any longer. Oh my God. Oh my God. BB, go on OAN. Dude, this is... Isn't that News Nation? Wait. No, Newsmax is even worse. Newsmax is the right-wing one. I was thinking of News Nation. Oh my God. Newsmax is even more insane. Oh. Newsmax is where people go when they're credibly accused of sexual assault at Fox News. My mistake. Newsmax is like, dude, Benjamin Netanyahu, go on Mike Lindell's television network next.
Spoke with Israeli Prime
Netanyahu on Fox News Times 2, CNN, Newsmax in under 48 hours. He tells Greta that the Iran war started when Iran was on the verge of making nuclear weapons. 1 week ago, June 1st, he said the war started when there were already atomic bombs in Iran's hands.
Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Prime Minister, nice to talk to you again, sir.
Bro, this is insane. This is like, I'm telling you, this is straight up like, this is if he went on the Lindell television, Lindell TV. Holy fuck, Big Yahoo is desperate, dude. Holy fuck. Benjamin Netanyahu might do Fortnite Friday at this point. Not to say that there is any desperation in doing Fortnite Friday. It's the greatest and most reliable source in news media. This is wild. Why is this flag so shiny? Because it's fake. Because it's fake. All right, let's hear what else he had to say.
Good to talk to you, Greta.
Mr. Prime Minister, President Trump.
Wait, Scott Jennings was sweating on CNN when they asked him to call McConnell?
Do you think he'd be willing to call into the show? Could we get him on the phone now?
You know, I wasn't really expecting him to call this morning, to be honest. So when the phone rang and I was able to talk to him, I was frankly pretty grateful. I mean,
Right now, the only existing evidence of Mitch McConnell's proof of life is notorious liar, serial fabulist Scott Jennings, Trump defender, Trump supporter Scott Jennings, claiming that he had a long and extensive conversation with Mitch McConnell. That's his proof of life. It's awesome. Jack Kimball. What is this? Oh yeah. MTG went on The View and said some crazy stuff, I heard. Spoke to my old friend Mitch McConnell this morning, the senior senator from Kentucky. He's still recovering in the hospital. We talked just shy of 45 minutes. He's so sharp. Just like he always lets me do all the talking. He's a great listener. After that, we prayed. This is fake, by the way. This is a parody account. After that, we prayed silently for a while and had a staring contest. Just like always, he beat me. I told him we want to see him back at work as soon as possible. Yeah, once again. So that's a parody account that's making fun of this Scott Jennings take, who, like I said, is the only person in the United States of America who's offering proof of life for Mitch McConnell, which, you know, you got to take his word for it, obviously. I reposted and said, we're branding McConnell to levels we haven't seen with Brandon. I spoke to my old friend Mitch McConnell this morning, the senior senator from Kentucky. He's still recovering in the hospital. We talked just shy of 20 minutes about Iran, Ukraine, the unfolding situation in Maine, my visit to the TR Presidential Library, and even a little bit of Senate history. I told him we want to see him back at work as soon as possible.
As I said, I've known him since I was a teenager. If it hadn't been for Mitch McConnell and the McConnell Center at the University of Louisville, you know, I would never have been able to go to college. He's been my mentor and he changed the trajectory of my life. So, you know, when things happen.
Wait, Thune also? McConnell talked to Thune and Barrasso yesterday and today, respectively. Per Thune spokesperson, Leader Thune spoke with Senator McConnell yesterday by phone. So what's going to happen when we find out that he's dead and has been? Okay. What then? I guess nobody gives a fuck about the truth at all. So no one will be punished. Bro, his wife flew to China moments after he had a cardiac arrest. Okay. His wife is not even here. She was too busy going to China to talk to the vice president of China. What the fuck are we talking about?
Check that.
Somebody that's going to serve our local community like Gerald Ford did.
I want roads fixed.
Working for things that are positive for Michigan.
She said, Gerald Ford, hold on.
An open U.S. Senate seat. 2 candidates. 2 visions for Michigan. Abdul El Sayed.
There really is an opportunity to either pick politics as usual or politics is different. And people desperately want politics is different right now.
U.S. Representative Haley Stevens.
I see this as a made in Michigan moment, and we have a story to tell, and we need a champion in the United States Senate.
Who earns the chance to carry the Democratic banner into one of the most consequential Senate races in the country? The choice is yours. Live from the Wood TV studios in Grand Rapids and your local election headquarters. This is night 1 of Debate Week in Michigan, Democratic Senate primary.
Good evening. I'm Rick Albin, your moderator for tonight's debate, along with Amber Crisco, who will be here with viewer questions. Candidates, welcome to you, and welcome to viewers across the state.
Beast mode. The way they started that, I'm fired up.
WLNS in
I'm
Lansing,
fucking fired
and
up,
partners
dude.
in Detroit, Marquette, Alpena, Traverse City, and Flint.
It's time
this
for debate.
truly is Debate Week in Michigan.
HasanAbi, try not to
Here's
laugh
a
for the
quick
next hour.
review
Challenge
of the
impossible
rules.
difficulty. No,
Each
not when my
question
girl
goes to each
Haley is
candidate
on.
for a 60-second response in an order determined by a drawing earlier in this process. A 30-second rebuttal will follow after each candidate has given their initial response.
I'm already smiling, thinking
the only
about
possible
what
change to that would be for the final question. Depending on how much time is left in the program, we may eliminate the rebuttal or adjust the length of time to answer the question. There is no opening statement. There will be a 60-second closing. It is time for our first question in Debate Week in Michigan. Again, welcome to both of you. The first question will go to you, sir. The number one issue facing people from coast to coast and right here in Michigan is no surprise. It's inflation, it's affordability. Everything costs too much. You can't fix it all. But if you're elected to the U.S. Senate, tell me one proactive thing you would do to make Michiganders' lives more affordable. 60 seconds, sir.
I've been up and down my state, 110 different cities, 450 public events. No matter where I go, people say the same thing. I just can't afford to live here anymore. I am so worried about the price of groceries. I can't afford my gas. It's $5. I'm worried about getting sick because I can't afford my deductible. There's a number of things we need to do. Number one, we need to tackle healthcare by guaranteeing everybody healthcare without a deductible, a premium, or a copay through Medicare for all. Number two, we need to stand up to the monopolies and oligopolies that are picking our pockets. Number three, we need to stand up to increase wages. And that means standing with unions like the UAW and the nurses who've endorsed us. It means making sure that we are standing with Michiganders in their moments of crisis by making schools somewhere that our kids can go, by addressing the potholes that cause punctured tires every time you try to drive anywhere. But all of this has to happen by way of getting the corruption out of our politics. So long as corporations are buying politicians, we can't actually enact these solutions because they're getting the policies that they signed up for when they pay for their politicians.
Congressman Stevens, 60 seconds.
Well, thank you so much, Wood TV, and to everyone across Michigan tuning in tonight. As your next United States Senator, I will run through anyone and anything to lower costs. My no tariff on groceries bill. My bill to lower your utility bill. Look, I'm the only person running for United States Senate in Michigan who is not a millionaire. I am not trying to sell a book or a podcast. I'm the only one on this stage who doesn't have a talent agent trying to pitch me for paid speeches. And unlike my opponent, I'm not running at the first mic or camera I see. Instead, my head is down doing the work for the people of Michigan who need the work to be done. We do not need a celebrity senator. We need a workhorse. And as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan in the House of Representatives, if you want a fighter and an effective leader for our state, that's me.
We also don't need politicians bought off by corporations. In this race, you've probably seen ad after ad after ad. Not one of those ads was brought to you by the Congresswoman's campaign. All of them brought to you by corporate PACs and AIPAC, trying to buy a politician who's going to do their bidding instead of yours. That's been the story of our politics for far too long. The question is not whether or not you're a millionaire. The question is whether or not you are bowing down to billionaires. And for too long in our politics, we've watched politicians beg for those dollars only to do that bidding when they actually get to office. That has been the story of my opponent. If you want politics is different, I'm the only one who's never taken a dime from a corporation.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, look, transparency is oh so important. And this is why I have released my tax returns. My opponent, Abdul, he said that transparency is key, but yet he hasn't released his tax returns. Abdul, you talk about getting money out of politics and putting money in people's pockets, but who is putting money in yours? What are you hiding?
Moving to our next question, it'll be first to you, Congresswoman. With a 60-second response, the Trump administration had been negotiating an agreement to end the conflict in Iran, but within the last hour, we are told that the United States military has launched a series of what they call powerful strikes after commercial ships were struck in the Strait of Hormuz. The question is, what should our policy be going forward with Iran? 60 seconds.
Well, our next United States Senator has one mission and one mission only, and that is to fight for the people of Michigan and represent the people of Michigan's interests. Donald Trump selling us out to this war in Iran that no one asked for, that is raising costs for every Michigander, is totally unacceptable. But here's the deal. In terms of the goal that I have long fought for and pushed for in the United States House of Representatives and what I will work for in the United States Senate, we need long-term peace. Donald Trump has failed us. The Prime Minister of Israel has failed in that regard. And he was just coming after me on this today. Look, I am unafraid, Michigan. You are my North Star, and no illegal wars, no unilateral wars at our expense.
60 seconds.
I think it's worth asking why we got into this war in the first place. There is one man who's been wanting this war fought, and that is the Prime Minister of Israel. And the reason that we've seen this war fought is because the impact of AIPAC in our politics. AIPAC has spent tens of millions of dollars in attack ads against me or ads lying about the Congresswoman's record. They clearly want one individual, and it's not me. And ask yourself why it is that we are paying $5 gas. Why it is we can't seem to get out of this quagmire. It's because for too long, our foreign policy has been handed to us by the likes of the state of Israel.
They coordinated
and
it.
AIPAC,
Israel coordinated that on CNN.
That Democrats and Republicans are
100%.
doing their bidding. I don't take that money. They are spending against me because they've called me the most dangerous candidate for the U.S.-Israel relationship, because maybe I don't want to waste our money fighting wars we don't need to spend, and instead I want that spent here to rebuild our schools here, to make sure we have functional infrastructure here in Michigan, to make sure that we have healthcare here in Michigan. And so long as our politicians continue to be bought off by AIPAC, do not be surprised when we fight wars that are in their best interest, to annex Lebanon, or to do genocide in Gaza.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, Abdul, I would say no one is afraid of you. And in fact, the GOP is spending thousands of dollars to prop up your campaign because they think they will make it easier for Mike Rogers to win if you are the nominee. I do not plan to make anything easier for Republicans.
Stop slamming the desk.
I do is I take on
also, here's a good counter.
Tough races, and I
You say GOP spending money on me. Guess who is also spending money on you? AIPAC, funded by GOP donors.
Makes it, or Mike Rogers wins. Either way, Israel will win. AIPAC is perfectly fine with either of my two opponents because they know that they will have a comfortable, reliable vote in the U.S. Senate. If you want politics to work for you, if you want politics to rebuild your schools or fix your infrastructure or to invest in your health care, you have an alternative choice. We're running to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. There's a reason that both Chuck Schumer and Donald Trump don't want to see me on the inside of the U.S. Senate, because I'm a threat to politics as usual.
Moving on, but staying in the Middle East, despite a ceasefire, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza continues, and Israel maintains that eliminating Hamas remains essential to its security. What, if any, is the role of the United States in trying to resolve this long-standing impasse? 60 seconds, sir.
I'll tell you this. For a long time, every president has said that they believe in a two-state solution. The problem, of course, is that our policy has been to subsidize the Israeli military to the tune of billions of your tax dollars every single year. And their goal is to foreclose on the possibility of a Palestinian state. I believe in international law. I believe we have to hold every country to international law, which means to me that we need to stop funding the Israeli military and unilateral blank checks. That also includes Egypt, that includes Saudi Arabia. I also believe that we cannot continue to sell weapons to a country that is doing human rights abuses, genocide, and apartheid. I also believe that we need to stop running cover for what has become a rogue state that is now trying to annex southern Lebanon. And I also believe that your money needs to be spent here. Because at the end of the day, the ultimate losers are you and me, the taxpayers who paid that money to provide good infrastructure, build schools, provide health care for our own kids, not to watch it get sent to buy bombs and tanks that end up annihilating other people and their children.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
The goal has to be long-term peace, and this is what I have long worked for. I stood alongside families who had relatives taken hostage by Hamas, and I called for a permanent ceasefire. The difference between my opponent and myself on this issue is that I believe in a two-state solution. I can say that Israel has a right to peacefully exist alongside the people of Palestine and in Gaza. It is very clear that Mr. Netanyahu has not made us safer, has not brought us closer to peace, and he's endangered Jews here in America and around the world. This is why he was just trashing me today on CNN. I am not afraid of bullies. I am not afraid to stand up, and I continue to stand up for humanitarian aid, for the U.S. to work with the countries in the region and get aid into Gaza.
30 seconds.
Look, I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis alike. But the question I think the Congresswoman needs to answer is, why has she allowed $40 million of outside spending, the bulk of it coming from AIPAC, to come into this race?
Bro.
I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is attacking her to actually attack her. I think he's attacking her to try and steer away the stink of how staunchly she stands for their policy. So let's take that opportunity to explain what you've given away for AIPAC support in this race.
Oh my God, it's coordinated. Oh my God.
And no one owns
oh my God,
policies.
it's 100% coordinated.
Anyone who is contributing
Let me guess, is Shannon Watts also fucking saying it? Oh, Netanyahu, your ass is cooked by Haley.
What I did when I served as chief of staff on the U.S. Auto Rescue, saving 200,000 Michigan jobs, and what I have done to get the CHIPS and Science Act passed and signed into law. What my opponent needs to answer is, why is the GOP spending thousands of dollars to prop up his campaign, saying that he will make Mike Rogers the next U.S. Senator?
All right, we're going to move on. As I told you before we started, we have a lot of viewer questions. Amber Kriska is my colleague, and she will be presenting those. You'll be able to see them there. You'll be able to hear them in the studio. If for any reason they are not clear, let me know, and I will repeat them. Here is Amber with our first viewer question.
A lot of questions on this next topic, bipartisanship. This is from Mark Newman.
Oh, God.
In the spirit of bipartisanship, talk specifically about how you will reach across the aisle.
Boo.
Name a particular project that you will champion that will require working with the opposing party.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
Well, I don't have to just talk about what I would do. I can certainly talk about what I have done in terms of passing bipartisan legislation like the CHIPS and Science Act. But to answer our viewer's question very specifically, I have a plan to lessen Michigan and the United States' dependence on China, to lower cost and to create those good manufacturing jobs. That is day one legislation for me in the United States Senate. And look, there is a reason why the Center for Effective Lawmaking recognized me as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan in the Congress, because I fight for us, I win for us. Debbie Stabenow has endorsed my campaign. Our Attorney General Dana Nessel has endorsed me for United States Senate because of their fight for Michigan and their results for Michigan, and them seeing the same in me. And so, yes, when we talk about manufacturing, when I bring in my supply chain bill to the floor, I feel really excited about getting other colleagues on the Republican side to join me.
Thank you. Move on. Dr. El-Sayed, 60 seconds.
I'm proud to have been endorsed by the UAW. And the reason that they've endorsed me is because they understand that I am a fighter for working people. I can tell you that there is bipartisan support already to blow up the USMCA, which has been a cancer on our manufacturing industry in Michigan and the industrial Midwest in general. That is a bill, of course, that my colleague actually voted for. And I think there's bipartisan consensus that that has been a danger. We have an opportunity to rethink trade policy to make sure that we're protecting good union jobs in this state and in this country. And I think that means rethinking how we do tariffs. Now, Donald Trump's version of tariffs is like chemotherapy, but you give the patient all the chemo at the same time. I think there's an opportunity where you pace it out. You think critically about how you protect critical budding manufacturing industry, and that you are transparent with your trading partners about how you do this in an effort to build long-term sustainable manufacturing jobs. I've heard a lot from Republicans saying that they want to bring manufacturing jobs back. Let's roll up our sleeves, work together to get that done.
30 seconds, Congresswoman.
Well, NAFTA was a crap deal, and it hurt a lot of Michiganders. And what is also hurting us right now are Donald Trump's reckless policies that Mike Rogers has said he wants to rubber stamp. There's a reason why the Gordie Howe Bridge isn't open, and Mike Rogers is rubber stamping that. There's a reason why a trade war is going on with Canada. Small businesses all over Michigan losing revenue as a result. I thought he was going to take on China. I've got the bill to do that and to lessen our dependence and grow manufacturing jobs. I've done it once before, and I'll do it again as Michigan's next senator.
30 seconds.
And the reason that the big corporations always get their way when it comes to free trade is because they buy off politicians to do their bidding. Everybody knew USMCA was not going to solve the problem. Everybody knew it. And yet, they bought the votes to get their way. And now you can buy a cheap TV, but you can't find a manufacturing job that can actually feed your family. That is the devastation of corporate-bought politics. Is the only candidate who's never taken a dime from a corporation. You know I'm going to stand up for you. It's the reason. Again, the UAW, nurses, AFT have all supported us because when it comes to the choice between working people and corporations, I will pick people every time.
Yeah, and it's the only reason you haven't released your tax returns. All right, and 15 labor unions are endorsing me. Thank you. I yield, Rick. Yes.
Amber has another. Sure, go ahead.
Can I respond?
Quickly, very quickly.
Yeah, I took the same extension that the Congresswoman took every single
year
she was in Congress.
I'm talking about your tax returns, Abdul. You haven't released your tax returns.
All right,
you don't need an extension to do that.
There's a process.
Who's putting money in your pocketbook?
We're going to move forward with another viewer question. Amber is here with another viewer who wants to know where the two of you stand.
Is the Democratic Party shifting? Joe Beelan has our next question. He says, many of my friends who are Democrats are very concerned with the way the party has shifted so far left that the party no longer accurately represents their views. Will you continue on the current party path, or will you pursue your own path of leadership?
No.
60 seconds for you.
I'll pursue my own path of leadership, educated by the countless days that I spent talking to Michiganders across 110 cities, 450 public
these questions
events.
are off.
Now, here's the thing about it. There is no left or right. Most people out there aren't asking, where do I fit on the left-right spectrum? They're asking, can I afford my groceries when I go grocery shopping? What's going to happen if I get sick or my kid gets sick? Why does my kid's school look the same way it did 30 years ago when I went there? And the answer to that question is that for too long, politicians on both sides of the aisle have taken the same corporate corrupting money. I'm the only candidate on the stage,
just up, down.
frankly, the only candidate running for U.S. Senate who's never taken a dime of that money, which is why the real issue is about the people locking you out of your politics versus the people being locked out. And I will stand always on the side of the folks who are locked out. That is a pathway in our politics that I think all of us can get behind. It's not red, it's not blue, it's not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's American. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That is where our politics needs to go. And in the next 250 years, when we get to chart where we go from here, I hope we remember that that's what we need.
60 seconds.
I will run through anything and anyone to deliver
Why does
for
she keep saying
Michigan.
that?
We've got to lower the cost. Look, there are many who want to
Why
make
does she keep
this
saying
run
she's
for
gonna run
US
through?
Senate about Washington, D.C. insider deals and what's going on with our party leadership. Friends, this is about the future of Michigan. Who is going to be the workhorse? Look, I've got the receipts. I have passed big pieces of legislation. I passed my first bill to secure STEM grants for our K through 12 schools in my first year in Congress. I am ready to hit the ground for our schools, for our educators, and to stand up to the corruption and the abuse of power that we see coming down from Donald Trump. If you want to stop Trump, I'm your gal.
The question was about the direction of the party. Is it shifting?
I'll tell you this. It won't shift if we continue to elect leaders who take money from the same corporations who have broken with the interests of the American public. Chuck Schumer desperately wants one of us to be the next senator, and it's not me. So if you want your politics dictated you by AIPAC or Chuck Schumer, then I'm not your guy. I think we need to go back to the idea of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. $40 million of spending in this race. $40 million. I want you to think about what that means. That's money that buys something on the back end. So if you elect the person who took that money, don't be surprised when they betray you.
Except for, again, I have the receipts as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan. I'm not trying to go viral or get a good tweet out, all right? If you check the facts, the claims that my opponent has made about eradicating medical debt are untrue. If that's all you got to run on, Abdul, well, then good for you.
It's worth noting here that over the weekend, a third candidate that was in this race dropped out. That leaves the two of you. One of you will face Republican Mike Rogers, as you both talked about a little bit here. Congresswoman Stevens, you've been endorsed, as you said, by former Senator Debbie Stabenow, former Governor Jennifer Granholm, and as you said, by the Attorney General. You have, Mr. El-Sayed, been endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and a number of others. I went to both of your websites, long list of endorsements. Is this race not only about control of the U.S. Senate, which it may well come down to, but is this race also for control of the Democratic Party? Is there something else on the line here?
Dude, these are really good questions, by the way.
I'm not going to let the pundits or the prognosticators make any such determination. For me, this has always been about Michigan. I'm the daughter of small business owners
of local television.
who met
What
at
the
Oakland
fuck?
University. My dad is 81 years old and still driving his Ford F-150 with the word Stevens Landscaping on the side, and he's drinking his water. Look, it's that value of hard work, that ethos that I grew up with that has always long motivated my approach to public service. And the reason I have put up my hand to run for U.S. Senate is because of what I'm hearing from Michiganders, because a fully paralyzed veteran reached out to me and asked me if he was still going to get his benefit check because he saw Elon Musk walking around with a chainsaw.
Oh, she's doing the thing. She's doing the Kamala thing. My mother was a small business. My father was an F-150.
Of power, and you better believe from the United States Senate, Michigan's voice will be heard with me.
60 seconds.
I never intended to run for office. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a doctor because I could go 15 hours to my family's native Egypt or 15 minutes from where I grew up. I went to medical school only to realize that our healthcare system was, in fact, part of the problem, not part of the solution. I went into public health. We eliminated medical debt, yes. We eliminated
My father drank water.
We put glasses on kids' faces. We took on corporate polluters. We provided free health insurance. We did the things that for too long government fails to do under leadership that is bought off by corporations. I'm running to do three things: get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. I'm not doing this because of some direction of a party. I'm doing this because of the Michiganders that I've gotten to see. A woman who had cancer 3 times and happened to hold on, managed to hold on to her life savings until the 3rd one. A woman who lost her entire life savings because her kid got cancer and died. People who have come and shared their burden with us. If we continue to allow corporations to buy our politicians, do not be surprised when everything gets more expensive and your job gets further out of reach. That is the politics that is corrupting now, and we need different.
30 seconds.
Well, transparency remains really key here. You can see my tax returns. I've made them public. Again, I call on my opponent to do the same because we do need to know.
Abdul's like, you've been bought and sold by every corporation, and she keeps going, you haven't returned your tax returns.
Speeches. I've been busy doing the work for Michiganders. Period. Full stop. Power Outage Relief Act.
I mean, he's eventually going to release them, so it's like really funny that that's the line of attack. So what then?
Supply chain security. I've got a bill for that. I am ready to go for us, Michigan, on day 1.
30 seconds to wrap.
Let's talk about power outages. People sleeping in dark rooms without electricity for the 4th straight day. My opponent's taking $37,500 from DTE. Ask yourself what that buys. Our politics have been deeply and profoundly corrupted by corporate money, and I want to get money out. You want to talk about transparency? There's a group called Center Forward that happened to pay for a flight for the Congresswoman and her mother to Portugal. I want to understand what she promised them in return. You want to talk about transparency? Why are there $40 million flowing into our politics right now in support of my opponent?
Yeah. Well, and again, I have the receipts and I have the bill to stand up to the utility companies at the lower rates.
Explain the receipts.
So, yes, I've got the, I've got the multiple bills.
I'll give you a chance when we come back in a moment. But first, we're going to take a break. And when we come back in 90 seconds, we're going to talk about something that has been discussed a lot in the past few months, and that's immigration enforcement and ICE. That's coming up. But first, we're going to take a break. The candidates will enter the spin room once our debate concludes. There is a QR code right now that will take you to our live
We have the link, right, for Abdul?
on Wood TV.
Support Abdul al-Sayed. Support actually existing socialism, AES. There's a pinned link, chat. Wow. Right off the rip. Right off the rip. Oh, my God. What an annihilation. Haley Stevens already has a lot of issues keeping up with Abdul because Abdul has done, podcasts. Like, he is a media guy, right? He has media experience. He has on-camera experience. And Haley Stevens clearly doesn't. Haley is trying to turn that weakness into a strength by being like, oh, well, you're in front of all the cameras all the time. And it's like, well, you're running for fucking Senate. Like, you should be as well. You're in front of every television station all the time because there's $40 million of ad spend for you coming from fucking AIPAC. So the charisma gap is so fucked up. It's perverse. It's like it's already a wrap on that front. But then also, on top of that, Haley Stevens is just not a very good politician. And by that I mean, she's a regular ass establishment Democrat. That's the reason why Chuck Schumer endorsed her and wanted her to win. And for that reason, she's bought and sold. So Abdul is like hammering that line over and over again, talking about, money out of politics, money in your pockets, Medicare for all. That's already great messaging discipline, easy to understand. Because remember, there's a lot of people that are listening to this for the first time ever. Not a lot of people watch these debates, but there's going to be a lot of clips after the fact as well. But yeah, when you look at Haley Stevens' voting record, stop the Lebanon War Powers Resolution, that happened last week. Sent Israel $26 billion more in aid after it killed 34,000 plus people. Sent Israel another $17 billion in aid, a failed bill Biden would have vetoed. Banned the State Department from citing Gaza Ministry of Health death tolls. Sanctioned ICC officials as they sought justice against the Israeli war criminals. Expressed disgust as South Africa's suit accusing Israel of genocide and praised Biden spokesperson John Kirby, calling the case meritless, counterproductive, and completely without basis in fact whatsoever. Expressed gratitude for ICE, just like Wesley Bell, and forced through the TikTok sale or ban it in the U.S. if it wasn't sold. So he set up a trap. She's talking about her resume, and he's talking about the problems in the status quo. Her resume obviously didn't help. That too. I will say we don't know. I mean, this is coordinated, okay? This is 100% coordinated. I had to make note of this for the record. Oh, it's back. Okay, let's get into it.
I just want to be clear. I went to Minneapolis at the height of Project Metro Surge. I watched as our government laid siege to a city in our own country. It was awful to see. ICE is not about immigration. ICE is not about the southern border. I was on nearly the northern border. ICE is about normalizing paramilitary force on our streets. I've been clear that you can't reform ICE. You can't retrain ICE. You have to abolish ICE. Now, that's not to say that we can't secure our border. That's not even to say that we can't actually enforce our immigration policy. That is to say that we shouldn't do it at the edge of destroying our Constitution itself. ICE is a new agency. It is younger than I am. We have done this in the past in a way that respects the basic rule of law. And if we're serious about actually having a pathway in this country to a humane, thoughtful, common sense immigration system, we've got to invest in the court infrastructure that offers a pathway to citizenship for people who built a life here, that lived here peaceably, and contributed to our society.
She's running for
I think that's
Senate
the
in
responsibility
Michigan.
we need to go to while keeping our southern border safe and secure.
What would we do about ICE in 60 seconds?
Yeah, well, before I jump to the bipartisan border security bill that I do support, it must be said very clearly that Donald Trump's ICE is completely out of control, and it is an abuse of power.
So why'd you
ICE
thank him?
Agents from top to bottom
Why'd
that
you
have
thank him?
committed crimes have to be held accountable, and I've got the legislation to do it. I called on Kristi Noem to go. She was removed, but no reforms took place. They took $70 billion of our taxpayer money into an ICE slush fund. This has been a failure. A temple in my district was blown up. It wasn't ICE that stood up. It was state and local law enforcement. That money needs to be redirected to those law enforcement agencies that are responsible for our safety and security. Donald Trump has abused his power. He has failed the American people, and we need change.
30 seconds for you.
Look, I appreciate the change of tone on ICE. I mean, my colleague voted to thank ICE and increase their budget, and also took money from people who run ICE contracts.
Boom!
That to me seems very different than what we're hearing now. I've been deeply clear. I don't take money from corporations. I don't take money from ICE contractors, which is why I can say with a clear voice, we need to abolish ICE. I think we need clarity about where folks' money comes from and what trades they make on the policy on the back end to bob and weave on these issues when these are issues of life and death.
30 seconds to wrap this.
Well, it's really unfortunate yet again to see my opponent pursuing Republican tactics. There was a bill on the House floor to condemn an anti-Semitic terrorist attack that in Boulder, Colorado, that killed an individual and injured a Holocaust survivor. Instead of bringing us together, Republicans put in a cynical point about thanking ICE. I am always going to stand up to violence, and I just wish my opponent wouldn't pursue the cynical approaches of Republicans when we do need to be united.
Amber's back with us with yet another viewer question. Let's do this question, and then we're going to come back to some of this in just a moment. Let's do the question.
Notice how she didn't respond to the funding ICE thing?
The average Michigan family.
Or being funded
Jacob
by
Essline,
ICE?
who is an early childhood educator, wants to know, what would your plan be to make childcare more affordable for families
finally, not
as
a
US
fucking
senator?
fuck-ass centrist question.
Yes.
60 seconds.
I have long championed affordable child care here in Michigan and across this country. And in fact, I was on the phone with the daycare centers and the families when COVID hit, fighting to secure dollars to make sure that daycare centers and the people who work in them stay open and employed. Look, the costs continue to go up. The way in which we can lower daycare costs are through the expansion of CDBG funding and grants that match what our great governor here in Michigan did. I actually went to a daycare center with her in Troy, Michigan to celebrate some of the programs that she put into place. And the other deal that we need is we need paid family leave. I'm a champion for paid family leave. We need to secure the ability for new mothers and fathers to have that precious time with their newborns. That's another critical step. I've got the record.
60 seconds, sir.
I'm a father of 2 daughters, and the child care for our youngest, who's 3 years old, is one of the most expensive items on our entire budget. It is insane how much people have to pay. And for a lot of folks, this has become a gender justice issue. It's forcing people out of the workforce, predominantly women, and it's holding them behind from lucrative opportunities that they can use to advance their family in the first place. I think we need to make childcare free. 100% free. Now, how do we pay for that? We pay for that by taxing billionaires their wealth. We could render $4.6 trillion if we were willing to put, let's say, an 8% tax on billionaire wealth. This is not that difficult, but it's a function of our values. Do we care enough to make sure that women have access to the workplace, that children have a safe, healthy place to go, or would we rather be the kind of economy that allows billionaires to make a second billion, a third billion, a trillion, maybe like Elon Musk? That is the question we need to answer. And ultimately, so long as we allow billionaires and corporations to buy politicians, we're going to get the wrong answer.
30 seconds.
This Senate seat is considered a toss-up for November, a 50-50 chance that it will go Democrat or Republican. The one thing that I do is I win tough races. I flipped a congressional seat that was long held by a Republican, blue in 2018, and I held it when Donald Trump was on the ballot. Living my values, living the values to make change and improve people's lives. Mike Rogers, he's not going to do a thing to impact child care and make it more affordable for families.
30 seconds.
Look, if you want somebody who's electable, the last 3 polls in a row show that I'm the most electable Democrat in November. Why?
Yeah.
Because you got to actually fight for something. It's not enough to offer people 2 options that kind of look the same on the issues that matter the most. If you're taking money from corporations, the same corporations, Democrat or Republican, how different are things really going to be? I'm offering an opportunity to actually invest in what we want to fight for healthcare that is guaranteed, for an economy that works for working people, for finally getting corporate money out of our politics.
Well, with all due respect to Abdul, I think he looks a lot like more like Mike Rogers than I do.
All right. So we have apparently scratched the surface on a couple of
You've done
differences
something
between-
unbearable. You've called Abdul white.
And the people in the control room are about to pull their hair out. But I want to give you 30 seconds, and I want to give you 30 seconds to pursue whatever this is that's going on here. Obviously, you've got a question about some of the money in her campaign. You've got a question about some of the money in his pocket.
Yeah.
30 seconds, go.
Well, look, my opponent wants to make this race about lies and attacking my integrity.
My opponent wants to make this race about the millions of dollars in corporate ad spend I'm
from
getting.
Michigan on the team working on President Obama's auto rescue. I have a proven track record that I am proud of fighting for this state, standing up to special interests, and I have 15 labor unions standing alongside me in this fight and some other proven individuals as well. So can we stop the lies and can we get the transparency out that my opponents long talked about?
I'd love to stop the lies that are being told on TV by organizations like the Center for Democratic Priorities, which, by the way, didn't exist until it started to run ads for my opponent. Like the United Democratic Progressives, which, by the way, is a front for AIPAC. Like Center Forward, which bought airline tickets for my opponent, for her mother and herself to go to Portugal. I don't know what they talked about. I don't know what they did. So if we want to talk about lies, I think it's really important for us to understand who's paying for them and what was said on the back end to allow them to be told. Because $40 million, it doesn't come for free.
So is the GOP...
I'm glad we got that all cleared up. So we're going to get back to these questions. I want to talk about data centers for a minute. I'm going to give you a premise. You can agree with it, you can disagree with it, but here's my premise. Data centers are going to be built somewhere no matter what happens in Michigan. So the question is, are we better off to have some of those centers here, or should they be actively opposed, as they have been by many citizens in meeting after meeting across the state? And it's first to you, sir. 60 seconds.
Look, right now people are scared to death that there's going to be this gigantic data center put in their backyard so people like Mike Rogers can make gender-affirming videos about how buff they really are. I think we have to be serious about the fact that these pose real dangers, and the people who are pushing them are the richest, most powerful corporate CEOs in the history of our economy. And so we've put forward a terms of engagement. We want to make sure that if you want to put a data center anywhere, that it's going to meet the following terms: all union labor, no raising our utility rates, increasing our utility reliability, not touching our water, and then there has to be a community benefits agreement that's negotiated in good faith with all the money put up in escrow, and this has to be fully enforceable, including shutting down the data center. That has to be passed at the federal level. Now, here's the thing. Big AI has huge super PACs that guess who they're funding, not me, the other person.
I won't forget your Plattner
the stage.
defending.
And so the question for us is, are we willing to actually do
You're
what it takes
American
to protect
first, left
people
is
from
third or
these
fourth,
risks,
not sure what second,
or
maybe
are we gonna
rich?
let them roll us just like corporations
I
continue
lost
to roll
respect
our
for you.
politicians
You're dancing
over and
monkey.
over again?
Hell yeah.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
Yeah, well, look, the citizens need
I
to be
love the
heard
DNC.
on innovation and data centers. And it is up to federal lawmakers to secure the tax code so that these gajillionaire enterprises are paying their fair share. It is unacceptable that rates would go up as a result. I want to force these data centers to pay the utility bills and to pay water bills for folks. And look, I also want to secure Michigan being on the forefront of innovation and manufacturing. I visited hundreds of manufacturing shop floors. They are using this technology. We want the jobs. We just can't afford to force the workers to pay for it. And look, yet again, my opponent takes jabs, except for he won't denounce the GOP when they are funding his operation and his candidacy, and now bragging about the false polls that they're putting out that he's going to be the best one to beat Mike Rogers. That's me.
30 seconds.
I'm sure everybody out there thinks that Republicans really want me to win this race. Sure. The real question is, how much money has the AI industry spent in this race? And why are they spending it? And whose vote are they buying? And what does that mean for you? If you want a future where AI is fully unregulated, where we lose, 50% of our jobs, where a data center sits in your backyard, you have a choice. If you want someone who's going to stand up for the people against the corporations, you also have a choice. Notice none of the answers actually speak to any of the points I'm making about the money that is being spent in these races to corrupt our politics.
30
because
seconds.
I have receipts, and the people who are watching this
Well, I have
need
receipts.
to evaluate who is running for U.S. Senate, the chief lawmaking role in this country that has the record, that is not a show horse, that is not, I am not someone trying to go viral and shouting into a bullhorn about problems. I am delivering. That is not something my opponent can say. He's great at attacking, and he's great at covering up that his father-in-law is running his super PAC that's spending millions of dollars for him.
All right. We're going to move on to a question that you have both addressed, because these go together. And this one will go first to you, Congresswoman. We hear a lot about AI, artificial intelligence, hear about it every day. I doubt that most of us have a really good grasp of exactly what it is, what role it's going to play in our lives going forward, what role the government has in putting guardrails on technology that few fully understand, that could be a positive game changer that is evolving all of the time and is displacing workers already. We know that that's happening. So should the government jump in the business of regulating AI? 60 seconds.
Yeah, and look, Abdul is lying. Again, he has a super PAC that is run by his father-in-law that has spent millions of dollars on his behalf, and the GOP is also spending money. It's good to know that his father-in-law isn't involved with AI. Here is the deal. I passed my first AI bill
the
into
fuck is
law
this?
in
I don't even know what this
2020,
line of attack
all
is.
right, in my first term in Congress. I have supported resources to invest and protect in the privacy for consumers and to stand up for the little guy, particularly small businesses who need equitable investment, Black-owned businesses like ones I visit on the regular, who oftentimes are getting the short end of the stick, and they certainly are from Donald Trump. I want to make sure that resources are coming into our communities and that jobs are protected and maintained. We can do this here in Michigan. We just need the right leadership, and I believe that is me.
Do we need to regulate AI? 60 seconds.
Absolutely. First, I just want to be clear. The National Nurses United is not my father-in-law. Working Families Party is not my father-in-law. The UAW is not my father-in-law. But I also want to speak to the fact that we do need to regulate AI. And so long as we are taking money, the party is taking money from the AI industry, it's not likely to happen. I proposed a plan putting AI under democracy. What does that mean? That means that I want to make sure that legacy internet companies no longer own the means of creating AI. The AI corporations are spun off as public interest corporations, and that at least 50% of their boards are publicly appointed, meaning through the democratic process. I also want real clear guardrails on what AI can and can't do. I want an agency in the government like an FDA for AIs. And I want to make sure that we pass our terms of agreement. I can say all this because I'm not bought off by the AI companies. You talked about that 2020 regulation. That was a giveaway to the AI industry. So yes, if you want someone who's really effective at giving giveaways to the AI industry, you have your option in this race.
30 seconds.
Well, I'm pleased that my opponent read my deep fake bill to better detect the use of AI, particularly with our children. It was written alongside the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and I am proud that that passed.
His response should be, there are AI data centers everywhere, and we have no control over it. People are terrified.
That he can pull while the GOP is supporting his campaign. And look, I worked really hard to make sure that Kamala Harris was going to get elected and that Donald Trump would be stopped. And my opponent did nothing.
I don't know what Kamala Harris has to do with AI, but I want to speak to the fact that right now we have a choice. $40 million. We're being outspent 30-1 in this race, 30-1. That money is coming in from AIPAC. Their goal is to make sure that our money is sent abroad to kill other people rather than kept here to invest here. Now, the question you might be asking is, what does it have to do with a question about AI? Government will continue to work for the people who buy off government so long as we allow people to buy off government. It is that simple. And you're seeing a case in point of that.
This next question is one that I take very seriously. I suspect many of the viewers do as well. The national debt is more than $39 trillion. $39 trillion. Now, the interest on that debt's
said
about
it twice. My
$1
goat.
trillion a year. CBO says by 2036, it'll be about $2 billion a year. That'll be about 25% of every dollar that comes into the national treasury. What do we do to begin to reduce this burden that will be passed along to your children and likely their children? Would you raise taxes? Would you vow to cut spending? What would you do? 60 seconds.
Look, as everyday Michiganders know, that a budget sheet is about money in and money out. And for a long time, folks on the conservative side want to tell us that it's all about money out. We're spending too much. But then they do two things. They cut taxes for the richest people in society, and then they cut things like healthcare. And guess what happens? They fight wars that we don't need to fight. So money out goes up, money in goes down, and we run up the national debt. And then Democrats show up, and we're trying to be effective stewards of the national debt. So here's what we need to do. We need to run the play in reverse. How about we end stupid wars we shouldn't be fighting at the behest of foreign governments? How about we start taxing billionaires their wealth so that we can return trillions of dollars to the economy? And how about we invest our money in the things that people actually need, like good education, childcare, good hospitals, and healthcare? Those are the opportunities we have in front of us, so long as we don't allow the same corporations and billionaires to buy our politicians so that they keep doing these ridiculous things.
60 seconds.
Our national debt keeps me up for Michiganders, and
Cook.
it is very serious, in part because it is mortgaging the future of our children. And the way in which we get out of our debt and deficit mess is by taxing the growing billionaire class and forcing them to pay their fair share. We are growing our economy, except for it's just with the very, very few who aren't paying their fair share. If you listen to Donald Trump, who my opponent just admitted he didn't do anything to help stop him from getting elected, he wants to do everything for the billionaire class. Donald Trump did tax cuts for them while cutting our food assistance and our health care benefits. It's not acceptable, and it's not working. We can't look at the middle class here in Michigan and force them to keep paying. People can't pay their bills right now. People are underwater. I've had two working moms in the last day
she's got
tell me
nothing.
that. It doesn't work.
So I think this is going to be reduced to Abdullah's Muslim by the end of the fucking by the time we get to August. It's just going to be Abdullah has the darkest beard.
Because for
his name is Abdul Rahman Mohammed.
Of critical issues. And it's been wrong because of the role of special interests in our politics. The same exact special interests who get their way when it comes to our tax system, the same exact special interests that have us fighting stupid wars we shouldn't be fighting, the same special interests who are funding my opponent.
30 seconds for you.
Well, look, leadership is going to get us out of our debt and deficit mess. And as someone who has my finger on the pulse of the needs of the middle class here in Michigan, you and your family, and I have the receipts and the track record of standing up for you when it matters, when 200,000 Michigan jobs were on the line, when General Motors and Chrysler were going to go bankrupt, and I worked on that initiative to save your jobs and those jobs. Look, we can use tax dollars effectively without letting our country go bankrupt.
Here's another question that Amber has for us, and this one kind of goes along with what we're talking about. Here's Amber.
Social Security is a top issue for many Michiganders. This next question is from Mark Luxford. As a senior, Social Security is a very important issue to me. What is your opinion of the proposal to guarantee adequate funding for this critically important program by raising, or better yet, eliminating the income cap for the FICA tax that funds Social Security?
What a gimme. I feel like I'm listening to Sam Cedar.
Well, I fully endorse that proposal of eliminating the FICA cap and making sure that folks are paying their fair share. What is going on with Social Security right now is another example of how Donald Trump
the way
and the
she's like
billionaire
breathing
class
into the mic? Why does it sound like? Why does it sound like
our
that?
Social Security trust fund and force the middle class to pay for the crisis that we are going to be in. We can fix this. I have also stood up to Donald Trump today and said, rehire the Social Security workers that you have fired, because my constituents, they're on the phone trying to get access to their disability benefit, their retirement benefit, and no one's picking up. And again, these are programs that folks have paid into. I believe in it. Mike Rogers, Donald Trump, they're going to sell us down the Potomac River.
60 seconds.
I've talked to so many seniors who are struggling. They're struggling because they paid their home off 30 years ago, but the property tax is getting too high. Their premium on their Medicare is unaffordable and their Social Security just doesn't cut it. And they're worried they might lose that Social Security.
Say yes,
So yes,
Abdul.
absolutely, we have to lift the cap. It would make Social Security sustainable. But we've got to go further. I think we need to be eliminating the premiums, the copays, and the deductibles on Medicare. And we need to make Medicare fully sustainable by extending it to everybody. Medicare for all would do exactly that. On top of that, I think we need to be freezing property tax for seniors. If you paid off your home at some point, we can't expect you to keep up with property taxes that are going up. Now, how do we pay for that? Well, again, if we tax billionaires their wealth, if we were to invest in the Department of Education, so
he's
that we're
gonna
paying centrally
he's gonna
for
win
public
every
schools in an
old
equitable
person's
way.
vote.
There are a lot of opportunities for us to lift the burden off of seniors who've done their job. They've worked extra hard. They deserve a dignified retirement, and we've got to be thinking about how to offer them that.
Congressman, 30 seconds.
They are bankrupting the Social Security Trust Fund. It is unconscionable and wrong, and Michigan is going to have a choice about who it sends to the United States Senate to do something, who's got the vision long-term for a 6-year term to tackle a tough issue, and that is what I've done. Over and over again. I have a plan for Social Security, a plan to be able to work across the aisle if need be, and most importantly, stand up to Donald Trump and Elon Musk in this moment.
30 seconds.
Look, I'm here to serve you. I'm somebody who worked in the bowels of city and county government. Those are the kind of jobs where you can't dodge tough issues. You got to show up Monday through Friday and Saturday and Sunday too. You've got to make sure people get the services that they need and deserve. And I know in places like DC, they look down on people who work in local government. But I also think that we need that viewpoint
good
in the US Senate right now.
neutralization.
We also need the viewpoint of a doctor, somebody who understands what it's like to make sure that you look people in the eye and deliver for them. And I think we haven't had that viewpoint, frankly, in a Democrat since 1969. I aim to offer that.
This is going to be our final question. We're going to limit this answer to 45 seconds. There will be a rebuttal, but 45 seconds on the main question. The current economic tensions with China have created concerns that range from cheap electric vehicles being flooded into some international markets to military concerns over the buildup of China's armed forces and the dependence of our own military on Chinese goods and services. Should we be working to lessen our dependence on China, and how should we deal with a major competitor as well as a major trading partner? 45 seconds.
My dad moved to this country to learn to make cars, and he believed in this place. He immigrated from Egypt, the place where that was not possible. And he chose to come here because this was a place where innovation, ingenuity, those were unleashed. We had the mighty UAW who was empowered to make the cars that my dad would design. The challenge, of course, is that corporatism has gotten in the way. I remember when my dad came home in 1996 and said, a company that's more interested in finance than it is in engineering is not going to be a car company very long. Fast forward, 2008, there we were. I think we need to make sure our corporations think long-term. I think we need to make sure that we are using trade as an effective way to empower and protect our manufacturing capacity. And then I think we need to unleash ingenuity by investing in research and development.
Is a property tax credit, you think, a socialist policy? No, it's not.
Innovative place, and Donald Trump has sold that
it's
way
good
far
sloppyism.
Well, to every engineer watching tonight, I know how a CNC machine works and a robotic welder. I am Michigan's manufacturing geek, and nothing is motivating me more than standing up for our manufacturing sector and our jobs, and that means taking on China. Look, I've got the bill. One I also did with Senator Slotkin. No Chinese Cars Act. We have to stop these guys from coming in to our market, lowering costs up the wazoo that only feeds their Communist Party. That's not correct. That's not going to work for us in Michigan. We can build affordable cars
You're running
here
for
in
Senate in Michigan.
without
You're going to
having the
say,
Chinese
I will
come in
burn a
and eat our
BYD
lunch.
if I see one in my neighborhood. You know what I mean?
There's a reason that the UAW has endorsed me in this race. And they endorsed me in this race because I understand that the biggest challenge we have right now, the thing that is throttling our ingenuity, is the fact that our corporations are a lot more interested in a quarterly bottom line than they are in the long-term sustainability of manufacturing. I think we need to think differently. That means standing up to Wall Street, not taking their money to run your campaigns. And at the end of the day, the reason I believe in money out of politics, then money in your pocket and Medicare for all, is because as long as we're taking money from those corporations, we are not going to regulate them.
Communist Party. I have taken on Vladimir Putin when he stole my constituent, Paul Whelan, and held him in a Russian prison for 5.5 years. I am taking on China now and standing up for our jobs and not letting them flood our markets through the north or the south. Where technology cannot come in here. This is about our way of life
Dude,
in Michigan.
look how she
This
came
is
alive when it
squarely
comes to
why I'm
American
running for US
posturing
Senate, to
against foreign
articulate this
adversaries.
and defend it and protect it at
Terrifying.
the lawmaking table.
Time to
Like,
wrap
she's
up this
even
debate,
more
if you can believe it
electric
already. You've
here
done a
than
great
when she
job
talks
in
about
keeping within your
CNC
time frame. I'll ask you to
machines.
stay at 60 seconds with closing
That's the
statements,
establishment
beginning with
Democrat
you.
difference.
We just celebrated
It's like,
our
I will
250th
send a nuke to the
anniversary.
Three
I know what my
Gorges
life would have
Dam.
been without the opportunity to be born here. I saw that firsthand in summers in Egypt. I know what America can do for somebody. I also knew that 15 miles away, there were kids who never got that same opportunity. We have to build an America that can be what it was for me, for all of her kids. And that means we've got to take on the ways that corporate greed have gotten in the way. We need to stand with working people, stand with unions. We need to take on oligopolies and billionaires. We need to guarantee health care through Medicare for all. Across my time touring this state.
Yeah, but
town
how
hall
will
after
you
town hall, you
champion
could be in a
Vladimir
church
Putin? In
Detroit, you can be
communist
in a living room in
party
Lansing,
in
a VFW
China.
hall in Escanaba. People say the same things. It just shouldn't be this hard. Shouldn't be this hard to afford your groceries. Shouldn't be this hard to pay your rent. Shouldn't be this hard to see a doctor in the richest,
Donald Trump's
most powerful country in the world.
donor.
And that means we've got to build a movement of people to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all.
I've got the
that you'll join us
receipts.
in building that movement. It's the many versus the money.
Oh, I love her so much.
I am fed up and fired up.
I wish
am
she
fed
wasn't.
up with Michiganders getting screwed over by bad policies that are coming
Pummeling
down
the
from the
table.
Trump administration that do not understand the first thing about us and that are raising our costs and impacting our way of life and coming for our jobs. I am fired up, though, to be your next U.S. Senator. I am fired up to lead for us on day one and when it matters and to be in this fight alongside you and your families. All 83 counties in this incredible state of ours, the largest state geographically east of the Mississippi, deserves its workhorse. And that is me. That is why I am on this campaign trail, listening to you, hearing you, and leading in that order. That is my ethos. That is why I am running. Let's go beat Mike Rogers, send him back to Florida a second time, and make sure that Michigan shines at the lawmaking table.
Candidates, thank you both for being here. I know it takes a lot of time and effort to do it. I know you know how much I appreciate it. I just want to make sure I say it publicly to both of you. I want to thank Amber and all of my colleagues here at Wood TV.
This
our
guy's my
corporate
favorite
staff, who has been
moderator. What a
doing
goat.
Great job and helping us from the get-go. To all of our partners around the state that are carrying this debate tonight. And
Yeah,
particularly,
HasanAbi
I want to
Piker
thank
broadcast,
everybody who has just
carrying
been
the
here
debate.
on the ground and helping us. A reminder to join us back here
Dude,
on
this was
Thursday
one of the
night for a
best-
debate with the Republican candidates for governor.
This was one of the best
Good night
moderators
from
I've ever, like, they were so issue specific, nothing stupid. You know what I mean? Wood TV. Pretty fucking awesome. Yeah, Abdul stomped. Wait, it's not done? After this, candidates go to the spin room for interviews? The spin room! Oh, nice! I want to ask Abdul about Vladimir Putin. Oh, that was so sick. I'll be honest, like I said, she's very she has a quality about her that I really appreciate. If she wasn't such a corporate stooge, if she wasn't, you know, Madam Israel comes to me in my dreams, I would grow a liking to her. It's just, I'm going to the spin room. Shut the hell up, Hasan. It's so damn annoying. Okay, dude. Stop being ableist. She's Midwestern. Why? She's annoying as fuck. I don't get what you see in her. She's like a character. Like, if you didn't know anything about her, if you didn't know who backs her, if you didn't know anything about her, you probably find her to be like
for the Democratic
like
US
a comic book character. She's Bobby Hill. She's basically female Bobby Hill. What the fuck do you mean? Oh, all right. Let's see what they say in the spin room.
State, but the nation. Let's begin with our friend over here, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed. Welcome to West Michigan tonight.
Honored to be here. Thank you.
This was the second debate that you've enjoyed this campaign season. Talk about your closing argument here in the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, look, we have an opportunity to build a movement of the people, by the people, for the people, as government was supposed to be, to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all. I'm proud to have earned the endorsements of everybody from Bernie Sanders to the UAW to the National Nurses United to the American Federation of Teachers. Working people coming together in a movement. Now, look, we're being outspent 30-1. You've probably seen the attack ads. That is unbecoming of our politics. It's a cynical way of doing politics. I'm not asking AIPAC to fund my campaign so that I'd be a reliable vote to send your tax dollars somewhere else when they need to be used here. I'm not asking corporations to give me their money so that I can turn around and do them a favor. I'm asking everyday Michiganders to give me their vote, their voice, so that I can show up and work for them and fight for them to finally get this cynical corporate money out of our politics so we can get along to standing with unions, taxing billionaires their wealth, rebuilding our schools and our infrastructure, and guaranteeing health care through Medicare for all.
You've heard the argument, certainly, that you're too far left for a state like Michigan. Why are you the stronger general election candidate, not just the most progressive one?
Well, I'm not the only one who says that. Poll after poll has demonstrated that.
No.
And that's because I show up and fight for something. It's not enough to just fight against a Donald Trump. You've got to be fighting for.
What the fuck? No. Wood TV. Wood TV. What gives? Israel pulled the plug. Israel was like, nah, he's cooking too hard. He's cooking too damn hard. Stevens need to commit to running through a Sephora. I haven't seen such terrible makeup. Okay, this is my female moderator, Yubi. I am not saying that. I think her makeup is beautiful. Although as a male feminist, I do not see beauty. I don't see any women at all. There's only one gender in my book. So, you know, I should not have read that. I disavow that comment. I think her beat was excellent. Okay, her beat was excellent. It was great. Beautiful and natural. Did she even have makeup on? I couldn't tell. Look at Haley's face in this clip. She's tweaking.
Not one of those ads was brought to you by the Congresswoman's campaign. All of them brought to you by corporate PACs and AIPAC, trying to buy a politician who's going to do their bidding instead of yours. That's been the story of our politics for far too long. The question is not...
No, she's just burping in her mouth. I've been there. I know exactly what that is. Yeah, she was just trying to let a little burp out without having the microphone hearing the burp. The only thing she beat was that goddamn podium. Yeah, she definitely did brutalize the fuck out of that podium. What are these ads, man? Since when do you do that? That's true. I do actually just let it rip when I have a little burpee coming. What is this? What gives? What gives? That was an incredible performance and a shellacking. Straight up. Yeah, it's stuff like this that I love about her. I don't know why. I find it wholesome. Another clinic by Abdul. It's live again? Oh, there it is.
That's top of mind for a lot of people in Washington. Yeah.
Congresswoman Stevens, thanks for your time right now.
They cut
Let's
the Abdul.
ask you this. What's the biggest policy difference between you and Abdul El-Sayed that the Democratic primary vote used to decide to choose you?
Well, look, we're making a decision about who we want to send to the United States Senate to fight for us and to deliver for us. And my
She's going to say experience, not policy. Because on the policy front, Abdul clears.
When their jobs were on the line during the Great Recession, standing up for Michiganders when their jobs were on the line yet again
she's on
during
the take.
COVID and the COVID.
She's on the take. All the most annoying centrists on the timeline are straight up base boosting, or at least trying to base boost Haley Stevens. Is not going to happen. Okay? I mean, there's got to be some coordination. Given that Haley Stevens brought this attack up twice on the debate stage, even though she's gotten 34 million from AIPAC and other PACs, I am beginning to suspect this moment was coordinated. Like, I think Dana Bash came out of the gates and like specifically brought up Haley Stevens. Haley didn't mention you? Yes, because why would she do that? Why would she fucking do that, man? We saw what happened when Mallory McMorrow brought it up. Even if, and I don't believe that this to be the case. Like, I don't think I'm like particularly popular or famous in Michigan. But virtually every candidate that has brought it up has lost their race. Because they look so ridiculous. Woo boy, if it was a grand conspiracy, he wouldn't say she was trafficking with anti-Semites. I'm not surprised you see Jewish conspiracies everywhere. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is oblivious to how unpopular Israel is. Yeah. Hey Siri, pull up the fakest thing of all time. Here Netanyahu, who hopefully will lose his job here, attacks Haley for Michigan for stating the obvious fact that Netanyahu is making Jews in America and the world feel less safe. We're going to one bad man theory until Nira has 260 Democrats in Congress who strongly demand Naftali Bennett carry out apartheid and genocide instead. If you're interested in why a fanatical supporter of Israel is being backed by AIPAC with 30 million is calling out Netanyahu, it's because it's AIPAC approved kayfabe for half paying attention liberals. Learn about the rise of the one bad man theory here. See also, cutting off aid to Israel is another increasingly popular fake dissent on Israel. Can you elaborate on what it means that it was coordinated? Dana Bash specifically said that Jewish lawmakers were saying that what is happening in Israel makes American Jews unsafe, and then brought up Haley Stevens is not Jewish. Why the fuck would Haley Stevens get brought up? Is she at the forefront of criticisms of Benjamin Netanyahu, or does she have a fucking debate coming up later in the evening? I'm sorry, guys. That's insane. Why the fuck would Haley Stevens be brought up as a prominent critic of Benjamin Netanyahu? Are you guys insane? Really? Out of all the politicians that have been getting called a fucking anti-Semite up and down the timeline, Dana Bash chose Haley Stevens? Pulled her name out of a hat? What do you want, crack? What gives? Did Haley run away, or does she have...
Good reason. This is a state that is seen as purple as it gets, maybe as purple as my tie. And so what's important is, where do the independent voters show up for this? Where do the traditional Democrats fall in line as they're going to vote for this? And all of the ballots that are already out. Absentee ballots went out.
All the Democratic accounts saying Haley destroyed Al Sayed.
Kent County Clerk said that they sent out over 100,000 and that 10,000 of the ballots had already come in. So that's why there's a lot of attention on this race and a lot of money being spent. Let's sneak on over. Let's go back to Abdul Al Sayed and get some of his thoughts here as the media is asking him some questions. We're just going to listen in real quick.
Damn, they got him surrounded.
So if you believe, like me, that we need to get corporations out of our politics to actually start answering those questions honestly for the people, I hope you'll support us.
Right, and as for Medicare for All, that's something that some people in Congress have tried to pass before. How are you going to actually get that passed?
When is your tall ass coming back to Michigan? Soon, brother. Before the primary, I'll be there, though.
And big insurance and big hospitals in our politics. And number three, we're going to actually have that conversation with folks. Look, I've been to 110 different cities now. I don't do the thing where I do a made-for-TV little stop. I actually do a whole town hall, right? and we spend an hour and a half taking questions. So I've done the work of listening to people, and there is not a room that I walk into where somebody doesn't tell me, you know, Doc, I voted for Donald Trump 3 times, and I'm voting for you. And I asked them why. I said, well, because I really think you want me to have health care.
He loves the story.
So I think we can win on our values if we're willing to actually have that conversation with the broader public. And I think we should try, because $6,000 in deductible, $225 billion in medical debt, we could do so much better.
Release your personal finances. That was obviously a focus of Congresswoman Stevens. Would you vow to release those before the August 4th primary?
I'm happy to do that. Look, here's the issue. When you can't win a policy debate, when your ads are being paid for by APAC and corporate PACs, folks who are flying you and your mom out to Portugal, then you look for a distraction. At the end of the day, I took the same extension that she's taken every single year that she's been in Congress, the same exact extension. I didn't hear her complaining about herself taking that extension in the past. So look, I'm happy to release them. We will be releasing them soon. But this is a distraction from the fact that people have been seeing those ads. Being outspent 30 to 1, 30 to 1. APAC has dropped tens of millions in this race. Tens of millions to do what? They want a reliable vote to send your tax dollars abroad to drop bombs on other people rather than to invest here at home.
Did you think that she was attacking you personally because you have a lead in the polls?
Look, I mean, I think what you're seeing is a level of desperation in that campaign. You know, when you got $40 million spent and you can't seem to nudge the polls, it says something about the quality of candidate and the quality of argument. And so, you know,
This happened with Kamala.
Attacks. I mean, you've been seeing the attack ads on TV. Look, I got an 8-year-old daughter at home, and she sees how I treat my wife. She sees how I treat her. She sees how I treat my mom. And to have to explain that to my kid, that just reeks of desperation to me. And it's not in keeping with the kind of politics that we want. And now when you're seeing that attack at $4 million a week, it says a lot about the kind of desperation you're seeing from that campaign. It's sad.
Did you watch Egypt's soccer game today?
I did. Look, I saw.
Are you able to hold?
Good time to step away there talking about soccer. Let's head on over to Representative Stevens now.
These
Another
guys
big,
are
large
awesome.
group of
Dude,
media
Wood
over
TV is
here.
awesome.
And so she's taking questions. We're going to do the same thing and kind of stick her mic in and see what she's talking about.
Well, I don't. You gotta ask why he's got a podcast and why what he's making money on and all that business. He's got books, podcasts.
Wait, isn't that the guy that got called gay by Thomas Massey? That's the Fox News guy.
To Portugal, can you explain that and who paid for that trip?
Yeah, look, this is very standard. Members of Congress. I was doing NATO meetings to learn about.
That's the
how
gay
we
guy
can
from
better
Fox
assist
News.
Our partners to end the Ukraine war.
So that was paid by Center Forward and not the House office?
It's a very standard way in which members engage in critical policy.
Should it be?
You know, I've learned a lot to stand up to Putin on that.
Yeah. The only way I could stand up to Putin is by taking a paid trip with my mother to Portugal. The beautiful state.
Well, look, I'm a transparent, accessible lawmaker with the receipts of helping real people with real problems in the job that I am running for right now. And look, I'm going to continue to be transparent and accessible throughout this campaign and throughout my time in public service. I have been doing the work for Michigan when it matters, and I'm damn proud of it.
Congresswoman, do you think that you purveyed an effective message during this debate? Do you think that you got your point across to the voters of Michigan?
Well, I'm always happy when I'm talking about Michigan and what Michiganders need and what I'm hearing from Michigan and why I want to fight for them. No, I'm not looking for punditry ratings. I'm just excited to be engaging in the deliberation of our democracy on behalf of the people of Michigan to earn their vote, just like I have done.
I'm
many
looking
times over
forward
in
to
many
fighting
complicated
Vladimir
races.
Putin.
This is a serious moment for Michigan. Make no mistake about it. You know, last year when those crazy tariffs were coming down, 55 in 100 days, some of our counties had some of the fastest growing unemployment in the country, all right? And I'm glad that you're all here so we can get these points out, because I'm going to tell you, Michigan manufacturing has been going down ever since Trump came in, all right? We're losing investments. We've got this super site in Flint that needs somebody to move into it. Well, that fell apart because of Trump's tariffs. We're just hanging on here. That's what people don't understand. We've got tech and AI, but we got capital-intensive industries. Come walk a floor with me. Come talk to some of these folks. So if I get a chance to advocate and shine a light on that, I think I'm winning. And I think that people hear me, that I hear them, that I am fighting for them. That's what we need in the Senate.
You've said that you will go through anybody.
Great exchanges here. Both candidates, again, talking to the media. I'm going to swing back out, and I see Rick Albino standing over here. Maybe a good opportunity to talk to you, Rick. We're hearing a lot of the same arguments here, counterpoints of what we heard through the debate. Writ large, in the big picture, this is kind of a fight about the future of the Democratic Party in the state, is it not?
I certainly think it is, and I asked that question specifically for the reason I think that there's much more riding on this race than just a U.S. Senate seat. Now, by the way, a U.S. Senate seat's a big deal. I'm not taking anything away from that, but I do think it's about the direction of the party. On this side, you have an established candidate that's been endorsed by established Democrats. On the other side, you've got the more progressive candidate that's been endorsed by more progressive Democrats. Now, it's not to say either is right or wrong, but the question is, in Michigan, what wins? You've got to be able to get to that center third to win in a general election. Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. You said it yourself. We're a purple state, so you've got to be able to get to that
so hard.
third.
I have too many. I've downloaded way too many verbal stims of Haley Stevens.
We know that they have problems, but what's the answer? Is it, as we heard,
What
billionaires should be taxed, or is it something else? So, I mean, the real question is, who can appeal to that middle third, and then
are you okay? No. I'm like Vladimir
what does that say
Putin.
about 2028 and people who are running for president that need to come to Michigan? If you're a Democrat, you've got to win Michigan. That's just the way it is. So if you're going to come to Michigan, who are you going to follow? Are you going to be going with the more traditional campaign or a more progressive campaign? And I think this election will give some indication to those presidential aspirants to know what they can expect when they come to Michigan.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, Rick. Who do you think Mike Rogers wants to run against?
You know, I think, first of all, be careful what you wish for. Because it doesn't always work
bro,
out
he's in the
if you
tank
think,
for
"Oh, no,
Abdul.
run against candidate A
Straight
or
up.
candidate B." And we've seen, I think, people in the past be overconfident.
Because yes, Mike Rogers wants to run against Abdul because they're going to hit the Muslim, Alex Jones style, right?
2 years ago.
And they think that's going to be
President Trump was on
successful.
the
It's
ticket
not.
2 years ago. He's not on the ticket. He's still very much part of the conversation, but he's not on the actual ballot. So I don't know.
But that's
what
why
that
he
means
said,
when we
be
get
careful
down
what
to
you wish
November.
for. You might get
and
it.
I really don't know if it makes a great deal of difference from this standpoint. Mike Rogers, just like whichever one of these Democratic candidates is the nominee, is going to have to go out and run their own race. They're going to have to convince people to vote, not just vote against somebody else, but vote for them. And I think that's the challenge that any one of the three people, the two that we saw tonight.
Their first attack ad was already about you and him. Yeah, but that wasn't that's one of those attack ads that's like boosting his profile in the Democratic Party primary. So like Haley Stevens isn't wrong when she's like, oh, GOP's like GOP spending, except the greatest counter to that is AIPAC is the biggest GOP donated super PAC in the country. So the GOP spent quite a deal of money on you because you win or Mike Rogers wins, Israel wins regardless. They don't care. Sorry to cut off your man, Bill. He's really cool. I know.
Have you had any conversations with Mallory since she dropped out? And what is your approach to that and kind of where
It's
where
the
does
guy.
it stand right now?
It's the Fox News guy, I think. The one that
This is really hard
right?
to do.
Isn't that the same
Particularly hard
Fox
to do with
News
young
guy?
kids. I got an 8-year-old and a 3-year-old, and I know her daughter Noah is 5. That's really tough. And I've been there before. I ran a really tough primary, and I lost. And so, you know, I wanted her to know that I appreciated how she ran her race. I wanted her to know that I believe she's super talented.
I
and
trust
look forward to
Audrey.
what
She
does in
says
politics
no.
next.
Oh, damn.
And I wanted her to know that I was grateful to have shared the campaign trail with her, and I thought she made this campaign.
This anti-white racism? Am I doing anti-white racism? I'm sorry.
Just from human to human.
I probably
Now,
have
when
met
it comes
these journalists.
To, you know,
Oh,
where
TVU
potential Mallory's
backpack. Look at that.
supporters go, Mallory was clear that she wanted to reject the power of corporate money.
Say sorry to this guy who's probably a local journalist. I apologize to the local journalist. I will give you an interview.
And so I hope that folks who are inspired by her are going to be as inspired by our movement, because at the end of the day, if we allow Chuck Schumer or AIPAC to come in here and try and dictate to us what our politics should look like, I think we all lose.
Did she say she might endorse in the race?
No, I think she's still trying to figure out what happens next. Obviously, you know, for us right now, we're a lot more focused on just running our race. Obviously, we'd welcome her support, but you know, that's a decision for her to make in the long term.
Abdul, why do you think that some...
Okay, some of the comments there from Abdul. I'll say that, and I'm going to truck across the room again.
They're having
here
so much fun with this.
Try to give Congresswoman Stevens some equal time. Is she still taking questions?
What was the GOP money she's talking about? They're saying that the GOP is doing attack ads against Abdul to position him as the candidate.
We are going to stop Trump. Yeah.
Rep. Stevens, I just asked this to Abdul about the regulation of AI. Now, it seems to be a pretty bipartisan issue. Do you see that as something that can unite Michiganders? And if so, how do you set yourself apart from your potential opponent on the Republican side?
Well, we want to beat China. And how I set myself apart from both of my opponents is that I actually have results on getting bipartisan AI legislation done. And in terms of the way in which we look to regulate and the way in which we look to stand up, we've got to make sure that the voices of people are at the table. Look, this is about our kids. So when we talk about what's going on with social media and very minimal regulation there, when we talk about the mass wealth concentration that's going on, that's not appropriate and right. And we want to have the guardrails be through open, free market democracy such as ours. We don't want to be playing by China's rules. So we've got to have leadership, and we've got to have vision, and we've got to have the commitment to do the job at hand, which is me.
So to be fair, you're in favor of data centers.
Okay, I want to swing back over here now, and I want to talk to News Nation correspondent. Where did I lost him? Oh, he's over here. All right, a little chaotic here. Chris.
Yes.
Brian Sterling.
Brian.
Chris Steyerwalt is with News Nation.
True.
You are also a political analyst. You've watched a lot of these races.
True.
Size this one up from the outside for us.
Well, look, the Democratic Party is at an inflection point. And the reason so many national people are here, and the reason that there's now I'm here because The Hill Sunday airs on so many on your station in so many places, and I love you for that. But so many national people are here because this has ended up being the inflection point for Democrats in this primary year. So basically, after
How
the
come
Bernie
Wood
Sanders
TV doesn't play my
candidates did
broadcast?
so well in New York, the Mamdani candidates did so well in New York, it was sort of a split decision because you can point to a lot of places. You can look at Iowa, you can look at New Jersey, elsewhere, and say, hey, the moderate, the mainstream Democratic Party is still able to get electable candidates into position. And then in Colorado last week, very noteworthy, 30-year incumbent Diana DeJette loses in her primary. This creates the concern for Democrats. I can tell you Democrats in Washington are watching this race because if they cannot get Haley Stevens through, then they have a much more open question about can they control the Senate? Can they actually win the Senate? And also, are they having their own Tea Party moment? I was around in 2010 watching Republicans who reminded me a lot of Dr. El-Sayed as they were overtaking their party, and succeeded. They succeeded. Donald Trump is president today because of the insurgency that overtook the Republican Party. Is the same thing happening to Democrats? What are the implications for the future? That's all on the ballot in Michigan, so that's why we're here.
Now, great insight. I asked Rick Albin this. I guess I'll put you on the spot as well. Who do you think Mike Rogers wants to run against?
Oh, well, El-Sayed, but Mike Rogers may be wrong, right? That's the thing.
Dude, that's the craziest thing.
Hillary Clinton preferred
Normally, analysts in 2016 would say, oh, Bernie Sanders is far weaker. Now they're saying Abdul El-Sayed is going to clean.
Ran well in 24, came close. There's no reason to think that he...
Like, they're literally saying, which is true, by the way. Yes, the Republicans might be thinking that Abdul El-Sayed is easier to defeat than Haley Stevens because they're also fucking boomer brain poison in the same way that the dumbass Democratic establishment is, where they think, oh yeah, this will be an easier race than Haley Stevens. 100% Haley Stevens would be easier. I still think Haley Stevens probably would also defeat Mike Rogers if I'm being perfectly honest with you. But Abdul El-Sayed will destroy Mike Rogers. Okay? That matchup is
all right, that's all the time we have for you at this point.
not even close. Okay? Because you have to remember, like, Abdul is holding back on Haley Stevens because, one, she's also a Democrat. And two, he can't appear as like a vicious, scary Muslim man attacking a white woman who is Michigan through and through. Okay? He doesn't have to hold back on Mike Rogers at all. As a matter of fact, he already has been cooking Mike Rogers up and down. Because there is definitely the optics problem there. If he, like, I mean, think about it this way. He literally said, but Abdul is Muslim, that's his flaw. That's what you got out of what I just said. Like the public perception of him, that they are quite clearly and deliberately designing as a scary Muslim man who is misogynistic, paid for by, you know, tens of millions of dollars in AIPAC ads. That's what they're trying to do. And not only are they trying to do that, they did that after Abdul said something not even that significant, not that serious against Haley Stevens. Like he was just like, oh, if she gets $30 million, like she has to explain where she's getting that money. And then, you know, maybe she can string two sentences together or something like that. And then they were like, that's the most sexist thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That's the way that they treated it. So yeah, as a Michigander, I need Abdul say it against Mike Rogers. We are a pretty insulated state outside the cities. Former Grand PLATNER girlfriend describes alleged violence, which he denies. Lindsay Fifield described her own alleged mistreatment by PLATNER for the first time on camera on CNN on Tuesday, saying that he repeatedly grabbed her, at times leaving bruises, once blocked her inside a bedroom. Fifield said that she was inspired by Rasikoff's bravery, coming forward, and felt relief that endorsers like Bernie Sanders urged PLATNER to drop out of the race. At the same time, she said she was disturbed that her own allegations about PLATNER's behavior, which were published by the New York Times last month, didn't spark similar condemnations. Oh, God. Done any reporting on Faraz shitting the bed in Clacton, UK? No. Imagine if Patrick Bet-David had Haley Stevens' voice. That'd be goated. Those are two of my goats. Those are two of my goats at the same time. Why hasn't he dropped out yet? I think...
My name is Martha G.
Oh, yeah, this was a beast mode ass ad, by the way. And you guys in this chat are going to be like, why did he do this?
Scott. I'm a Wayne County Commissioner and a proud Democrat. And I'm darn proud to vote for Abdul Al-Sad for Senate. I know Abdul, and Abdul knows what's at stake. He was the first Muslim American leader to endorse Kamala Harris for president. As Wayne County Health Director, Abdul got glasses for kids and helped families out of medical debt. Now go get him.
All right.
Great ad. Okay. Great ad. Yeah, for Metro Detroit. Oof. Great ad. All the boomers under Abdul's Facebook ads are always like this in the tank for him, and even Facebook posts about anyone endorsing Haley Stevens is fully mostly comments that are pro Abdul and annoyed that they endorse Stevens. It's wild to see because Facebook is so boomer and conservative, Phil, for me. Yes, that's the difference of running, one, a good campaign, and two, actually running a campaign. Abdul has been traveling up and down the state, doing town halls. Like, I know he's been doing this for a year. Like, remember the first time Abdul appeared on this broadcast? That was more than a year ago. Hasan, why do you pronounce Muslim like a Republican would? That's not how you say it. Oh, shut up. I don't. I get to say however way I want to say it, okay?
Case against the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk and a critical legal step. Utah prosecutors...
Müslüman. Is that good? Müslüman. That's how I say it in Turkish. Abdul said Detroit campaign officer, the debate watch party's happening with supporters. Didn't Bring a phone charger, so I'm going to talk to voters instead of live tweeting about the debate. Academic advisor Brandon Totten is supporting Abdul because he supports Medicaid for all. Getting corporate money out of politics, he says. Live reaction to LSAT calling out Stevens for taking money from DTE.
Small businesses losing their revenues. We got to do supply chain security. I've got a bill for that. I am ready to go for us, Michigan, on day one.
30 seconds to wrap. Let's talk about power outages. People sleeping in dark rooms without electricity for the fourth straight day. My opponent's taking $37,500 from DTE. Ask yourself what that buys.
That was a bar, by the way. Like, for the California voters, it's like calling out your opponent getting money from PG&E. Like, that's a huge deal, especially because of the mass power outages that have been happening right now. That is, for any local that was watching, that's a strike, a major strike. Steven says UAP spending to boost Abdul El Sayed, criticizing him for the super PAC supporting him. Steven says his father-in-law runs. El Sayed, the National Nurses United is not my father-in-law. Working Families Party is not my father-in-law. The UAW is not my father-in-law. That was a good deflection. Stevens has twice invoked El Sayed supported Kamala Harris. El Sayed says he endorsed a campaign for Harris. He supported the uncommitted movement in February, but immediately endorsed Harris in July. Yeah. Also, Stevens trying to hit that like Kamala Harris line. Again, also a little bit of racialized agitation right there. The meta amongst, and this is, I've talked to some locals, okay, some local leaders about this in Michigan. There is a little bit of a meta between, like a little bit of friction between some of the voters in Michigan who have a little bit of animosity because of the way that CNN and a lot of mainstream media covered like the Muslim vote and how much they were in the tank for Trump. They made it seem like these guys were like really invested in Donald Trump. There was a couple Muslim leaders as well. So that has left some resentment, specifically in Metro Detroit, the Dearborn vote meta, which is part of the reason why I said that other ad that we just watched is actually really good for Abdul. Abdul already has a decent chunk. I mean, I think he might be leading on the black vote regardless, but you know that it's basically covering all bases, and Haley Stevens hearkening back to that, and you know, pointing to that was a not so subtle nod for some of the unks and aunties in Metro Detroit. Except what's also interesting is, again, this is from my, he already had a decent floor in Detroit. He's a Wayne County guy. But one of the things that I've seen from, you know, the people I've talked to, like local activists that I have talked to, that what they say is really interesting, where they're like, a lot of the older black voters, like across the board, black voters are very progressive. It's really strange the way people talk about black voters in general and black people in general in the United States of America. They are historically the most progressive voting bloc on virtually every issue, right? So in this circumstance, while there is like a little bit of party loyalty and a little bit of loyalty to Kamala Harris, they still also are very pro-Palestine. So the commentary that you see on the internet of like prominent centrist, center-right, Israel first accounts, black Zionists in general, is not exactly the attitude that a lot of black voters demonstrate towards the issue, where on the one hand, there's a little bit of resentment, but also on the other hand, they are not exactly fucking with Israel either. It's not even a thing. So that's what's been so interesting. And I think that also speaks to Abdul basically winning most of the demographics he needs to win, including the black voting bloc. Anna Ellsberg, 33, says El Sayed is tapped into the interest of people here. Manira Salem says she supports El Sayed because she personally understands the need for universal child care. She says that she had to put her career on hold because she couldn't keep up with the cost of child care. See if you can spot this Haley that Haley did tonight. What is this? Sorry, I don't think Harris is a politician worth endorsing. Don't get so combative about it. Dude, you got a person who, like, on the debate stage tonight talked about not selling any weapons to Israel, and you're here worried about how he needs to pick up votes to make sure that he doesn't, like, lose a significant demographic of voters in Detroit? Are you insane? Like, focus on the issues, please. Your fave guy asked Summer Lee about you and got owned.
You disavow your friend Hasan Piker for inciting riots outside Delaney Hall last weekend?
Oh, well, actually, I think that Delaney Hall is a disgrace. Will you disavow your friend Laura Loomer, who calls black women ghetto black bitches?
She doesn't mean that.
Oh! Oh, no. Oh, no. She doesn't mean that. Dude, is this another... By the way, I love seeing Charles Down try to instigate a debate and then just get fucking destroyed with the Uno reversal. Oh, my God. He folded so fast. Oh, my God, Summer Lee. God. What a queen. And think, you like what you're seeing? There are going to be even more candidates like Summer coming up next. So just remember that, okay? She doesn't mean that. Yeah, Charles Downs is one of my favorite reoccurring characters. Like, he's like a Make-A-Wish kid, wanted to work for Laura Loomer Unleashed.
How does one not?
And she's
mean
my
that?
friend, but we're talking about Hasan Piker.
No, I'm talking about Laura Loomer.
Can we talk about
because she calls
Hasan?
Black women ghetto black bitches, and you agree with that? Do you disavow that?
I mean,
because that's racism.
Pretty much
And to work with
joking,
someone like that?
but
Pretty much joking. Oh my God. She was just joking. Why did he post this? Bro, he went back home, tongue sticking out, put the Laura Loomer watermark on it, and then hit upload on this video. There were so many moments. You could have stopped this video from hitting the timeline, Charles. He's like, oh, this is going to be a good one. Please, I want you to meet Charles Downs one day. Yeah, he even pinged me for it because he knows I watch his videos. He knows I'm a fan. Oh, Jesus. Does Laura pay him, you think? Yeah, with chew toys. And dog food. Well, no, she keeps the dog food for herself. It's actually a sensitive subject at Loomer Unleashed headquarters. You shouldn't have brought up the dog food thing. That's actually like, because Charles been asking. I just saw he's been asking politicians about you for the past month now. Yeah, this is like pretty much all he does. He just goes to like all the progressive candidates and be like, do you disavow Hasan Piker's latest attack? He threw a Molotov cocktail at Delaney Hall. I mean, I know he didn't do that, but wouldn't it be scary if he did? Would you disavow him if he did? This feels ableist. Actually, it's the exact opposite of ableism. This is an employment opportunity that is the opposite of ableism, okay? He told Ilhan, you are her best friend. It's true. We are best friends. Can't everyone just now counter his questions with, I think he was just joking? Yeah, that doesn't work that way. Yeah, she was pretty much joking. Are you calling him a DEI hire for someone who, let's just say, is medically stupid? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, that's cool. All right, let's get the prosecutors presenting a case against a man accused of killing Charlie Kirk, Tyler
Aim to
Robinson.
convince a judge there is enough evidence to move forward with a
Wait, he
murder
took
trial
it down? Shut the fuck up. Did he? No, he didn't take it down. Why'd you say that? Why'd you lie to me like that? He's shameless, dude. He's not taking that shit down.
against Tyler Robinson. He has not yet entered a plea. Kirk, as you know, was shot and killed during a rally at Utah Valley University back in September. Carter Evans was in court for the start of this 5-day preliminary hearing.
Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, arrived at the preliminary hearing flanked by security. In court, she sat behind Tyler Robinson, the man accused of assassinating her husband at a Utah Valley University rally last September. On Monday, prosecutors began presenting their case against Robinson to prove they have enough evidence to move forward with a murder trial. Kirk's family looked uncomfortable at times and left the courtroom during emotional moments. As attorneys on both sides argued over admissibility of graphic footage, the judge visibly winced while watching one of the videos.
Mr. Grunander, your witness.
First on the stand, former university police officer Christopher Bagley.
What did you see? What did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. And then I heard a shot fired.
Bagley said he believed the shot came from the roof.
So do we get to see the new video or what? Like, apparently there's a new angle or a new video? What's that about? They released the new footage of the shooter? Tyler Robinson's defense team was hit with a huge blow after the judge ruled prosecutors complained never before seen footage of his alleged movements on the day Charlie Kirk was killed.
And why do you believe this, Mr. Robinson?
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have are from my view.
Where is the gun? Because it's not in his leg, right? Is it? It's in his pants? He's walking weird, but like, can you even fit the gun in fucking tight pants like that?
From my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
Now, what do we see?
So it's Mr. Robinson coming up the stairs of the parking structure.
They couldn't hire a fucking American lawyer? What is that? Wait. This would be the prosecutor, right? Why does he sound British?
Again, he seems to be having issues walking.
Like, oh, it's a witness. Wait, why is the witness going through the fucking footage? Bro just got done with split squats. This is completely normal. I think dude is innocent.
And again, were you able to track? Were you able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure?
Yes, we were able to.
Okay.
And again, in the top left.
Bro, how about you track a dingo and a baby, dude? What is this? What's going on? They don't got no Americans to do this? The fuck is going on right now? I call foul. I call foreign interference. There, I said it. Yeah, he's in the left corner. Fucking hell. Left corner, Tyler Robinson.
Corner, the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the log.
Yeah, you can see him running across the rooftop. It's like, okay, I don't trust you. Sorry. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this bullshit?
Building.
Candace
what would
doesn't
be the
believe it because of
southwest
this.
corner of the building, crouching down and then crawling to the corner of the building.
Okay, this is the right leg.
Mr. Robinson, when he leaves this parking structure?
Yes, we were able to.
Patsy lost track of which leg was limping. Was it right or left? Oh, I messed up. Wait, no, it's probably inverse. The footage is probably mirrored or something on one of the cameras. What the fuck? Yeah, it flips because the chatters. Do you know how cameras work? One of them very likely is mirrored.
Top of a nearby building. Robinson turned himself in the day after the killing. Prosecutors say they have his DNA on the rifle used in the shooting, along with his messages allegedly confessing to the murder. For CBS Mornings, I'm Carter Evans in Provo, Utah.
CBS News legal analyst Caroline Polisi joins us now to break it all down. Good morning. So tell us more about this preliminary hearing and why it's so unique.
Yeah, this is not a trial. I mean, it is being
Defense brought that apparently he was driving a car that was seen being driven by a bald dude with 3 other people in the car.
dubbed as a mini trial, but it's sort of a unique feature of Utah law. What we're essentially seeing is like a grand jury process where you get to that probable cause to move forward with a trial. So all the prosecutors need to do here is show that there's enough probable cause to move on to an actual trial.
Okay.
We all just get to see it, the benefit of seeing it because of Utah law. And so what I'm watching for really is we're getting just the beginning of the glimpses of the defense's potential arguments here. They're pushing back on the authentication of the evidence. They won a motion yesterday to keep out this video compilation of the day of the shooting because they said it was altered. They said it gave the impression that it was one person. So there's a clue there. She questioned, Catherine Nestor, the lead defense attorney, she questioned one of the law enforcement officers about a gun holster that was left at the scene. She questioned, you know, just the overall security.
Yeah.
Trying to point out
The one
how
juror
it was
on the
sort of
KIRK trial who's
lax.
going to
So you can
convince
see
the
where
other
they're
jurors that
going,
Israel did it.
which I find interesting.
But there is a mountain of evidence against Tyler Robinson. I mean, he also turned himself in the next day. Carter Evans talked about the DNA evidence on the gun. And of course, all those videos, as you mentioned, that compilation, I mean, it was recorded by many people who were there live at that event. So that creates a pretty hard foundation to go against, right?
Absolutely. The evidence is overwhelming. And I think what we will see, remember, this is 5 days, but some of the most compelling evidence does come from his roommate / romantic partner, Lance Twiggs. We supposedly are going to hear a recorded audio of Lance Twiggs.
I mean, the thing that doesn't make any sense is disassembling the gun and then reassembling it by hand. And also no exit wounds. Like, it's just not. What is this? Officer Chris Bagley says body cam battery died while he was on the roof after Charlie Kirk was shot.
Any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no. That's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down as a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be the reason you would be
a long,
looking for
but I
that
do-
was because some types of guns, when they shoot,
I mean, Katie's awesome. I love Mo Chakic. She is beast mode. American prospect. She goes so fucking hard. Literally balls to the wall all the time. Like nonstop. I worry a little bit sometimes because she goes maybe a little too hard at times. You know what I mean? Well, so does Katie. Mo Chakic does investigations for American Prospect. She's also been in the crosshairs of a lot of Zionist groups. And so is Katie, of course. No exit wound, what? Yeah, you didn't know this? Charlie Kirk has no exit wound. The bullet only entered. That doesn't... It just doesn't fucking make sense. No exit wound with a 30-06 and the level of cavity it would have made makes this shit very suspicious. The bullet just entered and the doctors were like, he has the thickest neck we've ever seen. It's like Superman. It's adamantium.
Promise people I have to deliver the Charlie Kirk killer story.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a lot going on with Charlie Kirk. It would be difficult to synthesize all of it, but when it comes to the guy who has been the suspect, Tyler Robinson, right? The guy who was arrested and supposedly killed Charlie Kirk because of his to sort of out of rage toward transphobic language. The evidence has never really been there, but his defense is, I think, extremely cautious about giving anything to the conspiracy theorists, the Candace Owenses, and there's a whole lot of sub Owens YouTubers. So recently, there's a few major developments that have come out in the criminal case. I think that the first one that comes to mind is the fact that a lot of people, everybody knows that this guy, Tyler Robinson, confessed many times. He confessed on text messages to his lover/roommate. He confessed in a Discord message to all of his old buddies that he used to talk about video games with. The Discord confession was composed when Tyler Robinson was already in custody in Washington County, Utah. So before he was transferred to Utah County, which is where this whole thing went down. And this brings up another thing. Supposedly, this is a crime of opportunity, propaganda of the deed. Charlie Kirk was coming to town. He had this opportunity to take him out. But Charlie Kirk lives in Arizona, which borders Utah. And Tyler Robinson lives all the way down in south of Utah. And in the very south in Washington County, about 6 hours away from Phoenix, and about 4 hours away from Utah Valley University. So I don't really know how opportunistic this was. He hadn't apparently ever gone to Utah Valley University. That's just something that's sort of been in my mind. In any case, there was this very, very elaborate and very specific story that the law enforcement had put out. The Utah County Sheriff had put out that his family had turned him in and that he had come into custody around 10 p.m. And then the defense starts asking for discovery. And this is the other big scandal, is that the prosecutor, the Utah County Prosecutor's Office and the FBI have provided almost nothing that they've asked for in terms of actually trying to corroborate the evidence that that the prosecution has cited in its indictment and its charging statements. So they finally did get some a transcript, and they got some videos of his interviews with the cops, and because they were trying to argue that they had put out all of these they had gotten all of these messengers, basically. They put out all of these ideas, with certain reporters and with certain
one of an endless number of base chackage tweets. And in more relevant news, Israel just assassinated a guy for the crime of letting some genocide survivors in Gaza watch a World Cup game. Senpai Morty, no exit wound because there was no bullet. It was a lapel mic bomb made by Israel. They specialize in tiny bombs, just like their pager bombs in Lebanon. Mossad told me, I swear. Okay, calm down.
The governor of Utah played a really big role in this. To say that he had confessed.
Wait, I'm not disagreeing with you, but then what would have killed him? An implant? No, I think a bullet killed him. What are you talking about? I just don't think it's a 30-06, and like something doesn't match up with the. Something feels a little inconsistent, is all I'm saying, with the gun being used.
But in fact, he had not confessed anything. And again, he was being read his Miranda rights at around 6:30 p.m. The confession, the Discord confession, didn't go out until around 8 p.m. So this is a big problem for the prosecution, explaining where that confession came from if he was in custody and not cooperating because he wanted a lawyer. That brings me to another thing. Why didn't he get a lawyer? He didn't get a lawyer officially for another 14 days after asking for one. His parents, who we are told that his parents thought he was guilty, brought him in and then didn't want to get him a lawyer.
You don't fuck with gun logic in USA? Lol. Dog. I'm not the one who knows what a 30-aught. I didn't know what a fucking 30-06 exit wound would potentially look like. Who do you think I got it from? None of us are doctors or ballistic experts who do the autopsy or tested that specific rifle. Let's not pretend we know it's crazy for there not to be an exit wound. Yeah, no. I'm trusting the gun guys. The gun guys who had every reason to believe that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a transgender anti-fascist, who all collectively were like, I want to believe this, but this seems a little unbelievable. You know what I mean?
Because it was going to cost too much money. And so they had to spend 2 weeks trying to find a lawyer who the county commission would agree to pay for. And that's why that took so long. Well, his parents did want to get him a lawyer. So who talked him out of that? Why did this young man have no lawyer for the first 2 weeks after he was arrested? That is a big, and he was, certainly he was.
Yeah, here's a 30-06 going through multiple cast iron pans.
The bullet went through 1, 2, 3 pans and also bounces off of number 4. Fred's still okay. Moving up to the 30-06.
You think Charlie Kirk's neck? You think Charlie Kirk's neck is more powerful than fucking 3 cast iron pans? Like, the doctor literally said there was no exit wound, and Charlie Kirk's very powerful neck actually saved the lives of people behind him. He shot that from close range, though? No, there's like even... I mean, this is not the only video about a 30-06 power. There's like...
He was considered to be on suicide watch, although he's not suicidal. And that gives you the right to kind of go in and check on him every 10 minutes. Really put a lot of kind of psychological, light torture type pressure on this guy to give it up.
Bro, do you think the mic is that crazy? Yes, I do. I do think the mic stuff is
The other big thing was that everyone knows the texts. My love, I went to, if I can capture my my handgun unseen in my vehicle, I will be with you tonight, and then going through very elaborately all of the steps that he took to do this. And everyone said these text messages don't seem right, but how idiotic would that be? No prosecutor would falsify evidence. Now, I have a source who has worked in Utah County who says, no, they'd falsify the evidence. The sheriff's department would. That could happen. Well, the defense has been asking since September for evidence that these text messages, which you'll remember had no timestamps on them when they were revealed in the indictment, they've been asking for the forensic evidence that those things actually exist. They've been asking for the phone. They've been asking for any of the digital files, anything to kind of, so that it can be sort of proven beyond a reasonable doubt that that these texts are actually real and they weren't fabricated. And for the evidentiary hearing, which is coming up, I think in July, it was supposed to be this last month, but they finally, after much begging and pleading with the judge, they finally got it delayed because the prosecution just wasn't handing over any of the evidence. As far as I know, they still have not handed over any of the evidence about the text messages, and in a filing.
Hasan's going to either say he called it or we'll review people who called it. when it turns out to be a real conspiracy. No, the only thing that I've refuted from the start was the likelihood that Israel did it because they thought Charlie Kirk was turning on Israel. That's all I said. Yeah, why is it everyone always wants like one thing for me to like lean into? The only thing I know about the situation is the debate that I was supposed to have with Charlie Kirk, which was going to be about Israel, his support of Israel, and how he will continue to support Israel while, you know, young voters are moving away. Young Republicans are moving away from Israel support. That was literally the argument, which is part of the reason why I know for a fact that he wasn't like turning on Israel, because he had never turned on Jeffrey Epstein. After talking about it extensively, when Donald Trump told him to shut the fuck up about Jeffrey Epstein, he said, yeah, I'm gonna stop talking about Jeffrey Epstein. There's no reason there's not enough evidence for people to believe that Charlie Kirk was going to turn on Israel at all. Okay? That's the only thing that I've actually disputed. Beyond that, there's a lot of weird circumstances. There's a lot of weird, suspicious shit in the investigation, but you can still chalk that up to FBI incompetence. Right? But at the end of the day, I found it to be a strange case. I'm telling you what I found strange about it. But I still don't think it was like a far... I mean, I still don't... A Chinese American is talking about theology and an American is talking about dialectical materialism. It feels like the smiling proud wanderer where a key faction disciple is good at swordsmanship and a sword faction senior uncle has strong internal energy, like things are reversed. Earlier, I heard Professor John conclude that the current war situation leads to eschatology of Judaism, a powerful, mysterious Jewish organization orchestrating. I was bewildered, thinking, what else could I have done with this hour? This John keeps talking about various conspiracy theories and the most classic ones like Freemasonry, Nephilim, etc. And I bet he hasn't actually read the Bible, just out here scamming dumb people in the United States. How could HasanAbi still make a video with this charlatan? I thought HasanAbi disdained dealing with such charlatans. America's so hilarious. Treating a Jong Hu swindler as a treasure. For predictions like this, just make a few more and it's fine. If he's really capable, he shouldn't be at this position connecting with Hasan. HasanAbi has interacted with many Chinese Americans and their stances are similar to his. It's just that Jiang, that old geezer, is too outrageous. That Wangju flavor. Don't believe him. Since Comrade Hasan came to China, his mental core has been extremely stable. Hard to lead astray. Oh, BD is embarrassed by Professor Jiang. BD is embarrassed by Professor Jiang. They're like, yo, he's Canadian. Yeah, clearly these are a bunch of Chinese netizens who have not read Divine Comedy. Honestly, I've supported you for a long... I've supported you for a long time. And spreading misinfo on Charlie's death has to be my red line. How dare you? Stop overlooking the fact that he has titanium bones. I know. I've actually... Hold on. I bookmarked a tweet that I thought was really stupid about this. Like a meme. It's from Forbidden HQ. This could possibly... Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. This video shows exactly... I'm about to watch a boomer conspiracy slop AI video right now on this broadcast. That's how far we've fallen.
While
Professor Chong has got me.
Conspiracy theorists insist no 30-06 could possibly behave this way. The round blasted into Charlie Kirk's neck, crushed his vertebra, and ricocheted downward toward his heart, only to be stopped dead by his legendary Superman neck of super-dense steel-like bone. It created no exit wound and lodged harmlessly just beneath the skin, which experts hailed as a miracle that saved the bystanders standing behind him. Up on the rooftop, Tyler Robinson didn't just break down his rifle. He shredded it apart in a ridiculous hyperspeed blur using nothing but his bare hands. Then he sprinted across the roof and launched himself off the edge with expert parkour precision. Tyler made the conscious expert decision to reassemble his rifle one last time and place it under a tree in a bush. He then changed back into his blue jeans and maroon t-shirt in hyperspeed. Time for ice cream. While
Besides the fact that Candace Owens went beast mode with the Israel narrative, I think the biggest reason normies think Israel kirked the founding Kirk is because Netanyahu tweeted RIP Charlie Kirk while the bullet was still traveling in the air, and within 10 minutes was on Fox saying it wasn't Israel. Okay, that was also, yeah, that didn't do Israel any favors. They really, that's yet another clear example that Israel has no idea how much people fucking hate them and how much people mistrust them. Is true. Like Netanyahu coming out and being like, can't believe Charlie Kirk died. We didn't do it, was so insane. Bro, it's awesome, man. Sometimes schizophrenia is the wave.
They actually made the case, no, we shouldn't have to hand it over any forensic files. We're not using those. We're just using the screenshots. Okay, where they're just using, their plan is to use screenshots of the text messages that they claim are real that nobody thought were real. This also brings me to another thing, which is, what about the clothes? Remember that, very distinctive American flag shirt that was worn by the guy in the surveillance footage that looked sort of like Tyler Robinson, but not unmistakably like Tyler Robinson? That clothing has never been located. Where is, nobody knows where that shirt is. So that's another big problem. The other thing that really, really was so amazing, I haven't even written about this part, but they conducted an analysis, some sort of forensic analysis of the bullet fragments in Charlie Kirk's neck. And they couldn't really determine, it wasn't a match for a 30-06. Most people who know about guns, I'm not one of them, but my son Gabriel is, sadly, say that, 30-06, it's such an incredibly powerful bullet that he would be knocked over and there would certainly be an exit wound. It would go right through him. And that didn't happen. There was no exit wound. We know that because Candace Owens showed an actual, she procured a video of, the behind, that was taken behind him while the shot came through. And so there was no exit wound. Oh, Erica Kirk concocted this crazy story that she attributed to the surgeon, but apparently it was, the surgeon didn't actually say this, that he just had magic bones, and that the incredible bone density of Charlie Kirk's, had stopped the bullet in its place. And if his bones hadn't been so healthy and dense, the bullet could have gone through and killed somebody else.
Why are you laughing? That seems like a perfectly valid. Why is that funny? What? I don't understand. He was carrying the flame and he has magic bones. That seems normal to me. That seems not like a far-fetched conspiracy theory.
Whatever. In any case,
yeah, Charlie Kirk was a big advocate for drinking raw milk.
The bullet is not a match. It's not, I guess, conclusively a mismatch. It's just inconclusive, but maybe more conclusively not than otherwise. So the FBI has decided to do something called bullet-led analysis. I think that's what it's called. It's a type of very, very high-tech test that was invented basically in 1963, and pulled out right, for the Kennedy assassination. It was invented at a defense contractor that actually was in a lot of trouble, during the Kennedy administration, and that's, is the center of a lot of Kennedy conspiracy theories.
Do you think Gabe could play a less? Thank you. I mean, I want him to hang out with us definitely, but yeah.
Gabe, stop! Please stop. Sorry.
Thanks, Gabe.
It's so funny because I tune out their sounds. So bullet-led analysis, hasn't been used. It was finally discarded by the FBI in 2005 officially after a really long National Academy of the Sciences study into this form. It had, been used in thousands of cases, and a lot of people were getting exonerated by DNA evidence. So they did a study, and they officially, threw out bullet lead analysis. They said there's really it's complete junk science. Like, it's a very high tech mode of junk science, because there was this idea that you could use radio isotope some sort of electron reader to pinpoint where a bullet had come from, like what box of bullets a bullet fragment had come from. It was very again, voodoo science. But it was never, really audited until the early 2000s. They threw it out. They never used it again, as far as anyone knew, until Charlie Kirk. And when I called up the Innocence Project, I said, so do you have anyone who's got any, expertise on bullet lead analysis? And the guy who answered the phone was like, "Are they dragging out that again? Are they really dragging that out again? What is this for?" And I said, "Oh, Charlie Kirk assassination." And the guy on the other line, who didn't want to be named, said, "Are you kidding? I'm pretty sure they invented that for the JFK assassination." So there you go. They're using bullet lead analysis. We don't really know. It's the case against. I do not see how the case against Tyler Robinson has any validity whatsoever. And there are stories I know about the specific sheriff's department, the Utah County Sheriff's Department, stuff that they have been involved in the recent past that is completely mind-blowing.
If you were watching this later on and you want to see the full chat with Mo, where we get into like literally who killed Charlie Kirk or who didn't kill Charlie Kirk, you can find that at patreon.com/The Katie Halper Show. Again,
Nice. Speculation regarding the new footage? No, that's just speculation, right? Oh my God, someone said up close and Kirksonal. Bro, he literally flinches. Look, that's crazy. That is absolutely it. No one has seen it yet. Anyway, that's all I got for today. We went through a roller coaster today, huh, folks? I'm not going to read the replies on that, man. Come on, I got too many eyes on me. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's going to get me in trouble. All right, so that's all I got for today, folks. My ass could not be a judge. That's crazy. That's what monitoring the situation too hard does for you. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I think. Wait, hold on. I have tomorrow. I have an interview with Elijah Manley later in the day. And yeah, that's what I got. He's running against Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Interesting candidate.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling.
Yeah, that'll be all.
Also, people hate.
Go phone bank for Abdul.
Sunny in Los Angeles.
See you tomorrow.
California,
Peace.
says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Son and Esmond chatter loves, giving Grinning's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.